everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, the Boundless Journey, starting from Bofuri, Chapter 169 to 200, Chapter 169 National Assembly, Change of Emperor. 1,299 words. On the other side, after leaving the capital, Leon quickly returned to the new secret base, found an agenda, and recounted everything.
You're saying Takaru said that? Hearing Leon's words, Najenda couldn't help but tap the table irritably. Yes. So, he didn't show any signs of being controlled? Najenda then asked again. That, probably not, right? Hearing Najenda's words, Leon was also stunned. Because she had been so overjoyed at the time, she hadn't considered that question at all. However, one thing was that Takaru's words weren't much different from usual. Is that so? Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Leon, Najenda also felt somewhat helpless. Forget about that for now. First, recall everyone. I'll hear everyone's opinions. Najenda hesitated for a moment but decided to wait until everyone returned to make a decision. As everyone gathered, Najenda had Leon repeat the story. Everyone reacted differently. What does everyone think about this? Looking at everyone, Najenda quickly asked. Glancing around, Lubbock hesitated, then was the first to voice his opinion. It wasn't that he disliked Takaru, and he also cared about Takaru. But compared to the others, his feelings for Takaru were the weakest, making him the most rational one present. As for Chelsea, having just joined the group, she didn't know Takaru well, so she couldn't say much. Damn it, why doesn't Takaru come back himself? Hearing Leon's words, Mine said angrily. Among everyone, her feelings for Takaru were currently the deepest. That time with Saria had long since made her give her heart to Takaru. In fact, these past few days, she had wanted several times to rescue Takaru from the palace. Worried she might act recklessly, Akame and Shil had been keeping a close eye on her. Akame, what do you think? After glancing at everyone, Najenda looked at Akame. Let's see what everyone decides. I know that even if we stop Mine, she'll still go. I want to go too. Hesitating for a moment, Akame also said seriously. During these days Takaru had been gone, she would check Takaru's room every day. Also, when things quieted down at night, she always felt an emptiness inside. She hadn't felt this way since parting with her sister. Is that so? Even you, Akame. Seeing Akame's reaction, Najenda fell silent. If Night Raid descends in full force, even if something happens, we can retreat safely, right? Bullet also said with a smile. He also greatly respected Takaru and expressed his desire to go. I understand. Then tomorrow, Mine, Leon, Lubbock, Chelsea, you can blend into the crowd tomorrow. Don't act rashly. As for the others, hide in the shadows, ready to support at any time. After a moment of silence, Najenda made a decision that wasn't entirely rational. Yes. Hearing Najenda's words, everyone quickly responded. Back in the Imperial Palace, Sayura, having received honest summons, finally returned to the palace in the evening. Before he could even meet his father, he was summoned to the Jaeger's meeting hall. While Takaru and the others were enjoying the ingredients Wave provided in Bull's cooking, Sayura kicked the door open, then went directly to a chair by the table and sat down boldly. So you're the Jaegers? You look pretty ordinary. The Prime Minister called me back to take over, right? Looking at everyone, Sayura directly mocked. Hearing Sayura's words, Wave and Ran couldn't help but frown, while Bulls and Kuron remained silent. As for Takaru and his death, they watched Sayura with amusement. Looking at the brash Sayura, Takaru walked towards him with a smile. What, you want to spar with me? Seeing Takaru approach, Sayura showed a mocking smile. No, you're not even qualified. Speaking softly to him, Takaru quickly hypnotized him. Under Takaru's hypnosis, his eyes became dull, and he sat there dazed. Then Takaru directly reached into his bosom, took out the Taigu, Shamhala, and stored it in his item storage. Hypnosis was different from control. Hypnosis basically made people dull-witted,
costing Takaru little and allowing large-scale hypnosis. Generally, it could last 3 days, making people foolish for 3 days. However, the more people hypnotized or the stronger they were, the duration would shorten accordingly. The hypnosis Takaru used on him would last at least 2 days before he could wake up on his own.
Takaru kept him alive for a purpose. Tomorrow's National Assembly was also a trial. This beast, who was deeply sinful, would be executed tomorrow.
As for Wave and the others, seeing Takaru directly subdue Sayura while his death maintained a faint smile, they were somewhat puzzled. But if what Sayura said earlier was true, that he came because of honest, then Takaru might have significant problems. The annoying guy is quiet now. Everyone, continue enjoying the food. After all, Bull-san worked hard to prepare it, so let's not waste it. Casually pulling Sayura to a corner to face the wall and reflect, Takaru said calmly.
Seconds.
At that moment, Kuron, having quickly devoured the food in front of her, raised her plate to Bowls.
All right.
Hearing her words, Bowls, with his dutiful wife-like nature, quickly refilled Kuron's plate. Then, seeing his death not saying anything, everyone said no more and raised their glasses in celebration. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, around 10 in the morning. Most of the capital's citizens had gathered in a special, enormous square.
After the crowd assembled, the young emperor appeared on a special podium, dressed in splendid attire. Citizens of the empire, today I announce a major event.
Because I am still young, under my rule, the empire has not prospered but instead decayed abnormally.
For this, I am deeply ashamed. Fortunately, these days, I have discovered a talented individual.
After painful reflection, I have decided to abdicate the throne and pass the emperorship to him. I believe under his leadership, the empire can become prosperous and its people peaceful. As the young emperor's words fell, the crowd fell silent. Mine and the others were dumbfounded.
Leon, am I dreaming? Mine swallowed and looked at Leon beside her.
Hearing her words, Leon directly pinched her cheek. Soon, a red mark appeared on Mine's face.
Leon. Feeling the pain, Mine showed her small fangs and glared fiercely at her. Weren't you the one saying you were dreaming?
Hearing her words, Leon said lightly. But knowing the situation was critical, after a brief tussle, they quickly turned their attention back to the emperor's position. Not just the citizens and the crowd, but even most soldiers and even within the Jaegers, everyone was stunned speechless.
We, your subjects, obey your majesty's decree.
At that moment, behind the young emperor, all the officials knelt on one knee.
Takaru also knelt on one knee calmly.
Ministers, no need for such formalities.
Nara Takaru, please step forward. Seeing everyone's reaction, the young emperor quickly said. Hearing his name called, Takaru respectfully approached.
After some procedures, the young emperor handed his scepter to Takaru.
The announcer quickly proclaimed that the new emperor was Takaru. The crowd on the platform was somewhat dazed throughout.
Ordinary citizens didn't mind much, as they were the lowest part of society, so who became emperor among the upper echelons made little difference to them as long as they weren't further exploited. As for those familiar with Takaru, like Mine, Lubbock, and the others, they were beyond shocked. They couldn't understand how Takaru, after just a few days in the palace, had become emperor.
Could it be that Takaru was originally a member of the royal family, and he's joining Night Raid just to investigate us for a final wipeout? Then they quickly dismissed that idea. After all, if that were true, Takaru would have acted long ago. Chapter 170 Honest's Death, Judgment of Corrupt Officials and Nobles. 1,320 words. Citizens of the Empire, from today onward, the Empire will officially be named the Dawn Empire, symbolizing that the morning sunlight will illuminate the decaying Empire anew, allowing everyone to live happy and fulfilling lives. Takaru loudly proclaimed to the citizens below, holding his scepter high. The people below were stunned. They hadn't expected Takaru, upon ascending, to even change the Empire's name. And hearing Takaru's words, it seemed he intended to properly handle governance? Improve the living conditions of the impoverished masses? Though uncertain if it was true, with Takaru's promise, the crowd excitedly cheered and hailed Takaru. Night Raid's members familiar with Takaru also watched him in shock.
But seeing Great General Budo and his death, known as the Empire's twin guardians, take no action, they could only suppress their confusion. After all, even the immensely powerful Honest hadn't stepped forward to refute or act. Some corrupt officials behind Takaru frowned upon hearing his words. But seeing the composed Honest, they could only suppress their unease. Looking at the cheering crowd, Takaru simply waved his hand, and the crowd quieted. Additionally, these days I've learned that the Empire's taxes on the people are excessively high. Starting today, all taxes will be reduced by 50%, effective immediately.
Takaru announced again.
Upon hearing this, the crowd below paused momentarily, then erupted into even greater cheers.
However, some people's expressions turned grim.
The tax reduction already touched the interests of a portion of them, and they looked at Takaru with fierce eyes.
On the spectator stands, Mine and Leon watched Takaru with concern.
After all, Takaru's actions easily put him in danger. But Takaru ignored this. With absolute strength and special abilities, Takaru had no fear of the anger of these weaklings. Aside from this, regarding the numerous parasites that previously existed in the Empire, I have decided today to begin removing harm for the people.
First is Minister Honest.
During his tenure, he committed countless heinous acts.
Today is also the judgment day for these people. Takaru's words fell again. Instantly, the venue fell silent once more. The officials below showed shocked expressions. Most corrupt officials were first stunned, then turned scornful. They hadn't expected Takaru to humiliate himself so. Yet, unexpectedly, Honest was quickly brought to the performance stage below by two soldiers. Minister Honest, I command you to confess all your crimes.
Looking at Honest kneeling obediently on the stage, everyone was astounded.
Mine and Leon were even more breathless.
They truly hadn't expected Takaru to actually bring down Honest.
Yes, Your Majesty.
During my tenure, I plotted against numerous officials who opposed me, including Councillor Sawyer, Jody, Blair, etc. I plotted against the old emperor, installed the young emperor, manipulated him to serve me. I also collaborated with Noble's chaplain, Osmond. As Honest confessed, the nobles and corrupt officials collapsed on the ground.
The citizens below looked at Honest with immense hatred.
Through his confession, everyone learned that during his tenure, numerous major incidents occurred in the country, each more or less bearing his shadow. Instantly, everyone wished they could tear him apart. Mine, Leon, and the others also stood dumbfounded, never expecting Honest to honestly publicize his crimes, even mentioning Night Raid. Of course, in Honest's account, Night Raid was the force that removed harm for the people and constantly opposed him. After a full hour, Honest was somewhat hoarse but still recounting his crimes. Under Takaru's control, even if he had forgotten many things, some memories resurfaced. The crowd below went from initial anger to a sense of weariness, though their resentment towards Honest didn't fade.
Stop.
Seeing Honest about to continue for several more hours or even a day, Takaru quickly halted him.
Hearing Takaru's words, Honest closed his mouth.
I declare that the crimes committed by Honest have incurred the wrath of God and people.
He is to be executed immediately, carried out by generalist death. Takaru directly announced. Long live Emperor Takaru. Long live the Dawn Empire.
Hearing Takaru's words, the crowd below cheered loudly. Hearing Takaru's words, Isteth coldly stepped onto the stage and looked at Honest's obese body. She swung her sword, and Honest's head flew off instantly. Seeing this bloody scene, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. Only those corrupt officials and nobles who had colluded with Honest felt as if sitting on pins and needles. Next, summon Sayura, son of Minister Honest, to the stage for judgment.
Takaru said calmly again. Soon, Sayura was brought up.
Sayura was no longer as foolish as before, as an hour ago, Takaru had briefly taken control of him.
Then, Sayura began describing his crimes. It could only be said the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Over the years, using resources provided by his father, Sayura had harmed numerous citizens and young women. Through his confession, Ran finally learned that the culprit behind the devastation of his village years ago was Sayura's subordinate.
Thinking of this, Ran looked at Sayura with intense fury. Although Sayura didn't act directly, he was the highest person in charge.
Noticing Ran's expression, Takaru faintly smiled, then declared Sayura's death sentence, with Ran as the executioner.
Hearing Takaru's words, Ran was stunned.
Then, seeing Takaru's gaze, he knelt on one knee to accept the order, stepped onto the stage, and beheaded Sayura with a single slash. After the Prime Minister and his son's deaths, the judgment didn't end. Subsequently, Takaru summoned corrupt officials and nobles who had colluded with honest for judgment.
Without being controlled, they naturally denied their crimes upon taking the stage. The citizens below were furious, clamoring for their execution, as many had suffered greatly because of them. Seeing their stubbornness, Takaru didn't say much, just showed a faint smile. Making a silencing gesture, the audience quickly quieted.
Citizens of the Empire, you need not worry.
The Empire will not let go evildoers.
This scepter has the ability to make people tell the truth, so don't worry about anyone lying on the judgment stage. Scanning the crowd, Takaru calmly explained. Then, Takaru raised his priest's staff, walked up to one corrupt official, and as healing light fell on him, Takaru casually shot several nun needles at him. Under control, the corrupt official no longer denied but quickly confessed his crimes, even revealing several new ones. After one round, the 9 people on the stage were sentenced to beheading.
One even attempted to attack Takaru but was easily subdued.
With these people's downfall, many in the audience, while cheering, also shed tears of joy, feeling the excitement of vengeance served.
Emperor Takaru, I wish to accuse Ansel. He caused my family to be torn apart, my home destroyed.
After the 9 were executed, a commoner knelt excitedly not far from the stage, pleading for Takaru to uphold justice. Because he was overly emotional, guards intercepted him.
Let him in. Hearing his words, Takaru calmly said.
Hearing Takaru, the man rushed in, then prostrated himself before Takaru. Takaru directly cast a healing spell on him, also seizing the chance to control him with nun needles. State your name and grievance.
Yes, this humble one is named Barker, an ordinary vendor in the capital slums. I had a beautiful wife.
But a month ago, Noble Ansel led some guards, destroyed my stall, and abducted my wife. 3 days ago, I learned my wife, unable to bear the humiliation, had already died in Ansel's mansion. Watching the man shed tears of sorrow, Takaru retrieved the nun needles. The man regained clarity, his eyes showing confusion, then looked at Takaru, preparing to plead for justice.
All right, I understand your situation. Someone, bring Ansel up. Then, Takaru directly ordered the guards in the distance.
Yes. Hearing Takaru, the guards quickly acted, bringing the struggling Ansel to the judgment stage. Seeing the blood-stained stage, he broke down, screaming.
But under Takaru's control, he honestly confessed his crimes, then met his death. Chapter 171, Chapter 171 Reform and Recruitment. 1,320 words.
The citizens below, witnessing Takaru actually execute a nobleman over a commoner's grievance, erupted into even more fervent cheers. Takaru then ordered guards to confiscate the properties of the executed individuals. Barker was also rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. He then announced the establishment of a special agency where anyone could report corrupt officials or nobles.
If the allegations were verified and the crimes deemed unforgivable, the Empire would dispatch personnel to deal with them, and the informant would receive a reward of 100 gold coins.
Furthermore, Takaru officially revoked the bounties on the night raids members. The citizens cheered their approval of his decision. Finally, Takaru declared a pardon for those who had previously participated in the Revolutionary Army.
However, anyone who opposed the Dawn Empire from that point forward would be judged according to the law. He also welcomed talented individuals of all kinds to join the Empire in rebuilding its prosperity. As long as a person possessed ability, hadn't committed major crimes, and was genuinely concerned for the nation and its people, they could participate in elections to become officials, regardless of their previous status or position. This announcement sent shockwaves through the entire nation. Takaru's policy would undoubtedly shatter the millennia-old noble hierarchy. After concluding his announcements, Takaru led everyone away.
The most arduous work was yet to come. Eliminating so many officials at once would cripple many government functions.
However, this wasn't overly troublesome for Takaru. After all, those individuals hadn't accomplished much during their tenures.
In contrast, due to Takaru's policy changes, he anticipated a surge in people reporting crimes or enlisting in the military. Many long-standing issues left by the previous empire also needed resolution. Takaru also needed to prevent Great General Budo from regaining awareness and resisting, so he confiscated his taigu. As for the young emperor, Takaru didn't execute him but placed him under house arrest in a small estate, guarded by soldiers. Seated upon the throne, Takaru began listening to reports from the remaining officials. Problems like locations hit by disasters, areas requiring aid, issues completely ignored by the previous prime minister and emperor.
Takaru addressed them one by one.
Although not an expert in imperial governance, Takaru drew upon knowledge from his past life and adapted some principles from other nations, quickly getting a grasp on things. Funding was urgently needed everywhere. Fortunately, with the assets seized from Honest, the original national treasury, and the confiscated properties of the nobles and corrupt officials, financial resources were not an immediate concern.
Regarding the personnel shortage, Takaru tested the remaining officials.
While each had their flaws, none deserved death. Using a combination of incentives and firm expectations, he compelled them to work effectively. Perhaps because Takaru had even punished the all-powerful Honest, because the empire's twin guardians stood behind him, and because he demonstrably possessed formidable capability, they quickly adapted to their new working conditions.
The severe lack of talent led Takaru to promote many individuals, including Ran and Wave.
Ran's competence was evident. As for Wave, though somewhat inexperienced, his integrity made him a reliable choice for Takaru. Later, Administrator Theodore suggested Takaru visit the empire's prisons, which held many former officials who had opposed Honest, survived, but were imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Takaru promptly went to the prisons. Through a screening process, he directly released a portion of the inmates. These included former officials or nobles, as well as ordinary commoners. Most of these individuals had been imprisoned on false charges.
Learning of the day's events, many shed tears of profound relief. Some officials were even reinstated to their positions.
With these individuals joining the administration, the empire resumed functioning, and with greater efficiency than before.
Meanwhile, while Takaru was immersed in state affairs, the Night Raids members reconvened.
Observing the empire, which seemed to have gained a new lease on life, Najenda showed a complex expression. Mine, Leon, Akame, and others were eager to go to the palace to assist Takaru. After discussion, Najenda decided to proceed with Akame and the others. They openly approached the palace gates, stating their purpose to the guards. Guards who had received prior instructions quickly escorted them to the former Jaeger's meeting chamber. That evening, having finished his tasks for the day, Takaru, upon learning of Night Raid's arrival, set aside his weariness and went directly to the meeting hall.
Najenda, everyone, you've come.
Seeing them, Takaru smiled.
Takaru. Seeing Takaru arrive, everyone finally felt a sense of relief.
Apologies, I was occupied with other matters earlier, keeping you waiting, Takaru said with regret.
Not at all.
The mess left by the former prime minister must be incredibly difficult to sort out now, Najenda said, her expression complex as she noticed the slight fatigue in Takaru's eyes.
Precisely. The empire is far more corrupt than I imagined.
Therefore, I sincerely hope you can assist me, Takaru replied, nodding without any pretense.
That shouldn't be a problem. However, there's something I'd like to ask.
Earlier, you mentioned matters concerning the Revolutionary Army.
Najenda hesitated before continuing. Don't worry.
The empire is no longer what it was, its ruler has changed. However, I also hope the Revolutionary Army disbands swiftly. Continuing now would not be resistance against the Prime Minister, but opposition to me. The empire cannot withstand further turmoil, Takaru said with a sigh.
I understand. I will go and persuade them.
I hope you can grant them some time, as they need to witness for themselves whether the empire is truly improving, Najenda quickly responded.
That's acceptable. But if possible, I hope you can act quickly.
Ultimately, I wish for some of the truly capable individuals from there to join the Empire and aid in its reformation. Besides internal issues, the Empire also faces external threats, Takaru stated seriously.
Yes, I understand, Najenda replied, nodding promptly.
Additionally, I know most people joined the Revolutionary Army due to the former Empire's oppression and corruption. But now, many may be blinded by self-interest and unwilling to relinquish hard-won gains.
You understand my meaning, I trust? Takaru looked at Najenda intently. I understand, Najenda said. Hearing Takaru's words, she recognized the truth. Power and wealth were potent temptations, easily inflaming ambition. Within the Revolutionary Army, some in high positions likely already viewed it as their personal domain. If Takaru were an ordinary person, he too might become enslaved by power and wealth. But after entering the reincarnation space, Takaru understood that absolute strength was the ultimate truth. His dedication to reforming this world stemmed from his belief that it was the optimal path to a high evaluation. In comparison, while following the original plot might yield a decent score, it could never match the impact of fundamentally transforming the entire empire. After concluding his talk with Najenda, Takaru turned his attention to Akame and the others. It was clear that after a few days apart, they missed him. Aside from Najenda negotiating with the Revolutionary Army, I'd like the rest of you to stay and help me, Takaru said, smiling at the group. Since you put it that way, I suppose I can reluctantly agree, Mine said with feigned indifference. Ha, you're obviously desperate to stay. Seeing Mine's expression, Leone laughed, covering her mouth. And who are these two? Takaru then looked at Chelsea and Susanoo. They are Chelsea and Susanoo, new members of Night Raid, Najenda quickly explained. Chelsea had been observing Takaru the entire time. Honestly, she was intensely curious about him. She was acutely aware of the capital's deep corruption. Chelsea hailed from an ordinary family, had once worked in local government, and after realizing the Empire's darkness, killed the governor and joined the Revolutionary Army. Witnessing Takaru's feat of nearly single-handedly bringing about a dynastic change in the Empire left her utterly astounded. Regardless of the methods or abilities he employed, achieving this was sufficient testament to Takaru's extraordinary nature. Chapter 172, Akame and Kurome. 1128 words. Welcome, both of you. Bullet, I hope you can take over the position of Great General Budo to guard the capital for me. Akame, I plan for you to lead an elite special operations squad. Leone and Mine, you will follow Akame. After briefly acknowledging the two newcomers, Takaru quickly began assigning tasks to everyone. Me replacing Great General Budo? Hearing Takaru's words, Bullet's eyes sharpened. To be honest, Budo hasn't been subdued by me. He's only under temporary control through special means. Before long, he'll break free. Given his personality, I'm not sure if he'll oppose me. Hearing Bullet's question, Takaru candidly explained. Controlled by you? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking at Takaru with shock. Then, is this death also? Suddenly, Najenda also realized something was amiss and asked directly. No, his death isn't controlled. She simply pledges allegiance to me. Seeing Najenda's gaze, Takaru shook his head with a light smile. Hearing this, Najenda was dumbfounded. This outcome was even harder for her to accept. She had never imagined anyone could subdue that powerful, sadistic general. Let's not dwell on that. What does everyone think? Takaru quickly waved his hand, changing the subject. I have no objections. Akame hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'll follow your lead, Takaru. Leone and Shiel said directly. As for me, I plan to go with Najenda to the Revolutionary Army's side. Lubbock directly shook his head, then looked at Najenda beside him. Takaru, looking at Lubbock, knew that although he was a womanizer, his heart belonged solely to Najenda. The very reason he, a noble, joined an assassin organization like Night Raid was also because of Najenda. However, perhaps due to his playboy nature or insufficient charm, Najenda might know his feelings but had never accepted him.
As for Chelsea, since Takaru wasn't familiar with her, he had her temporarily join Akame's elite squad. The squad's responsibilities included assassination, investigation, and property confiscation. Takaru intended for them to manage the institution where commoners could submit reports. With them in charge, he wouldn't have to worry about officials protecting each other. By the way, Akame, come with me for a moment. After chatting with everyone a bit more, Takaru prepared to bid them farewell but called for Akame just before leaving. As for the others, maids escorted them to prepared rooms for rest. Hearing Takaru call only her and no one else, Akame was puzzled but didn't worry Takaru would harm her. She simply followed him out. Soon, Takaru brought Akame to a special room and knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing the knock, a cool voice came from inside the room. Hearing the familiar voice, Akame's heart trembled. Though they hadn't met in a long time, she knew the voice's owner very well. "Excuse us." After hearing the invitation, Takaru opened the door with a light smile and entered, seeing Kurome alone, gazing at the moon outside the window. The moment Kurome saw Akame, her heart also shook. Without a second thought, she drew her sword, Yatsufusa, and thrust it towards Akame. Takaru narrowed his eyes and directly intercepted, positioning himself in front of Akame. Seeing this, Kurome hesitated but still redirected her blade. "Why?" After halting her attack, Kurome asked coldly. "Because both of you clearly care deeply for each other yet are forced to fight. How could I possibly stand by and watch?" Hearing her words, Takaru replied with a light smile. Hearing Takaru's words, both fell silent. "Regardless of why you were enemies before due to your affiliations, now I hope you can let go of past grievances and reconcile." Taking their hands, Takaru placed them together. "For tonight, you'll both stay here. Don't come out until you've made peace. As for your weapons, I'll confiscate them for now." Looking at both, Takaru quickly took their weapons, pushed Akame inside, and closed the door. "Don't think about leaving before tomorrow. That's an order." After giving them instructions, Takaru sensed their conditions briefly before slowly leaving. The two sisters were momentarily stunned by Takaru's actions. Looking at each other, they fell into silence. After a long while, Akame, the elder sister, broke the silence. Then, they began an awkward conversation. However, since they clearly cared for each other, after a night, their relationship had thoroughly softened, and they renewed their vow never to be separated again. As for Takaru, after leaving the sisters, he returned directly to Estetha's quarters. Although Takaru was now emperor, he didn't use the young emperor's former residence as his new chambers, preferring to stay with Estetha out of habit. Estetha was delighted to see Takaru and very dutifully gave him a massage. Although Takaru hadn't shown it much today, the frequent use of nun needles had taken a significant toll on his mental energy. The next day, during the morning court assembly, Takaru had a maid invite Najenda and the others to the palace. Some officials showed surprise upon seeing the unfamiliar yet somehow familiar faces of Najenda and her group. Estetha, seeing her former subordinate, revealed a smile. Noticing Estetha's subtle action, Takaru gave her a warning glance, then had everyone begin their reports, which areas needed support, how other matters were progressing, etc. Finally, Takaru began bestowing official positions upon Najenda and the others. Hearing their appointments, they quickly accepted their duties. Later that day, Najenda departed. Bullet became the new great general, commanding the Imperial Guard. Initially, many didn't accept Bullet. But under Budo's orders and after witnessing Bullet's feat of taking on 50 opponents single-handedly, they submitted to him. Akame and the others also established a reporting center not far from Lubbock's former secret base in the capital. Akame and Kurome personally managed it. Chelsea and Leon handled information gathering, while Mine, Shiel, and others led arrest operations. Thus, under Takaru's governance and everyone's cooperation, the Dawn Empire developed smoothly. The common people's smiles became more frequent. Many remote villages also received substantial material aid, revitalizing them. During this time, Takaru also encountered Tatsumi and Ayasu. Learning Takaru had become emperor, they quickly enlisted in the military. With their superhuman physical abilities, they rapidly rose to squad leader positions. Meeting them, Takaru encouraged them with a smile and placed them under Wave's command. Aside from internal affairs, some foreign forces, hearing of the Empire's change in leadership, launched invasions. Takaru dispatched his death to lead a special force modified by Dr. Stylish to suppress them. It's worth mentioning that Stylish delivered 5 large, highly regenerative danger beasts to Takaru.
Takaru used them as stamina reservoirs.
With these 5 stamina providers, Takaru's training during his free time became even more intense. With virtually unlimited stamina support and relentless day and night training, Takaru's attributes increased rapidly.
Chapter 173, Chapter 173 Taiga Collection. 1158 words.
While Takaru's world was thriving, in other parallel worlds, people were also diligently completing their missions. For instance, Yui, Mio, and Sumuji were grouped together. None knew the plot, so initially, having no money, they were taken in by Arya. Later, when Night Raid attacked the family, the 4 directly confronted them. Hearing from Akame and the others about the darkness of Arya's family and the Empire's corruption, the 4 exchanged glances and chose to join Night Raid. Because their abilities were quite unique, even without Tigus, Akame and the others accepted them. Within Night Raid, the 4 trained diligently daily and gradually began participating in operations. Although their strength was among the lowest in Night Raid due to lacking Tigus, their magic contributed significantly. Yui's assassination skills were even stronger than most.
With their addition, Night Raid's manpower increased. During the battle with Sanku, Yui detected him using observation haki and, cooperating with Akame, eliminated him. They confiscated the Taigu, Spectator.
Sumuji, curious about this eye-like Taigu and having no aversion to it, had a wavelength highly compatible with it.
The group entrusted the Taiga to her.
After obtaining Spectator, Sumuji's strength greatly increased, and she worked well with mine. During the subsequent battle with Serio, having Ui and Sumuji present resulted in Serio being thoroughly beaten.
They confiscated Serio's Taigu. After bringing Koro back to the secret base, Yui and Koro took a liking to each other. Thus, Yui also became a Taiga user.
In the battle with the 3 beasts, they acquired 3 more Tigus. Mio and Ui respectively obtained Tigus compatible with them, Military Music Dream, Scream and Water Dragon Possession, Black Marlin.
Although Mio wasn't very skilled with the flute initially, she quickly learned.
It can be seen that Mio had great talent for musical instruments. With Tigus, the 4's strength increased substantially. While Ui couldn't create vast amounts of liquid from nothing, her item storage allowed her to store water in advance for use during combat. Aside from the smoothly progressing 4, Yukino, Rika, Hachiman, and Yuta also fared reasonably well. Initially, they earned some gold through unique abilities, settled in the capital, and thus missed the early plot.
After gaining some understanding of the world, they quickly recognized the Empire's darkness. Well educated, they were unwilling to serve the Empire.
They lived normally, hunting danger beasts in the wild for income while helping people in the slums as much as possible. Their actions soon caught the attention of Leon, who frequently visited the slums.
After several encounters, Leon extended an invitation to them. Through Leon, they gained deeper insight into the Empire's corruption.
After consideration, Yukino and Hachiman analyzed that joining Night Raid might yield a higher evaluation score. Thus, they decided to join Night Raid. Although they joined later, through their efforts, they participated in numerous events and inadvertently prevented Shield and Bullet's deaths. Beyond that, their presence didn't drastically alter the world's progression.
Things proceeded mostly as usual.
The Empire still formed the Jaegers, and they learned about his death and Great General Budo, the Empire's strongest.
After some discussion, they decided to avoid confrontations with them whenever possible. Later, they encountered Doctor after a fierce battle, they eliminated him. With Yukino and the others' assistance, they faced fewer difficulties during the fight.
In the blink of an eye, over 20 days passed.
Under Takaru's governance, the Empire stabilized, both internally and externally.
Takaru delegated tasks, uncovering many talented individuals. Some former officials were allowed to retire. Due to extensive purges, the noble class had significant vacancies, which was beneficial. Previously, nobles and commoners seemed eternally divided, but now, there was a chance for integration. Takaru established numerous schools, including military academies and regular schools, allowing commoners to access education and upward mobility. As for the Revolutionary Army, as expected, some higher-ups had long since changed, unwilling to relinquish hard-won power.
After repeated failed negotiations, led by Negenda, former Night Raids members and the Jaegers assassinated these leaders and disbanded the Revolutionary Army.
After resolving everything, Takaru rarely appeared publicly. Instead, he spent his days with his death, Akame, and others, traveling, training, and hunting danger beasts. During this time, Takaru included them all in his harem. Given the world's societal norms and Takaru's status as emperor, they had no objections to becoming his consorts. In a grand ceremony witnessed by the entire nation, Takaru married Esteth, Leon, Mine, Akame, Kurom, Shiel, and Chelsea as his consorts.
Only Negenda, due to specific reasons, didn't develop deep romantic feelings with Takaru.
As for Chelsea, serving as Takaru's personal secretary for a period, her initial curiosity about him inevitably turned into affection for his charm. As the 2-month deadline approached, the women seemed to sense something. Upon inquiry, they learned Takaru would soon depart alone for someplace and would take time to return.
Moreover, afterward, the time Takaru could spend with them would decrease, saddening them. Thus, they cherished their time with Takaru even more.
In the remaining time, Takaru also collected several Tegus. Takaru now possessed 5 Tegus: Shambhala, Black Marlin, Glorious Hands of God, Perfector, Thunder God's Rage, Adramelech, and Great Tremor, Heavy Pressure. Great Tremor, Heavy Pressure is a microphone-type taigu. Sound emitted through it transforms into ultrasonic waves, pulverizing enemies. Its secret technique is nasty sound. This taigu was confiscated from the Revolutionary Army. Takaru didn't confiscate other Tegus distributed to his companions. Even though Takaru would leave, he planned to return to this world later. Takaru didn't want the world to descend into chaos upon his return. Most importantly, he didn't want his death, Akame, or the others to suffer any harm. In the final days, aside from occasionally returning to the palace, Takaru and the others spent time in the wilderness, enjoying the world's beauty and the sense of accomplishment of hunting and taming danger beasts. Additionally, Takaru taught them armament hockey and observation hockey. Though they hadn't mastered them yet, Leon showed great talent for armament hockey, especially in her beastified form. She would likely gain control soon. Esteth and Mine showed particular aptitude for observation hockey. As for Akame, Shiel, and others, they progressed steadily in both abilities, showing no lack of talent. Furthermore, when the foreign tribes invaded the capital again, Takaru led Esteth, Akame, and others to suppress them militarily. Esteth, needless to say, unleashed terrifying ice, causing countless casualties. Takaru's poison dragons also caused mass deaths. Takaru also equipped Adramelech, which is confiscated from Great General Budo. Takaru developed several skills with it: Thunder Dragon's Jaw, Thunderclap, Thunderburst, and the Taigu's inherent ability, Solid Shooter. There were also support skills like Godspeed and Lightning Armor. Godspeed used electricity to forcibly exceed physical limits, which took inspiration from Killua's ability. Lightning Armor covered his body with aura and lightning, activating the physique, enhancing attack, defense, and speed. However, since the Taigu itself was armor type, Lightning Armor was developed but rarely used. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 Mission concluded. Supreme EX rank rating 1,212 words. It's worth mentioning that due to Takaru's formidable defense, channeling lightning through his body imposed virtually no burden, as it couldn't breach his defenses. Furthermore, Takaru discovered that manipulating the Adramelech primarily relied on spirit. With his spirit, enhanced by talent and equipment, reaching 814, which far surpassed Budo's, developing and utilizing the Taigu's abilities was effortless for him. This battlefield became Takaru's proving ground. Numerous lightning skills erupted, thunderous light ravaged the area, and enemies turned charred or even disintegrated into ash under the terrifying electrical onslaught. An invasion force of over 10,000 was utterly routed by Takaru and the others in just half a day. Had the enemies not scattered and fled, annihilating them completely wouldn't have been difficult. Soon, 5 more days passed. Amidst reluctant farewells, Takaru left the group, arriving alone at a deserted area, waiting in a secluded spot for the final countdown to end. When the countdown reached 0, a glow enveloped Takaru's body, and he swiftly vanished.
Congratulations on completing the mission world. Beginning evaluation.
Main Mission 1, survive for 2 months, achieved.
Side Mission 1, become a member of Night Raid, achieved. Side Mission 2, become a member of the Jaegers, achieved. Side Mission 3, prevent Night Raid's member deaths, achieved.
Ultimate Hidden Mission, overthrow the Empire's rule, establish a new empire, achieved.
Enemies eliminated, 2022. Rating increased. Danger beasts hunted, 488. Rating increased.
Caused significant impact on the vast majority of this world's inhabitants.
Rating greatly increased. Evaluation complete. Congratulations on achieving the Supreme EX rank rating. Rewards: EX rank evaluation X1, 300,000 points, EX rating treasure chest. Would you like to open the EX rating treasure chest now?
Congratulations on perfectly clearing this mission world. For the first perfect clear, you may bind this world using EX rank evaluation X1, S rank evaluation X1, and 300,000 points. Bind? Reviewing the notifications, the one about binding the world caught Takaru's attention most. System: what are the benefits of binding a world? Takaru promptly asked. Upon binding a world, it becomes your exclusive world. You can control its time flow rate, maximum 110 or 10:1. You can enter the world at any time and stay as long as desired. Manifestation of the world's items, equipment, and characters is unrestricted and doesn't require manifestation items, but manifestation still consumes points or evaluations. Hearing the system's explanation, Takaru was momentarily stunned. Binding essentially granted him a world's resources. The world of Akane Ga Kill was rich in resources, which Takaru didn't want to waste. Most importantly, Takaru had been concerned about how to bring everyone out later. Now, that seemed less of a worry. System: bind this world. After consideration, though reluctant to part with the newly acquired EX rank evaluation and 300,000 points, and even having to use a previously obtained S rank evaluation, Takaru believed a world's resources would more than compensate. Binding successful. Current remaining: S rank evaluation X1, A rank evaluation X2, B rank evaluation X1, C rank evaluation X1. Points: 51,800. Watching the newly acquired evaluations and points vanish, Takaru sighed, then focused on the EX rating treasure chest, hoping to recoup some losses. Open the EX rating treasure chest. Without hesitation, Takaru gave the command. Congratulations on opening the EX rating treasure chest. You have obtained 80,000 points. You have obtained 200 attribute points. You have obtained a high-grade character manifestation card. You have obtained an ability manifestation scroll X1, limited to the current perfectly cleared world, but congratulations on obtaining an omniversal ability lottery chance. Congratulations on obtaining a current world equipment/item selection opportunity X1. Hearing the prompts, Takaru was momentarily taken aback, then quickly examined the obtained items. High-grade character manifestation card, can manifest a character from a mission world to the main world as your ally. Can be summoned using points during subsequent mission worlds. Note: during manifestation, the character's individual attributes cannot exceed 800 points. Requires a favorability of 75 or higher towards the user. After manifestation, possesses absolute loyalty to the summoner. Ability manifestation scroll, transforms the ability of equipment or an item into your own ability. Currently available abilities: Shambhala's teleportation ability, Black Marlin's water control ability, Perfector's greatly enhanced finger dexterity, Adramaleka's lightning control, Heavy Pressure's sonic attack ability. Omniversal ability lottery chance, randomly draws one ability from another world. Equipment/item selection opportunity, can freely select one piece of equipment or item from the current world.
The selected item will not disappear from its original location.
The initial items were fine, but the ability manifestation scroll surprised Takaru. Reading the description clarified it. These were likely the abilities of the Tigus he possessed.
If I chose Morrisame, could he gain its one-hit kill ability? Takaru quickly dismissed the thought.
Morrisame seemed overpowered within the world of Akame Ga Kill, but Takaru knew his purification ability could counter its curse. Such curse abilities were effective mainly in lower-tier worlds.
With sufficient power, one could suppress the curse's spread. Moreover, this ability seemed uncontrollable. Even an accidental scratch might inflict the lethal curse. Considering other options, Shambhala's spatial ability seemed decent, but Takaru found it somewhat lacking.
He didn't need frequent use, and keeping it in his item storage for when needed is more than enough.
Finally, Takaru's gaze settled on Adramelech.
Compared to Shambhala, he had used this taiga more extensively.
Moreover, Tigus weren't indestructible, and Adramelech was a cumbersome armor type. Takaru didn't want his development efforts wasted due to the Taigu's damage.
The ability manifestation scroll was perfectly timed.
Takaru finally made his choice. System, use the ability manifestation scroll to manifest Adramelech's ability. Ding!
Usage successful.
Taigu Thunder God's Rage, Adramelech is destroyed. Ability manifestation in progress.
As the reincarnation space notified him, Takaru felt a unique energy rapidly integrating with his being.
During the fusion, electrical sparks occasionally crackled around him.
An indeterminate amount of time later, Takaru opened his eyes, sensing he now possessed the ability to generate and control lightning.
Releasing lightning attacks consumed spiritual or physical energy. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Thinking this, Takaru unleashed one of his developed lightning skills into the void.
Massive amounts of electricity gathered in his lungs, then erupted from his mouth as a tremendous lightning shockwave.
Thunder Dragon. Next, Takaru tested another skill.
A massive, dragon-shaped entity composed of lightning materialized behind him.
With a thought, the colossal Thunder Dragon surged forward, impacting the void. Since they were in a featureless space, aside from a massive explosion, Takaru couldn't gauge the exact damage.
After briefly sensing his energy consumption, which wasn't excessive, Takaru moved on, not wanting to waste time. He then focused on the lottery chance and selection opportunity. For the selection, many items appeared, but aside from Tigus, there were only ordinary firearms or armor, which Takaru disdained.
After browsing, Takaru decided to select Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract. This blood-type Taigu, once consumed, would fully merge with the user. As long as the body remained intact, the ability wouldn't vanish. This Taigu also possessed a powerful hidden skill, Mahaptama. Takaru believed that with greater spirit and personal strength, he could unleash even more formidable power. At the very least, he doubted he'd be limited to one use per day like his death. Moreover, Ice Control offered numerous development possibilities and was an exceptionally potent ability. Chapter 175, Chapter 175 Demon's Extract and Hyper-Regeneration. 1054 words. Just like his death could summon terrifying ice spheres and easily freeze raging rivers, it demonstrated the exceptional nature of ice manipulation abilities. Takaru even felt it was no less formidable than the Hinomi. At the very least, Takaru believed Akiji's strength far surpassed his death's, primarily due to vastly superior physical attributes. However, his death's ice manipulation wasn't significantly inferior. Takaru believed that after acquiring this ice ability, he could unleash immense power. Regarding side effects, Takaru couldn't claim absolute compatibility with Demon's Extract's wavelength. However, from his ability to use any Taigu, he understood that once spirit reached a certain level, the wavelength requirement could be disregarded. System, use the equipment/item selection opportunity. I choose the Taigu Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract. Having decided, Takaru didn't hesitate. Consumed equipment/item selection X1. Congratulations on obtaining Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract. Following the prompt, Takaru found a large container of peculiar liquid in his item storage. Without much thought, he retrieved it. Gauging its weight and the container's size, Takaru estimated roughly 30 liters, significantly more than what his death originally consumed. Observing the bubbling liquid, Takaru didn't hesitate and began drinking heartily. Despite his robust physique, consuming dozens of liters at once was challenging but not impossible. Moreover, Demon's extract differed from ordinary water, and upon ingestion, it transformed into a unique energy merging with Takaru. By the end, Takaru left about 1 or 2 liters, storing the remainder. Not because he couldn't finish, but to preserve some. Even a single cup could grant basic ice control, making it an invaluable resource. Takaru also intended to leave some for research in that world, hoping to replicate more Demon's extract. Although Tegus were products of ancient craftsmanship, Takaru believed that with sustained talent training in the Dawn Empire, reviving Tegus was merely a matter of time. Moreover, that world wasn't lacking in danger beasts or rare metals like orichalcum. As Takaru stopped drinking, a unique mark, similar to Estetha's, rapidly formed on his chest. Subsequently, a flood of negative information surged into Takaru's mind. Instantly, he felt a surge of violent emotions but quickly regained composure, suppressing them. With his extraordinarily high spirit, Takaru swiftly regained clarity. However, due to consuming an excessive amount of Demon's extract, these negative emotions wouldn't dissipate quickly, requiring gradual suppression. To enhance his rationality, Takaru allocated the newly acquired 200 attribute points entirely to spirit. Instantly, his base spirit stat skyrocketed from 389 to 589. Takaru felt his mind grow clearer, making it harder for negative emotions to intrude. Next, Takaru turned to the final Omniversal Ability Lottery chance. Use the Omniversal Ability Lottery. Ding! Usage successful. Congratulations on obtaining the special innate ability, Hyper Regeneration. Hyper Regeneration accelerates recovery rates of mana, stamina, spiritual energy, etc. Consuming stamina or mana can hyper-regenerate wounds, including limb regeneration. Takaru was momentarily stunned. While not overwhelmingly powerful, this ability suited him perfectly and would provide lasting benefits. Its practicality was excellent. Takaru could even feel the energy consumed by his earlier, Thunder Dragon, skill rapidly recovering. If his previous recovery rate was 1, his current estimate placed it between 3 and 4. A 3 to 4-fold increase. Afterward, Takaru examined his remaining items, storing the character manifestation card. He now possessed 4 low-grade, 1 mid-grade, and 1 high-grade character manifestation card. Next was item manifestation. Due to world binding, Takaru could manifest items from the Akane GA kill. World without restriction. Considering this, he proceeded to manifest items. System, manifest the Tegus Shambhala, Black Marlin, and Heavy Pressure. Manifestation requires B rank evaluation x3, 15,000 points. Proceed. Manifest. Points deducted. Manifestation successful. Remaining, S rank evaluation x1. A rank evaluation x1. B rank evaluation x1. C rank evaluation x1. Points, 116,800. Takaru then opened his status panel. After these enhancements, his capabilities had significantly improved. Reincarnator number 3, Nara Takaru. Race, human. Innate abilities, enhanced memory, telekinesis, absolute defense, perseverance, gluttony, giant killing, nin, hyper-regeneration. Strength, 361, 245, average human, 20. Constitution, 366, 8. Defense, 845, 378. Speed, 360, 4. Spirit, 595, 38. Mana, 320, 1190, average human, 0. Training method, none. Skills, meditation, poison dragon devourer, armament hockey, advanced, observation hockey, advanced, rokushiki, intermediate, light healing, advanced, advanced healing, advanced, illumination, advanced, purification, advanced, great shield mastery LV8. Evaluations and points, S rank x1. A rank X1. B rank X1. C rank X1. Points, 116,800. Reflecting briefly, Takaru adjusted the time flow for the Akane GA kill. World to 110.
Meaning 10 days outside equated to 1 day inside. After handling that, Takaru willed himself to appear in the reincarnation space's lobby. Upon arrival, few people remained.
Perhaps due to Takaru's prolonged enhancement or others' concerns about potential threats, they didn't linger.
Additionally, the number of reincarnators was still relatively small. Not overly concerned, Takaru looked towards the group nearby. Besides Yukino and the others, he noticed two familiar figures, the service club's advisor, Hiratsuka Shizuka, and Nibutani Shinka.
Takaru-kun.
Seeing Takaru arrive, Nibutani called out somewhat nervously. After entering this space, she understood why Takaru and the others possessed special abilities and why the service club was so unique.
Hello, Nibutani-san, and Hiratsuka-sensei. Although surprised to see them as reincarnators, Takaru greeted them warmly. About the club, may I join? Nibutani asked hopefully.
Of course. Since you're a reincarnator now, joining the club is no problem, Takaru replied with a light smile. By the way, what classes did you choose?
Takaru inquired curiously. I'm a mage, and Shizuka-sensei is a brawler, Nibutani quickly answered. Takaru nodded understandingly, the choices suited their personalities well.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, Takaru noticed Ui wearing the ring-type Taigu, Black Marlin.
Looks like everyone had decent gains. Takaru remarked with a smile. Giggle, we got lucky.
We joined Night Raid, completed many missions, and got compatible T-Gus, Yui said cheerfully.
Everyone got their ideal T-Gus?
Takaru asked, surprised.
Not everyone, but all four in our team did. Takaru and I, who were you teamed with? Ui inquired curiously. Unfamiliar people. Speaking of which, how long was your mission duration? Takaru asked, seemingly recalling something. 2 months.
Ui replied directly.
And yours, Mio? Takaru turned to Mio. Also 2 months, Mio promptly answered. Is something wrong? Was your duration different? Yukino asked curiously. Not mine.
Mine was 2 months, but the others in my world only had 1 month, Takaru stated directly.
Chapter 176, Chapter 176 Ui's Gift. 1,153 words. There's such a thing? Yukino exclaimed in surprise.
Yeah, it seems the first and second batches entered for 2 months. Later batches, even if in the same world, have shorter survival times, Takaru explained.
Anyway, it's getting late. I should head down. See you all tomorrow. After a brief chat, Takaru noticed it was much later than usual and prepared to leave. Wait, Takaru and there's something I want to talk to you about.
Hearing Takaru was leaving, Ui quickly stopped him.
All right.
Seeing her expression, Takaru paused, then nodded.
The two moved to a more secluded spot. Takaru and this is for you.
Once they were alone, Ui took out an item and handed it to Takaru. A glance revealed it was an item storage expansion permit.
Thank you, Ui.
This is quite good, but I've already used several. You should use it yourself. After seeing it clearly, Takaru smiled and patted her head appreciatively.
Her thoughtfulness made him happy. However, this was likely her first time obtaining one. Takaru had already used 9 and wasn't in urgent need of more storage slots, so he didn't accept the gift. I know you must have gotten some before, Takaru and
But this is my way of thanking you for always looking out for us.
And isn't it true that the more, the better? Ui insisted. I understand. But Ui, maybe next time you get one. Since you call me your brother, isn't it a brother's job to look after his little sister?
Takaru replied with a smile, still not accepting.
This.
Hearing Takaru's words, Ui was at a loss for a response.
Let's not dwell on that, UI. Since you have Black Marlin, you know it can't create liquid from nothing, right?
Seeing UI's conflicted expression, Takuro changed the subject. For that, I usually prepare water in my item storage beforehand and use it during battle, UI explained.
That's a good method.
Besides that, I suggest you exchange for a C-rank ninjutsu, Water Release, Wild Water Wave.
Its power can be adjusted based on the user's chakra.
Most importantly, it can quickly create a significant amount of water. As a C-rank ninjutsu, modified by the reincarnation space, it only requires 2 C-rank evaluations and 3,000 points, which is quite reasonable.
The wild water wave spits out a waterfall-like torrent of water at the target.
Power can be freely adjusted based on the user's chakra. Its usage is flexible and versatile, a fundamental water release ninjutsu.
Oh, I see.
Hearing Takuru's suggestion, UI, who had been pondering what to exchange, brightened up and looked at him excitedly. After all, UI's psychokinesis was still developing, and Black Marlin could significantly boost her current combat strength.
Alright, I'll take my leave now. Seeing UI smile, Takuro chose to log out.
Coming to her senses, UI sighed as she looked at the ungiven item storage expansion permit, then quickly put it away. She then walked over to the curious group, including Yui.
UI, what did you talk to Takuro about just now?
Yui asked curiously. The others, though silent, also looked at UI with interest.
Nothing much.
I asked Takuro and II for advice, and he recommended a ninjutsu for me to exchange, UI replied after a slight hesitation.
Really? Hearing this, Yui didn't doubt her.
Yukino and the others weren't entirely convinced, but, understanding UI's reluctance to elaborate, wisely didn't press further. After saying their goodbyes, everyone quickly returned home. Takuro was unaware of what followed. When his consciousness returned to the rented room, he checked the time, 10:12 p.m. After tidying up a bit, he quickly left the small apartment and headed home.
I'm back.
Opening the door, Takuro announced.
You're so late, Onie-chan.
Myo, who was meditating in the living room, opened her eyes, looking displeased.
Alright, let me wash up first. Later, I'll let you try something amazing.
After calming Myo down, Takuro casually mentioned.
What is it? Hearing this, Myo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait a bit. With a light laugh, Takuro entered the bathroom, leaving Myo somewhat annoyed.
While enjoying his bath, Takuro also practiced controlling the water using the ring.
Compared to telekinesis, using Black Marlin felt smoother and more aggressive.
As Takuro experimented in the bathroom, Myo outside felt restless, unable to focus on her training, eager to know what the surprise was.
Onie-chan, aren't you done yet?
After about 10 minutes, Myo couldn't wait any longer and called out.
Not yet, Takuro replied, rolling his eyes. Hurry up. A quick wash should be enough, right? Mo persisted. No. Takuro gave a firm refusal. Under Myo's continuous pleading, Takuro emerged from the bathroom a few minutes later. So, what's the gift? Myo asked excitedly.
This. Seeing her expectant gaze, Takuro extended his hand, revealing the Taigu Black Marlin.
This is? Looking at the dragon head ring, Myo's eyes filled with intense curiosity. Let me be clear, I'm not sure if you can use it. If you can't, I can't give it to you, Takuro stated directly. So, what is it? Myo grew even more curious. Come in, I'll show you.
With a smile, Takuro led Myo into the bathroom.
Water dragon.
Inside, Takuro used the ring to control the bathwater, making it rise and form a water dragon.
Seeing the floating water serpent, Myo's eyes shone with delight. Liquid control. That's this ring's special ability.
But to use it, you must match the Taigu's wavelength, Takuro explained calmly, seeing Mo's joy.
You'll really give it to me?
Myo exclaimed, not considering the conditions, just thrilled.
If you can use it, Takuro nodded. Okay.
Hearing this, Myo excitedly took the ring from Takuro and put it on eagerly. Now, imagine controlling this water with your will, Takaru instructed.
Water dragon.
Following Takaru's guidance, Mio stretched her arm forward.
As she spoke, a small water dragon emerged from the bathtub.
Thrilled at her success, Mio's joy was short-lived. Soon, a headache struck, and the ring seemed to emit a strange electric current, causing pain. Realizing this indicated incompatibility and rejection, Takuro quickly removed the ring from her finger. Once the ring was off, the pain subsided. Mio looked fearfully at the ring in Takuru's hand. "Looks like it's not suitable for you," Takuro remarked.
Oniai-chan, why? Mio asked, puzzled. Well, those who don't match the wavelength can't use Tigus.
Forced use either prevents the Taigu's power from manifesting or harms the user. The user's first impression of the Taigu is crucial, greatly limiting who can use them, Takuro explained.
So, when you first saw it, you probably didn't feel an immediate liking, right? Takuro continued.
I didn't really like the rabbit bone-like pattern on it, Mio admitted honestly.
That explains it. Since this one didn't work out, we can try others later. Takuro considered but didn't bring out Shambhala or heavy pressure, as testing those at home wasn't convenient. Chapter 177, Chapter 177 Hiratsuka and Nibutani join the club. 1035 words.
Seeing she had missed out on a powerful piece of equipment, Mio felt disappointed but didn't press the matter, having experienced the pain earlier and not wanting to endure it again.
Since this one isn't compatible, you should continue practicing your nun. Once it reaches a certain level, doing things like this won't be too difficult. Seeing Mo's expression, Takuro patted her head reassuringly. Later, Takuro used black marlin to quickly clean the bathroom bathtub.
Since Mio was no longer an ordinary person, Takuro no longer hid many supernatural abilities from her, except for the absolutely confidential reincarnation space.
After accompanying Mio in some training, both retired for the night.
The next day, Takuro rose early, sorted through his memories, and shifted his mindset back. After his usual morning workout, he quickly prepared breakfast for Mio. To compensate for her inability to use the taiga yesterday, Takuro took out a spider eagle's egg and a giant strawberry, made a simple dish, and prepared a fruit salad. Waking up to this feast, Mio was thrilled and gave Takuro a kiss. Alright, go wash up. Seeing Mo's excitement, Takuro feigned a disgusted expression. Noticing his look, Mio pouted at him. After some playful banter, Takuro and Mio enjoyed their breakfast heartily. Packing the remaining fruit salad, Takuro divided it, giving one portion to Mio, keeping one for himself, and storing most of it in his item storage. Seeing the large fruit salad disappear, Mo was stunned. It's a special ability of mine. Seeing Mo's astonishment, Takuro explained with a smile. Hearing this, Mio quickly adjusted, though curious, having witnessed many peculiar things already. Heading out, Takuro saw Ebona already waiting. Greeting her, he handed her the prepared fruit salad. This is for me? Looking at the lunchbox, Ebona was flustered. Yeah, it's my special fruit salad. I wanted you to try it. Seeing her uncertainty, Takuro said with a light smile. Yes, I understand. Hearing Takuro, Ebona shyly accepted the lunchbox. Alright, let's go to school. Seeing Ebona accept it, Takuro smiled again. As usual, arriving at school, Takuro greeted familiar faces before heading to his seat to train. After school, Takuro and the others gathered at the service club's meeting place. Hachiman and Yuta, noticing Nibutani and Hiratsuka's presence, were curious. Having left the reincarnation space lobby early yesterday, they were unaware of their induction. Seeing their confusion, Yukino quickly introduced that Nibutani had joined the club and Hiratsuka would be visiting regularly. Hearing this, Hachiman felt things might get troublesome, looking at Hiratsuka. Noticing his gaze, Hiratsuka unceremoniously threw a punch at him, stopping just before his face. Feeling the gust from her fist, Hachiman narrowed his eyes, surprised that Hiratsuka's strength had increased so much after just one game world. Well, everyone's here. By the way, Nibutani, I forgot to ask earlier, what's your reincarnation number? By the time Takuro arrived, everyone was present. Looking at the lively club, Takaru turned to Nibutani.
That would be 51. Hearing Takaru, Nibutani showed her reincarnation watch. And do you know the highest number among you? Takaru asked curiously.
Probably 52, Hiratsuka interjected.
I see. Hearing this, Takaru nodded understandingly but said no more.
Takaru inquired about this to understand the reincarnation space's recruitment pattern, but it seemed random. Perhaps invitations were sent out periodically, but many declined, explaining the low membership. Now, with frequent supernatural incidents making ordinary people uneasy, more might be accepting the invitations.
Everyone, have some tea, and there are snacks. Seeing everyone engaged in lively discussion, Sumuji smilingly brought out prepared black tea and began serving. Thanks, Sumuji-chan. Seeing the snacks, Yui's eyes lit up, thanking her happily. Not at all. Hearing Yui's thanks, Sumuji shook her head lightly. Also, everyone can try this.
At this point, Takaru took out the fruit salad he prepared that morning.
What's this?
Noticing the oversized strawberry pieces, Umaru exclaimed in surprise, eagerly spearing one with a toothpick and putting it in her mouth. The familiar flavor burst forth, making her close her eyes in delight. Seeing Umaru's reaction, everyone grew curious and followed suit, tasting the fruit. While the other fruits were fine, those who tried the strawberry showed surprise.
It's delicious. Where did you buy these strawberries? After trying one, Sumuji asked curiously.
These are from the hunter world, grown on the backs of noggin lugging turtles in the Misli wetlands, Umaru directly explained.
Since the manifestation quota is limited, I couldn't bring out many. Seeing everyone's astonished looks, Takaru explained with a smile. Hearing this, everyone showed regret but wisely didn't make unreasonable requests. By the way, Yukino, why don't you tell Hiratsuka-sensei and Nibutani about that place? Enjoying Sumuji's black tea, Takaru suggested to Yukino. I understand. Hearing Takaru, Yukino nodded calmly. She would have explained anyway. Hearing this, the two looked even more curious.
Without keeping them waiting, Yukino quickly explained the reincarnation space's rules.
Meanwhile, Takaru inquired about everyone's mission experiences. He learned that Umaru, Tae, Ritsu, and Salphyn were grouped in the same world, quite fortunate aside from Takaru himself. Takaru wondered if the reincarnation space's grouping correlated with how much time people spent together normally.
Speaking of which, after being away for 2 months, I'm planning a beach trip this weekend.
Anyone interested? Suddenly, Sumuji asked the group. A vacation? Great idea. I'd like to go. Oh, and can I bring Mio? Hearing Sumuji, Takaru smiled. Of course. Hearing Takaru's immediate agreement, Sumuji quickly replied. The beach. I want to go too. Ritsu said eagerly, looking at Sumuji. Welcome, welcome. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic expressions, Sumuji smiled. By the way, Sumuji, if there are any expenses, get them from Yukino. Consider this a club activity. Takaru suddenly remembered something and said. No need, no need. I'll talk to my family. Hearing Takaru, Sumuji quickly declined. If you need any help, I can ask my family too. Hearing Sumuji, Salphyn chimed in cheerfully. Then let's decide on the participants tomorrow and depart Saturday morning. How does that sound? Seeing most people agreed, Sumuji said happily. Sure. Hearing her, Takaru nodded with a smile.
After further discussion, when the time seemed right, Takaru bid everyone farewell.
Chapter 178, Chapter 178 Beach Vacation. 1071 words. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. Myo, it's about time. We should get going.
Takaru looked at Myo, who was still getting ready, and gently urged. I know, just a bit more, almost done.
Hearing Takaru, Myo quickly replied.
Another 10 minutes later, Myo, wearing a white pleated skirt, excitedly ran out and eagerly asked Takaru how she looked.
Very cute.
Looking at her, Takaru replied helplessly. However, hearing Takaru's words, Mio puffed out her cheeks, sensing his slight perfunctoriness.
Alright, no matter what Mo wears, she's the cutest in my eyes.
Seeing her reaction, Takaru patted her head reassuringly. Hearing this, she calmed down, her face turning slightly red. Clearly, his words were effective.
Then, Takaru took Mio's hand and hurried to the meeting spot. Upon arrival, he found he wasn't the last. Yui and Ui hadn't arrived yet, and neither had Rika. Rewind 5 minutes to Yui's house. Ui looked tiredly at Yui, who was still in bed. Wani-chan, it's time to get up.
Noticing the time, Ui urged.
5 more minutes. Hearing Ui, Yui said lazily. Wani-chan, didn't we agree to go on the trip with Takaru-senpai and the others today?
Seeing Yui's state, Ui said helplessly.
What time is it? Hearing Ui, Yui sat up, much more awake.
This. Hearing Yui's question, Ui was momentarily speechless.
Just then, a ringtone sounded. Yui's phone. Good morning.
Mio's voice came from the phone.
Morning. Hearing Mio, Yui lowered her head, then sincerely apologized.
It wasn't yet the agreed time though, so with Yui's help, Yui quickly got ready. When they arrived, they were only 5 minutes late. No one blamed them, as after spending more time together, everyone knew there were a few problem girls in the club.
One was scatterbrained Yui, another was Chinibu Rika. Silphyn, though somewhat narcissistic, hadn't caused much trouble yet.
The last was Ritsu, who loved teasing Mio.
Alright, everyone's here. Let's set off.
Scanning the group and confirming the count, Takaru announced. 10 people participated: Takaru, Mio, Tsumugi, Yui and Ui, Mio, Ritsu, Silphyn, Rika, and Nibutani. As for Yukino, she and her sister, Haruno, were returning home this weekend. Others had various commitments. Hiratsuka, feeling newly joined and unfamiliar with everyone, plus being the elder, declined.
Though Tsumugi felt slightly regretful, seeing so many participants excited her.
On the train, the group's large presence drew curious glances, with many envious and jealous looks directed at Takaru. Facing these stares, Takaru remained unperturbed, leading the excited Mio and Yui to find seats.
Finally made it. Sitting on the spacious train, Yui sighed in relief.
I told you so many times not to sleep in.
Sitting opposite Yui, Ritsu propped her chin, looking at her.
Sorry, I was too excited to sleep.
Hearing Ritsu, Yui scratched her head.
Sorry for the trouble.
Hearing Ritsu, Ui nervously apologized. I was just kidding.
Seeing Ui so serious, Ritsu quickly waved her hands. Not having spent much time with Ui, she knew Ui was earnest and worried about misunderstanding. Besides her, someone else seems the same.
Mio smiled and shook her head, looking towards Tsumugi on the right.
Tsumugi had closed her eyes, seemingly in a light nap.
Tsumugi-chan. Hearing Mio, Yui and the others looked at Tsumugi.
She said it was her dream.
Yui recalled Tsumugi mentioning that going on trips with friends was her long-held dream. Takaru watched the lightly sleeping Tsumugi and the similarly dozing Rika with amusement. Viscous is nice.
Suddenly, the napping Tsumugi giggled softly, talking in her sleep.
Viscous?
The observing Mio stared at her blankly.
What kind of dream is she having? Yui wondered curiously. Good, let's take a photo for memory's sake. Seeing this, Ritsu excitedly took out her phone. Isn't that a bit mean? Tsumugi-chan and Rika-senpai are too pitiful. Seeing Ritsu's action, Ui felt somewhat embarrassed. It's for memories. Hearing her, Ritsu insisted. Ritsu then left her seat, went beside Takaru, and aimed her camera at the sleeping Tsumugi and Rika. However, the camera's sound and flash quickly woke them.
Instinctively, they assumed defensive postures before recognizing Takaru and Ritsu with the camera, then relaxed.
Sorry.
Realizing she, the trip organizer, had fallen asleep, Tsumugi apologized.
Hee, sorry. Hearing Tsumuji, Ritsu scratched her head. Anyway, more importantly, tell us, where's the villa? Ritsu asked expectantly. Hearing Ritsu, Mio, Rika, and others looked at Tsumuji. Even Nibutani, sitting a row behind, focused. Let's see. Hearing Ritsu, Tsumuji looked out the train window. Soon, as the train passed through a tunnel, the vast, magnificent sea came into view. We're almost there. Noticing the change, Tsumuji said with a light smile. Wow, amazing. Hearing this, everyone looked out the window, where seagulls circled. Seeing the azure sea, Takaru felt refreshed. Compared to last time here clearing mutated beasts, coming for leisure felt different. Yui. Suddenly, Ritsu had an idea and whispered to Yui beside her. Seeing Ritsu's hand on the window, Yui instantly understood and excitedly stood, placing her hands on the window. Okay, 1, 2. Counting, they both pushed the window open. Instantly, sea breeze rushed into the train. Feeling the wind, everyone opened their eyes. Wow, it's the smell of the ocean. Yui exclaimed excitedly. Let's go swimming. Ritsu also cheered. Watching the cheerful duo, Takaru and the others smiled. Seeing everyone so excited, Tsumuji sighed in relief. Wow, it's huge. Arriving at the villa Tsumuji arranged, everyone marveled, especially Nibutani, who hadn't been exposed to such luxury. Hee, I wanted everyone to stay somewhere even more spacious, but could only borrow this medium-sized one. However, facing their amazement, Tsumuji felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing her, Nibutani felt somewhat attacked. Medium-sized? This? Even Ritsu and Mio stared blankly at the enormous villa. This villa could easily accommodate another 10 people, yet it was considered medium-sized? Wow, so spacious, so amazing. As the villa door opened, the luxurious interior decoration came into view. Besides the vast indoor space, the furnishings were extravagant. They felt like country folk visiting a grand estate, examining everything curiously. Takaru, however, wasn't as impressed, having spent considerable time in imperial palaces. Of course, while palaces covered larger areas and were lavishly decorated, modern designs offered more comfort. For now, the less experienced members were delighted, especially Mio and Nibutani. The others, tempered by numerous mission worlds, had some resistance to such opulent accommodations. Chapter 179, Chapter 179 The Excited Group. 1130 words. What's this? Suddenly, Mio noticed the huge fruit platter on the living room table. Ah, sorry. I said not to prepare anything. Seeing the various fruits, Tsumuji said apologetically. Mio, Yui, Rika, let's go explore the villa. At that moment, Ritsu pulled Yui along and invited Mio. Sure. Hearing this, Mio was also eager, as it was her first time in such a large villa. One-ichan. Seeing this, Yui looked worriedly at Yui, as Tsumuji hadn't given permission yet, and this seemed slightly impolite. It's fine, right, Tsumuji-chan? Seeing Yui's concern, Takaru smiled lightly, patted Yui's head, and looked at Tsumuji. It's okay. Everyone can feel free to look around. All facilities are available. Hearing Takaru and seeing everyone's happy smiles, Tsumuji said with a gentle smile. Seeing no one minded, she felt relieved. Their enjoyment was a form of affirmation for her. What's this for? Soon, Ritsu and the others went to a room and excitedly opened the door. It's a princess bed. Seeing the decorations and the large bed strewn with petals in the center, Yui covered her blushing face with her hands. Wow, over here. There are 3 refrigerators. Soon, arriving at the kitchen, Ritsu exclaimed excitedly again. Opening the refrigerators, everyone was stunned once more. They were packed with ingredients, all seeming high quality. Sorry. However, seeing this made Tsumuji even more apologetic. Even though I kept saying to keep it as ordinary as possible, they just don't seem to understand what I mean. Tsumuji beside Takaru said helplessly. Don't worry about it, Sumuji-chan. Everyone is really happy, aren't they? Seeing Sumuji's expression, Takaru patted her head. MHM. Hearing Takaru's reassurance, Sumuji nodded with a blush, no longer dwelling on it. After the tour, Sumuji noticed 4 people were missing. Where are Myo, Yui, Ritsu, and Rika? Mio asked curiously. They disappeared halfway.
Hearing this, Sumuji replied directly.
Honestly.
Hearing this, Mio felt helpless about Ritsu.
No doubt, Ritsu was the ringleader. Come on, let's go play.
At that moment, Ritsu, Mio, and Yui ran in wearing swimsuits.
Oh yeah, we're going ahead. Everyone, hurry up.
Yui said excitedly.
Oni-chan, hurry up.
Mio also excitedly called to Takaru.
Just a moment, everyone. Let's go too.
Seeing the cheerful 4, Sumuji felt a bit eager herself. This experience felt novel.
Agreed.
Hearing Sumuji, Salphyn eagerly took out her luggage and led everyone towards a changing room.
Watching them, Takaru showed a reminiscent smile. This scene seemed familiar, though back then, it was his death, Akame, Leon, and others by his side. And they had been even more open in their playfulness.
Suppressing stirring thoughts, Takaru went to a changing room, put on swim trunks, and headed outside.
Meanwhile, Ritsu and the others seemed to be role-playing. It's been 2 weeks since we drifted to this deserted island. Yui walked on the sand carrying a lifebuoy. When I washed ashore, I thought it was over. Ritsu hobbled along with a stick she found, using it as a crutch. Fortunately, there were some simple supplies on the island. Myo also looked exhausted.
But today, the supplies are all gone.
If we don't find new ones, we might. Rika behind them said tearfully. Everyone, we mustn't give up. Yui emotionally hugged everyone. Look, we found treasure.
We're saved. Ritsu suddenly noticed a piece of seaweed washed ashore.
Thank you for the meal. Yui showed a weary smile. What nonsense are you all making up?
At that moment, Mio walked out, looking at the 4 unimpressed.
Hearing Mio, everyone instinctively looked at her swimsuit.
She wore a black one, and most importantly, they realized that among them, Mio had the most impressive figure.
Take this.
Feeling provoked by Mio, Ritsu, tears in her eyes, slammed a volleyball at her.
Yui, Myo, Rika, let's go swimming. After attacking Mio, Ritsu said angrily. MHM.
Hearing this, the others nodded in solidarity and ran towards the sea.
Oh well.
Mio, inexplicably attacked, felt speechless, then took out her prepared camera and started taking pictures.
Takaru-kun, aren't you coming to swim?
On the shore, Sumuji, Nibutani, and Ui, having changed, curiously approached Takaru.
Don't mind me. You all go ahead.
Seeing them, Takaru smiled lightly.
What's that?
Suddenly, Ui noticed a unique mark on Takaru's chest.
It's part of a special ability.
Seeing her curiosity, Takaru smiled lightly.
It was the mark left by the fusion with Demon's Extract.
Though they had been to the Akame Ga Kill
world, they didn't recognize it as the same Taigu as Death possessed. Let's build a sandcastle.
Hearing Takaru, Sumuji said expectantly.
Sure.
Seeing this, Nibutani and Ui smiled and nodded.
Let's have a competition. Hearing this, Salphyn said excitedly. That's not necessary. Let's all play together.
Hearing her, Sumuji and Ui directly refused. Hearing this, Salphyn scratched her head, then regained her spirit and nodded. Watching everyone play, Takaru felt incredibly warm inside, showing a gentle smile. They played excitedly in the sea, then buried Yui in the sand, leaving only her head exposed, and drew funny patterns around her. Meanwhile, Sumuji's sandcastle grew increasingly elaborate over time. Everyone stared in amazement at the masterpiece created by Sumuji, Ui, and Salphyn.
Nibutani had realized midway she couldn't contribute.
If not for the absence of magical energy, they might have suspected sorcery.
Before we knew it, it turned out like this. Seeing their amazed looks, Sumuji said embarrassedly. Come on, let me take a photo to remember this.
Ritsu said excitedly, looking at them.
Okay. Oniai-chan, this is boring. Come play with us.
Meanwhile, Myo, seeing Takaru still meditating on the shore, pulled him into the sea. Takaru's arrival made Mio and the others slightly shy, but they soon returned to normal.
Let's play in the water.
As she spoke, Mio already splashed water at Takaru.
Seeing this, Takaru smiled and joined the fun.
To enhance the atmosphere, Takaru even used Black Marlin to summon 5 massive water dragons, dancing gracefully on the sea surface.
Wow, amazing! Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in awe.
Yui tried as well, summoning 2 water dragons, but compared to Takaru's, they seemed underdeveloped.
Wow, Oniai-chan, can we ride on them?
Nyo looked at Takaru expectantly. Of course. Hearing her, Takaru made all the water dragons bow. He then jumped onto one first.
Seeing this, everyone eagerly followed.
The dragons were large enough for 3 people each, so 5 were more than enough for everyone.
Then, under Takaru's control, the dragons swiftly glided around the area. Wow, this is fantastic.
Sitting atop the dragons, enjoying the view below, everyone cheered excitedly. Nibutani, also seated on one, was equally astonished, never expecting Takaru to summon such magnificent water dragons. With no other tourists nearby, they could play to their heart's content. Chapter 180 The Mutated Crab's Attack, Convenient Abilities.
1048 words.
As Takaru and the others played, deep in the ocean, several massive creatures noticed them and began swiftly approaching. Since Earth's mutation, the oceans, covering nearly 70% of the planet, contained the most mutated creatures. However, compared to land monsters, sea monsters attacked humans less frequently, or perhaps they usually eliminated witnesses, leaving fewer known cases. As the massive creature drew closer, Takaru's constantly active 200-meter range observation haki quickly detected its presence. Upon clearly sensing its form, Takaru showed surprise, then began steering the water dragons to turn back.
Is something wrong?
Seeing Takaru's slight change in expression, Sumuji and Yui asked curiously. There's a mutated creature in the ocean. Hearing them, Takaru said softly.
Mutated creature?
Hearing this term, Nibutani and Myo looked puzzled.
Is there any danger? Mio asked worriedly. Don't worry. Looks like we're in for a treat.
Hearing her, Takaru said with a light laugh.
Hearing Takaru, everyone was stunned.
Shortly after everyone returned to the beach, about a minute later, a gigantic crab surfaced, waving its enormous claws as it charged towards them. Looking at the crab nearly twice Takaru's size, Takaru showed a dismissive gaze.
Signaling everyone to stay back, he walked towards it. The moment before its claws could reach Takaru, its body rapidly froze. Unbeknownst to it, the surrounding water had already been frozen by Takaru. Lifting the frozen crab, Takaru melted the ice beneath. Let's have grilled crab tonight.
Something this big is sure to be delicious. Bringing the thoroughly frozen crab back, Takaru said with a smile.
Grilled crab. Looking at the huge crab, Yui swallowed her saliva after recovering. It's not dead yet. I'll thaw it tonight. For now, let's continue playing. There's no more danger.
Seeing everyone examining the crab, Takaru said directly. Hearing Takaru, everyone hesitated before resuming their fun.
Ritsu took numerous photos with the giant crab, and soon everyone joined in, making funny poses. As time passed, they enjoyed themselves immensely.
Mio accidentally discovered a cluster of barnacles on some rocks. Seeing the dense barnacles, Mio, having experienced many battles, felt her heart race and ran back to the beach, clutching her head and muttering not scared. Ritsu wouldn't miss this chance, whispering scary descriptions in her ear. When I went to the doctor, I found my knees covered in barnacles.
Ah! Hearing Ritsu's description and imagining the scene, Mio screamed. Everyone else laughed at the sight. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Sitting on the beach watching the sunset, everyone felt lazily relaxed. So much seawater got in. Yui said dazedly. We've finally reached Golden Island. Ritsu stretched and declared. It's not over yet.
At that moment, Mio and Ui brought over 2 large watermelons.
Oh, fantastic.
Seeing the round watermelons, everyone cheered.
Since we're at the beach, we have to enjoy it fully, right?
Hearing the cheers, Mio said with a smile.
I'll help freeze them. And this.
Takuro quickly created an exquisite ice table, used conjuration to materialize some simple plates, formed an ice knife, and took out 2 vibrant, huge strawberries.
Wow, so convenient.
Seeing Takuro produce these things like an omnipotent magician, everyone marveled.
Takuro quickly cut the fruits.
Faced with the delicious strawberries, the watermelon paled in comparison but was still finished. As superhumans, they had impressive appetites, so the fruit posed no burden. As time passed, the sun set, replaced by the moon and twinkling stars. On the beach, Takuro and the others built a simple bonfire.
Takuro, Ui, Nibutani, and Mio busied themselves with grilling, while Ritsu, Yui, Mio, and others set up the pre-purchased fireworks. Oni-chan, everyone, let's take a photo together.
After arranging the fireworks, Mo and the others excitedly called everyone over.
But the food still needs preparing. Hearing Mio, Ui said hesitantly. It's fine, just for a bit.
Then, everyone was dragged to the seaside by Mio and the others.
1, 2, 3. Seeing everyone ready, they quickly lit the fireworks.
Instantly, numerous fireworks shot beautiful lights into the sky. Watching the display, everyone smiled.
Quick, the camera's ready.
Everyone gather, 10 seconds left.
Seeing everyone mesmerized, Ritsu shouted.
Seeing this, Takuro, Ui, and the others exchanged glances and quickly moved in front of the camera with the fireworks as the backdrop.
Oni-chan, stand here. Arriving, Nyo pulled Takuro to the center. After several camera flashes, the moment was preserved forever. Then, dinner began. The aroma from the huge crab filled everyone with anticipation. Takuro got a crab claw larger than his head.
Easily cracking the hard shell revealed incredibly fresh, firm crab meat. Taking big bites, the delicious flavor exploded in their mouths.
Thank you, Mom, for giving birth to me. Yui said gratefully, covering her cheeks. It's a shame Yukino and Umaro couldn't come. Sumuji felt a bit regretful. Then let's gather again next time, all of us together.
Hearing her, Takuro said with a light smile.
Agreed.
Hearing this, Rika, Salphyn, and others said excitedly.
After dinner, everyone returned to the villa. Some went directly to the open-air bath.
Being the only male, Takuro was left alone outside, but he didn't mind. Sitting in the villa's courtyard, he enjoyed the moonlight with a drink. In the spacious open-air bath, though 9 girls were present, it wasn't crowded.
Today was really fun. Sumuji said with a light laugh. But is it okay leaving Takuro-kun alone outside? Mio asked hesitantly. Does Mio want Takuro-kun to join us? How bold. Hearing Mio, Ritsu instantly teased. Idiot, what are you saying?
Hearing Ritsu, Mio's face turned red, then she angrily punched her. Instantly, a peculiar bump appeared on Ritsu's head. Seeing this, everyone chuckled lightly, though Ritsu's words sparked some imagination.
Today was so much fun. Thanks to Muji-chan's idea and everything you provided. Thank you. After some playful banter, Yui went to Sumuji and held her hand. Yui-chan. Seeing Yui's action, Sumuji blushed. Thanks, Muji-chan. Seeing Sumuji's expression, Ritsu and the others came over and hugged her.
After expressing thanks, Mio approached Ui, having noticed Yui's taigu, black marlin, identical to Takuru's. Seeing Ui use it freely made her envious.
After more playful time, everyone returned to the changing rooms. Ui, after changing into pajamas, went to the courtyard and saw Takuru drinking alone. Chapter 181, Chapter 181 The Moved Ebona. 1114 words. Sorry, Takaru and I. We've finished. Would you like to use it? Seeing Takaru, Ui said apologetically. Leaving Takaru alone made her feel bad, even though it was because he was the only male. I understand, Ui. No need to apologize. I had a great time out with everyone today. Seeing Ui's expression, Takaru casually put away his drink and reassured her. MHM. Hearing this, she nodded. Then, Takaru went to wash up. After his bath, he found everyone in a luxurious room, a home theater room. Clearly, after bathing, they had gathered for a lively sing-along. Onie-chan, over here, over here. Seeing Takaru arrive, Mio quickly called to him. Mio was singing at the time, but Takaru's appearance made her shy, causing her to go off-key. After finishing, she retreated to a corner, face red with embarrassment. Takaru, you sing one. Suddenly, Rika looked at Takaru expectantly. Agreed. Hearing Rika, everyone said eagerly. Seeing their anticipation, Takaru smiled and shook his head, then took the microphone, choosing a song to sing. Though not a trained singer, Takaru had a pleasant voice. As he sang, everyone couldn't help but sway slightly and hum along. After one song, Takaru stopped, leaving the rest of the time to everyone. They played until late at night before drifting off to sleep drowsily. Seeing this, Takaru, along with the still-awake Nibutani, Sumuji, and others, helped carry Mio, Ritsu, and the rest to their rooms before retiring himself. Soon, it was the next day. Rested, everyone regained their energy and began playing wildly again. By afternoon, they reluctantly packed up, bid farewell to the villa, and began the journey home. Back at the starting point, after saying goodbye, Takaru took Mio home. At the door, Takaru found a note. Reading it, he saw it was from Ebona. She had come looking for him these past 2 days but, finding him absent, left a message. Onie-chan, was Ebona looking for us? Seeing the note, Mio also noticed Ebona's name at the end. MHM, not sure why. In that case, I'll go see her in a bit. Hearing her, Takaru said directly. Okay. Hearing Takaru, Mio nodded. After opening the door and tidying up, Takaru checked the time and headed to the neighboring apartment. Knock knock. Coming. Hearing the knock, a flustered, hurried voice came from inside. Soon, Ebona cautiously opened the door. Seeing it wasn't anyone strange, she sighed in relief. Takaru-kun, it's you. However, realizing Takaru had come to see her, Ebona blushed deeply, thinking of something. Mio and I were out these 2 days. Did you need something? Saying this, Takaru showed the note she left. This is Akita Kamachi rice from my hometown, please try it. Saying this, Ebona quickly brought out a bag of Akita rice. Is that so? Thank you very much. Seeing Ebona's shy expression, Takaru said with a light smile. Not at all. Hearing Takaru, Ebona said nervously. Then, Takaru reached out and took the rice. At that moment, Ebona's stomach growled from hunger. Takaru's extended hand paused. Ebona's face turned crimson, and Takaru could almost see steam rising from her head. Sorry, my stomach. Ebona quickly turned away, agitated. Ebona, you should come to our place for dinner, I was just about to make dinner. Seeing her state, Takaru invited her directly. Hearing this, Ebona was stunned. This was the first time someone had invited her for a meal at their home, and it was Takaru. You kindly brought Akita rice. I think Mio will be very happy too. Takaru said with a smile. Thus, persuaded by Takaru, Ebona somewhat dazedly followed him home. I'm back. Opening the door, Takaru called out casually. Onie-chan, what did Ebona need? Hearing Takaru, Mio, who was training in the living room, asked curiously. Excuse the intrusion. As Mio spoke, Ebona's shy voice followed. Hearing Ebona, Mio realized she had come with Takaru. Please come in. Make yourself at home.
Taking a pair of slippers from the shoe rack for Ebona, Takaru said directly.
Myo, Ebona is having dinner with us. Please entertain her. I'll make dinner.
Entering the living room, Takaru directly told Myo.
Yes.
Hearing Takaru, Myo obediently stood up and quickly poured water for Ebona.
I didn't know Takaru-kun could cook too. Watching Takaru's busy back figure, Ebona said in surprise. Machem, Oni-chan's cooking is absolutely delicious.
Hearing Ebona, Myo said proudly.
Really? Hearing Myo, Ebona looked forward to it. But if Ebonane is joining, wouldn't eating out be more convenient? Myo suddenly said. Because I'm always alone, being able to eat at home with everyone like this, makes me so happy.
Hearing Myo, Ebona said softly.
Ebonane, if you don't mind, you can come over for meals more often. I don't think Oni-chan would mind either. Seeing Ebona's expression, Myo paused.
She hadn't known Ebona seemed so lonely. Perhaps that was why she waited outside the apartment early every morning for them.
That. Hearing Mo's invitation, Ebona showed embarrassment. She wasn't thick-skinned, and imposing on others wasn't her nature. Though she wanted to accept, she wouldn't say so. Noticing Ebona's hesitation, Myo wisely changed the subject. Sorry for the wait. About 30 minutes later, Takaru brought out dish after dish. Since Takaru and Myo had large appetites, and from what Takaru knew, Ebona could eat a lot too, with nutrition going to all the right places, he prepared ample portions. Wow, so lavish. But isn't this too much? Seeing 6 dishes and a soup, each in generous portions, Ebona exclaimed. Don't worry, we usually cook about this much for the 2 of us. So Ebona, if you don't mind, feel free to visit more often. Seeing Ebona's surprise, Takaru said with a light smile. With his observation hockey active, Takaru had overheard Ebona and Mo's earlier conversation, so he mentioned it casually. But wouldn't that be too much trouble? Hearing Takaru say so, Ebona hesitated. Not at all. Usually, it's just Myo and me. If you visit more often, the house would be livelier. Seeing her internal struggle, Takaru said gently. Seeing Takaru's sincere gaze, Ebona was stunned, her heart touched, eyes slightly reddening. I can really come often? Lowering her head, Ebona asked again, lacking confidence. Machem, anytime. Seeing this, Takaru patiently and earnestly reassured her. Thank you, both. Hearing Takaru, Ebona said, pursing her lips. Alright, let's eat. Food gets less tasty when cold. Seeing her state, Takaru quickly said. Machem, hurry, and try it. Oni-chan's cooking is definitely amazing, Myo also urged. Machem. Hearing this, Ebona turned away, quickly wiping her moist eyes. Seeing Ebona's emotions stabilize, Takaru finally felt relieved. Chapter 182, The Ninja World. 1049 words. Afterwards, the 3 began their meal. As Ebona took her first bite, she closed her eyes and chewed slowly. Yumina, so delicious. After swallowing, Ebona instinctively exclaimed. Ah, sorry. I accidentally used my dialect. Coming to her senses, Ebona said flustered. Not at all, it's fine. Yumina means very delicious, right? Seeing her agitation, Takaru said with a light smile. Yes. Seeing that Takaru and the others weren't mocking her, Ebona quickly nodded. Then, the 3 quickly polished off the dishes. About half an hour later, the food was completely gone. Thank you for the meal. This is truly the first time I've eaten something this delicious. With a happy smile, Ebona said with her hands together. Well, come again tomorrow night then. If you don't mind, let's have hot pot tomorrow. Seeing Ebona's smile, Takaru said directly. Tomorrow? Hearing Takaru, Ebona was stunned but, unable to resist the temptation, shyly nodded. Then it's settled. Seeing this, Takaru smiled. Alright, you 2 rest for a bit. Then, Takaru collected the dishes. "Let me help wash up." Seeing Takaru's action, Ebona quickly offered. "Is that so? Then thank you." Seeing her earnest look, Takaru nodded. After washing up, Ebona stayed and chatted with Takaru and Mio for a while before reluctantly saying goodbye. Since it was night, though the distance was short, Takaru escorted her home before returning. "By the way, Oniai-chan, isn't Ebona a power user?" After Takaru returned, Neo asked curiously.
No, and she doesn't know we are either, so don't tell her casually.
Hearing Neo, Takaru reminded her briefly. "I understand." Hearing Takaru, Neo quickly nodded.
He didn't want her to know, partly to avoid drawing attention and partly to prevent her from feeling any burden.
In the blink of an eye, 5 more days passed. Nothing particularly special happened.
Takaru's interactions with Ebona became more frequent. No invasion incidents occurred in Takaru's area, though news reports of strange accidents increased.
To prevent public panic, such supernatural events were usually covered up by the authorities. However, Yukino, Umaru, and others accepted and completed some government-assigned missions. As there were no high-level disasters, Takaru didn't take on any tasks.
Additionally, upon hearing about the meaningful 2 days Takaru and the others had, Umaru and those who missed it felt deep regret. Aside from his usual training, Takaru spent time returning to the Akame Kill world, staying with everyone for a few days. They were surprised Takaru returned in less than a day. Hearing he would return often made them ecstatic. During his visit, Takaru handled some state affairs. He also instructed them to intensify talent training and seek suitable researchers for Perfector, believing it would aid in replicating Demon's Extract. Isdeth was astonished to learn Takaru had consumed Demon's Extract but soon became excited. Both having ice abilities made them more compatible. Furthermore, Takaru had Isdeth teach him her developments with Demon's Extract. With her guidance, Takaru mastered it rapidly, reaching her level in just days, which amazed and further captivated her. Now, nearing 9 o'clock, Takaru told Mio, took out Shambhala in front of her, and vanished. Reappearing in his single apartment, with lights off, Takaru lay on the bed, waiting. Unsure if ordinary people witnessing their disappearance would cause issues, Takaru hadn't tested vanishing in front of them. As time arrived, Takaru was enveloped in mist. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He immediately checked his surroundings, finding only 2 others, Ui and Ritsu. Seeing their clothing, Takaru paused, finding them familiar. Considering this, Takaru quickly checked the mission. Ninja World Introduction. This world contains numerous ninja. There are 5 great nations, each with a corresponding ninja village. The 5 great ninja nations. Additionally, there are smaller nations and villages. Most ninja possess a special energy, chakra. Using chakra, they achieve many incredible feats. Chakra also grants many animals special abilities. Main Mission 1, survive for 2 months. Main Mission 2, participate in the Chunin exams, higher rating the further you progress, at Side Missions, hidden. Seeing this, Takaru nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the clothing and the forehead protector in his pocket, he knew this was the world of Naruto. As one of the former, Big 3, manga, Takaru knew it well. The Chunin exams were for genin promotion to Chunin, held twice a year, generally serving as occasions for allied nations to observe each other's military strength. If this were the exam Naruto and his peers took, Orochimaru would attack Konoha during it. Although his plot was foiled by the third Hokage, both the Land of Fire and Land of Wind suffered significant losses, severely affecting the selection process, resulting in very few promotions. Ultimately only Nara Shikamaru was promoted. Incidentally, perhaps due to the shared surname, Takaru's assigned identity was as a member of the Nara clan, albeit an extremely peripheral one, merely given a house and some money. According to the memories implanted by the reincarnation space, Takaru, Ui, and Ritsu were members of the same team. The Chunin exams would officially begin in 7 days. The preceding 7 days were for free exploration. While Takaru pondered, Ui awoke. She first checked her surroundings, quickly spotting Takaru and Ritsu. Though worried not seeing her sister, she was relieved to see Takaru.
You're awake. Check the mission first.
Noticing Yui's movement, Takaru said with a light smile.
MHM. Hearing Takaru, Yui quickly nodded. Ritsu seemed to need more time.
From multiple transmigrations, Takaru noticed, the higher one's strength, the faster they awoke in a new world. Thus, after Yui finished checking the mission, Ritsu slowly woke.
Takaru and Yui.
Seeing Takaru and Yui, Ritsu sighed in relief, then called out excitedly.
Check the mission first.
The world we've entered is undoubtedly the one where we can exchange for ninjutsu.
Clearly, this world isn't simple. Takaru said calmly. Hearing Takaru, Yui nodded solemnly.
Though she hadn't exchanged for chakra extraction method, she had carefully read the introductions. Like when Takaru previously suggested observation haki or pursuing the ninja path if desired. Usually, Yui would browse the reincarnation space's exchange items, seeing many ninjutsu from this world, including numerous S-rank and forbidden techniques. Having exchanged for the C-rank water release, Wild Water Wave earlier, Yui understood this world's ninjutsu wasn't weak.
Chapter 183, Chapter 183 First Encounters. 1020 words. Chunin exams, so we're genin now?
Ritsu said curiously, then found the forehead protector in her pocket, put it on, and surprisingly, it looked good on her.
Takaru and I, what should we do now? Then, Yui looked at Takaru.
After spending time together, Yui instinctively relied on Takaru when he was around.
Let's gather information freely for now. As long as we don't cause trouble, there shouldn't be any immediate danger.
Hearing her, Takaru said calmly. Soon, as the surrounding light dispersed, Takaru expanded his observation haki. Instantly, the surroundings entered his perception. Perhaps due to the approaching Chunin exams, Konoha's vigilance was heightened. Of course, monitoring the village's every move in real time was unrealistic. However, with Takaru's 3-kilometer observation haki, he observed many things, even spotting a certain whiskered, blonde boy.
Well, let's split up for now. You can train or explore. Meet back at the house in the evening. Takaru said directly to the two. Okay. Hearing Takaru, the two exchanged glances and nodded seriously.
The house was the accommodation arranged by the reincarnation space. With initial lodging and money, living in this world for a while wasn't difficult if they didn't spend extravagantly. After giving instructions, Takaru swiftly vanished, reappearing atop a large tree, observing this world's protagonist from afar. As Takaru arrived, an explosion sounded. Smoke billowed and cleared, revealing 3 figures.
Cough, cough, the gunpowder was too much.
3 kids coughed in the smoke, the central voice said. Then, noticing their embarrassing state was exposed to Naruto, they quickly adjusted.
The beauty of maturity, the older woman group, Moegi. Loves factorization the most, Udon. The village's strongest genius ninja, Konohamaru. Together, we are the Konohamaru Corps, reporting in.
The 3 struck poses and introduced themselves.
Takaru knew them well.
The leader was Konohamaru, the current 3rd Hokage's grandson, essentially a noble 3rd generation. Since Naruto once defeated the Hokage who Konohamaru wanted to beat with the sexy technique, Konohamaru called Naruto his big bro. So it is you guys, Konohamaru. What's with the goggles? Naruto asked, puzzled by their goggles.
Hee, it's to mimic Naruto and I's old look. Konohamaru said excitedly.
Oof. Hearing this, Naruto responded boredly, annoying Konohamaru, who complained about Naruto's recent cold attitude.
Then, the trio asked Naruto to play ninja with them.
As Naruto hesitated, Sakura, just rejected by Sasuke, came over and mocked Naruto.
Playing ninja as a ninja? What's that? With a reproachful look, Sakura glared at Naruto. Sasuke had rejected her, saying she was far worse than Naruto. Soon, Konohamaru mistook Sakura for Naruto's girlfriend. When Naruto shamelessly nodded and praised her, Sakura punched him away. Then, Konohamaru mocked Sakura as ugly and fat, earning himself a beating.
Finally, chased by Sakura, he bumped into a ninja with strange face paint who wasn't from Konoha. It was Kankuro from Sunigakure.
Bumped into, Kankuro was extremely annoyed. That hurt, you brat.
Grabbing Konohamaru by the collar, Kankuro said lightly. You better stop now, or you'll get scolded later. Seeing Kankuro's action, the girl beside him, Temari, quickly said.
Sorry, it was my fault.
Seeing Kankuro looked troublesome, Sakura quickly apologized. Though angry at Konohamaru's mockery, Sakura was kind-hearted at heart, wondering who these people were.
Damn it, let Konohamaru go. Compared to Sakura, Naruto was much more hot-headed. So these are Konoha's genin.
Noticing the forehead protectors on Naruto and Sakura, Kankuro quickly realized.
Before annoying people arrive, let's have some fun with you.
Intending to test Naruto and Sakura, Kankuro said lightly.
Let go. Struggling in Kankuro's grip, Konohamaru tried hard but was no match. Bastard!
Naruto, unable to bear it, charged at Kankuro.
But with a slight finger movement, Kankuro deployed nearly invisible threads at Naruto's feet. Tripped, Naruto fell backwards. What was that just now? Naruto exclaimed in shock. What's this? Konoha's genin are weak. Seeing Naruto couldn't even react, Kankuro mocked. Hearing Kankuro, Sakura realized they weren't Konoha's ninja but didn't understand why they were here. Konohamaru.
Seeing Naruto so easily defeated, Moegi and Udon worriedly looked at Konohamaru.
Hey, if you don't let go, I won't forgive you, idiot.
After getting up, Naruto threatened Kankuro again.
You're the idiot. Why provoke the opponent? Seeing Naruto's action, Sakura wrapped her arm around his neck. You're really pissing me off. I hate brats. And you're even younger than me, yet so arrogant.
Perhaps long oppressed by his younger brother Gaara, Kankuro harbored deep disgust towards kids, instinctively transferring his hatred. I really want to crush him completely. Kankuro said darkly. Hearing Kankuro, Sakura and Naruto watched him warily. Temari, seeing Kankuro's state, gave up, saying lightly, I don't care anymore.
First, deal with this brat, then that one over there.
Kankuro said, preparing to raise his left hand to attack Konohamaru. At the critical moment, a stone shot out, accurately hitting Kankuro's right arm holding Konohamaru, forcing him to let go. The sudden turn stunned everyone, even Sasuke hiding in the tree, preparing to act. Then, Takaru walked out with a light smile. It's better not to act recklessly in someone else's village, right? With a confident, sunny smile, Takaru spoke gently. No one recognized Takaru, but Naruto and Sakura, seeing the Konoha's forehead protector, sighed in relief. So handsome. Seeing Takaru, Sakura said dazedly. He seems like a nice guy. Temari stared at Takaru, a slight blush appearing. Another annoying guy. Seeing Takaru, Kankuro frowned and muttered. I advise you to leave quickly. Hearing Kankuro's muttering, Takaru said with a smile. So handsome. Seeing Takaru's smile, the three females present showed infatuation. Naruto NEI is so lame. Konohamaru complained tearfully. Idiot, I could handle that guy quickly too. Naruto said with an awkward laugh, but Konohamaru didn't believe him. You're just another brat daring to speak to me like that. I hate people who only talk big. Hearing Takaru, Kankuro prepared to use the puppet bound in bandages on his back. Hey, are you going to use Crow? Seeing Kankuro's action, Temari quickly said. But Kankuro ignored her. As bandages floated in the air, he heavily placed the puppet named Crow on the ground. Chapter 184, Chapter 184 Gathering Clouds for the Chunin Exams. 1024 words. Is this really okay? The killing intent from the person behind you seems barely contained. Facing Kankuro's actions, Takaru remained unhurried. What? Hearing Takaru, Kankuro was startled. Turning, he noticed Gaara hanging upside down from a tree. Kankuro, stop.
Hearing Takaru had apparently noticed his arrival long ago, Gaara looked at Takaru with interest. Everyone else also stared at Gaara in shock. Clearly, no one had detected his arrival, not even Sasuke nearby. You are a disgrace to the village. Why do you think we came all the way to Konoha? Looking calmly at Kankuro, Gaara spoke with malice. Listen, Gaara, these guys started it. Kankuro hurriedly explained. His earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by fear. I'll kill you. Ignoring his explanation, Gaara said viciously. I understand. Sorry, really sorry. Hearing him, Kankuro quickly apologized. My apologies. Only after Kankuro apologized did Gaara turn to Takaru and the others, looking at Takaru with some wariness. Since the misunderstanding is cleared, we'll see you at the exams. Hearing him, Takaru said with a light smile. Hearing Takaru, Gaara nodded. Your name? Nara Takaru. And you? Takaru smiled lightly. We're not here to play. Hearing Takaru, Gaara said directly. After Gaara spoke, the three, led by him, swiftly withdrew. Thank you. Do you know why they're here? Their forehead protectors look like Sunagakyrs. Though the Land of Fire and Land of Wind are allies, the treaty should prohibit ninjas from freely entering each other's countries. And what exam did you mention? After Gaara's group left, Sakura asked Takaru curiously. That's true, but they came to participate in the Chunin exams. Naturally, they must have passes. Hearing Sakura, Takaru explained directly. Chunin exams? What's that? Hearing this, Naruto was puzzled. Naruto and passing that exam lets you go from Genin to Chunin. Hearing Naruto's question, Konohamaru reminded him. I want to try too. Hearing this, Naruto said excitedly. Then we'll meet again later. Hearing Naruto's excitement, Takaru left with a light smile. So fast. Naruto and Sakura, who wanted to ask more, were stunned seeing Takaru vanish instantly. Sasuke's pupils also contracted, unable to see how Takaru disappeared. What do you think? On a distant tree, a man clad tightly in bandages asked his companion. Though I think it's nothing major, the black-haired Konoha's ninja and the gourd-carrying Sunagakyrs ninja, these two need watching. The heavily bandaged man, revealing only his left eye, Dosu, said lightly. Takaru naturally knew about Dosu's trio spying but saw no need to address it. Meanwhile, informed Konoha's Jonin gathered. Now, with the Chunin exams approaching, first, the Jonin instructors responsible for new Genin step forward. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma. Among the ninja under your guidance, are there any you recommend for this exam? The third Hokage looked calmly at the three. Needless to say, formally, any Genin who has completed 8 or more missions can be recommended at your discretion. Though typically, doubling that provides enough experience. Starting with Kakashi. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. I, Hatake Kakashi, recommend these 3 for the Chunin exams. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi said directly. What? Hearing Kakashi, Irika behind him stared in shock. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. I, Yuhi Kurenai, likewise recommend these 3. After Kakashi, Kurenai said calmly. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. I, Sarutobi Asuma, likewise recommend these 3. Then, Asuma flatly recommended his team. All 3 recommended? Haven't seen this in 5 years. Please wait a moment. Seeing this, Irika couldn't hold back and stepped forward. What is it, Irika? Though Irika's action was somewhat improper, Hiruzen remained composed. Okage-sama, please hear me out. This may be meddlesome, but those 9 just listed were once my students at the Ninja Academy. They are indeed talented, but it's too early. They should gain more practical experience first. Irika said earnestly. I became a Chunin 6 years younger than Naruto is now. Hearing Irika, Kakashi said calmly. That child is different from you. Are you trying to ruin him? Hearing Kakashi, Irika said agitatedly. During important missions, they often complain. Letting them struggle a bit interests me too. Ruining them might not be bad. Kakashi said impassively. What are you saying? Irika stared at Kakashi in shock. Alright, that was a joke, Irika-sensei. I understand your point. It's natural to be angry. But arguing is pointless. They're no longer your students, they're my subordinates now. Seeing Irika's seriousness, Kakashi added. Kurenai felt helpless seeing the two clash. Asuma also found it troublesome. Hiruzen observed this, so when Irika tried to argue further, he was stopped. Irika, I understand your concerns. Therefore, we will prepare a special preliminary exam for these new genin. Hiruzen decided firmly. This preliminary exam allowed Irika to dissuade the nine in his own way. And if unsuccessful, he could no longer intervene. Naturally, Takaru's group was unaware of this. However, they wouldn't undergo this so-called preliminary exam. After leaving Naruto's group, Takaru wandered Konoha village. The reincarnation space provided a temporary identity and implanted some memories but little else. Acquaintances were few. Everything had to be discovered, which wasn't a problem, it was a transmigrator's advantage. However, Takara hesitated about learning chakra. Though chakra enabled special feats, its upper limit felt limited. He was uncertain how to spend this time. Lost in thought, Takaru unconsciously saw Ichirako ramen. Without much thought, he entered, checked the menu, and ordered a tonkatsu ramen. Sitting down, he pondered further, then decided to go with the flow. For ninjutsu, he'd collect what he could. As for chakra extraction method, he wouldn't practice it in this world now. After deciding this, his ramen arrived. Tasting it, he found it truly excellent, rivaling most ramen in his main world. After enjoying it, Takaru paid, checked the time, and according to his implanted memories headed towards the house. Approaching, he found Ui and Ritsu already waiting inside. Takaru and I made dinner. Come eat. Noticing Takaru's return, Ui happily called. Thanks, but I just ate. Hearing Ui, Takaru felt somewhat apologetic. Is that so? That's good. Hearing Takaru, Ui still smiled. Chapter 185, Chapter 185 Ritsu's Strength, the selection begins. 1191 words. By the way, Takaru and did you gather any information? Then, Ui looked at Takaru expectantly. The place we're currently in is Konoha village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. The highest authority in a village is called the Kage. For Konoha, it's the Hokage. Currently, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, is in power. The Chunin exams we're participating in are a joint examination between several nations, a relatively large-scale selection competition. The strength tiers in this world are also divided into Kage level, Elite Jonin, Jonin, Special Jonin, Shunin, Genin. Hearing Ui's question, Takaru briefly explained some basic information about this world, though he didn't delve too deep, like the special abilities, Kekei Genkai, or bloodlines. So amazing! Seeing Takaru gather so much information in such a short time, Ritsu was somewhat astonished. By the way, Ritsu, what abilities do you currently have? Suddenly, Takaru looked at Ritsu curiously. Compared to Yukino, Ue, Umaru, and others, Takaru had a very vague understanding of Ritsu's group's strength and wasn't clear about their abilities. Under normal circumstances, Takaru wouldn't ask, but in the Naruto world, knowing their abilities made it easier to offer guidance. My initial ability is fire magic. Later, I exchanged for a primary enhancement potion, bought some attribute points with points, and got some equipment. Besides having around 93 spirit, my other attributes are only in the 60s. Also, I took advice and exchanged for observation and armament haki. Currently, my observation haki can extend about 25 meters at most. I can maintain pure observation and armament haki for roughly 10 minutes before needing a break. Hearing Takaru, Ritsu quickly listed her abilities. Hearing her, Takaru nodded lightly.
Undoubtedly, her abilities were not just inferior to his but probably less than half of UI's. At the very least, UI could easily defeat Tenritsus. Though ordinary, with observation and armament hockey combined with her own abilities, she had a good chance of lasting until the later stages of the Chunin exams. After all, Takaru knew most genin only mastered the basic 3 basic ninjutsu and 1 or 2 other jutsu. As long as Ritsu's luck wasn't terrible, reaching the third round's official matches shouldn't be too difficult. As for UI, unless facing Gaara, it shouldn't be a major issue. Moreover, the only tricky part about facing Gaara was Shikaku. Besides that, the most important thing was understanding ninja combat styles. Ordinary jutsu were quite manageable with observation haki. As for genjutsu, though they hadn't encountered it much, typically, genjutsu used the 5 senses as a medium. To avoid it, one needed to block the 5 senses. Moreover, their spirit stats were at least 90. Takaru believed their resistance to genjutsu shouldn't be low. Takaru even felt that aside from Itachi's Tsukuyami or Shirsue's Kotoama Tsukumi, other genjutsu, even from genjutsu specialists like Kurenai, would struggle to affect him. However, without actually clashing with these ninjas, Takaru couldn't make too many judgments. Then, Takaru advised both to train harder these days and understand ninja combat styles. However, during this period, they hadn't fought much, so they lacked observation opportunities. Thus, during their daily training, 7 days passed. Other villages' participants gradually arrived in Konoha village, and Naruto and the others passed Irika's test. Today was the time for the first exam. UI, Ritsu, follow my lead later. Approaching the classroom, Takaru reminded them. Yes. Hearing Takaru, both quickly nodded. Soon, they encountered many examinees on the second floor. At the door marked 301, 2 people were preventing others from entering. A boy in green spandex with incredibly thick eyebrows, Rock Lee, tried to enter but was knocked back by the 2 at the door. You want to take the Chunin exams like this? Maybe you shouldn't, kids? You're all wet behind the ears, brats. The 2 guarding the door mocked lightly. Please, let us pass. Hearing them, Tenten pleaded, but was met with a ruthless punch, pushing her back beside Lee. Niji beside her seemed caught off guard. Takaru and something seems off there. And this is clearly the second floor. UI whispered to Takaru. Mei-chan, they used a genjutsu. Hearing her, Takaru whispered back. Hearing Takaru, UI nodded understandingly. No wonder it felt unnatural, especially when using observation haki. So mean. In the crowd, some complained seeing the guards attack Tenten mercilessly. What did you say? Listen, this is our kindness. The Chunin exams are a major ordeal. We've seen plenty who give up being ninja or become depressed because of this exam. Facing complaints, the 2 said dismissively. Moreover, Chunin are squad leader level. Mission failure, subordinate deaths, it's all the leader's responsibility. Can you brats handle that? What's wrong with turning away those who can't pass here? They said as if it were natural. Even so, we still need to pass. And this genjutsu barrier should be dispelled quickly. I want to go to the 3rd floor. After they finished, Sasuke stepped forward. Hearing Sasuke, some in the crowd with poor skills stared blankly, unaware. Oh, you noticed? Hearing Sasuke, Kamizuki Izumi said in surprise. Sakura, what about you? You should have noticed earliest, right? Your analysis and knowledge of genjutsu are the best in our class. Hearing Izumi, Sasuke looked at Sakura, having noticed her lack of confidence. Sasuke, thanks. Of course, I noticed long ago. Because this is the 2nd floor. Feeling Sasuke's gentleness, Sakura said earnestly. As she spoke, Izumi and Kotetsu dispelled the genjutsu barrier. Instantly, the doorplate changed back to 201. Pretty good. But just seeing through it. Ganma showed a meaningful look, then suddenly attacked Sasuke. Noticing Ganma's move, Sasuke didn't back down, preparing to block with a kick. But someone was faster.
It's Lee, who was previously knocked back. Lee erupted with incredible speed, appearing between them, extending both hands to steadily block both attacks.
He's so fast, completely different from when he was hit earlier.
Facing Lee's burst of speed, Sakura stared in surprise. Takuru looked at Ui and Ritsu. Regarding Ui, Takuru was confident.
Though Lee's burst was incredibly fast for ordinary people, attacking or dodging wouldn't be difficult for Ui. As for Ritsu, it would be more troublesome.
Seeing his attack blocked, Sasuke stared at Lee in surprise. Hey, this wasn't part of the plan. Didn't you say you didn't want to draw attention and be watched?
Seeing Lee's burst of strength, Niji and Tenten frowned, coming before him.
But... Hearing Niji, Lee showed a blush looking at Sakura. Ah, not again. Seeing Lee's expression, Tenten looked exasperated.
This guy, even the marks from being hit are gone.
Was it fake? Sasuke thought seriously, looking at Lee. My name is Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Lee directly went before Sakura. Ha! The sudden change left Sakura unable to react. Please go out with me. I'll protect you until I die.
Suddenly, Lee showed a sunny smile, giving a thumbs up.
Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick.
Hearing him, Sakura instantly refused, her face turning pale. Hearing her, Lee was deeply disheartened.
Then, Niji and Tenten approached Sasuke, asking his name. However, both Niji and Sasuke were proud, so their first exchange was unpleasant. Chapter 186, Chapter 186 Lee vs Sasuke. 1042 words. Takuru, should we go to the exam classroom now? After the two teams left, Ritsu asked Takuru curiously.
No, there's a good show to watch soon.
Let's follow them.
Hearing Ui and Ritsu, Takuru shook his head with a light smile.
Will they fight? Hearing Takuru, Ui also asked curiously. Very likely.
Let's use this chance to learn more about their fighting styles. Hearing her, Takuru said directly. Using observation haki, Takuru led Ui and Ritsu, quickly catching up to Lee and arriving at a spacious area.
You, the one with the mean look, wait a moment. Lee directly stopped Sasuke's trio, who were heading towards Kakashi.
His words were naturally aimed at Sasuke.
What?
Turning around, Sasuke frowned, looking at Lee standing on a higher level.
Want to settle things with me right now? Lee directly challenged Sasuke. You mean settle things here? Sasuke looked at Lee in surprise. Yes. Hearing him, Lee quickly jumped down from the second floor, landing opposite the trio. My name is Rock Lee. When asking someone's name, you should give yours first, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Lee looked at Sasuke seriously. You already know it. Hearing him, Sasuke said calmly. I want to fight you. I want to see how far my training can take me against the descendant of the so-called genius ninja clan. And... Lee, who was serious, paused, then looked at Sakura. Noticing Lee's action, Sakura shuddered. Sakura, my heart. No way. That guy with the droopy eyelashes, bad hairstyle, thick eyebrows, thick-browed weirdo. I don't like anything about him. Hearing Lee, Sakura hugged her shoulders. You're an angel. Though Sakura seemed to dislike him, Lee still blew her a kiss. Facing Lee's kisses, Sakura kept dodging, then glared angrily at him, leaving Lee defeated.
Naruto, seeing everyone seeking out Sasuke, burned with jealousy and rage.
Let me handle this thick-browed guy.
Finally, seeing Lee completely ignore him, Naruto erupted, speaking seriously.
Hey, you. Hearing Naruto, Sakura tried to say something. I can take him down in 5 minutes. Naruto directly cut off Sakura, full of confidence. I don't want to fight you. It's the Uchiha. However, facing Naruto's proactive challenge, Lee didn't want to engage. Everyone's all Sasuke, Sasuke. You guys are so annoying. Hearing Lee, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and charged. About a meter away, Naruto leaped, punching at Lee.
But facing Naruto's attack, Lee transformed his right hand into a beak-like shape, lightly tapped the back of Naruto's fist, then forcefully flung it to the right, severely offsetting Naruto's attack. Naruto was surprised but reacted nimbly, changing his fist to a palm, pressing on the floor, using all his strength to spin his body, sweeping a kick at Lee's head. Lee simply leaned back slightly, easily dodging, then performed a sweeping leg technique, knocking Naruto's supporting right arm away. Due to inertia, Naruto spun on the ground, crashing into the wall behind him, briefly knocked out.
Takeru's group above witnessed this. Is that guy really a ninja? He's so lame.
Seeing Naruto's performance, Ritsu said, puzzled. Even Ritsu felt confident she could beat Naruto.
Don't underestimate anyone, especially when you don't know their capabilities. Hearing Ritsu, Takeru gently reminded her. Hearing Takeru, Ritsu stuck out her tongue, looking embarrassed.
Having easily defeated Naruto, Lee stood up quickly, looking seriously at Sasuke.
I declare again, you absolutely cannot defeat me. Because I am the strongest among Konoha's genin. Really? Hearing Lee, Ritsu questioned again. You'll know by watching.
Hearing her, Takeru said with a light smile. Hearing Lee, Sasuke recalled Lee blocking his and Izumo's attacks earlier.
Interesting. I'll take you on. Sasuke smiled lightly. Stop, Sasuke. There's only 30 minutes left until registration closes at 3. At that moment, Sakura noticed the clock was nearly 2:35. Don't worry. I'll finish this in 5 minutes.
Hearing Sakura, Sasuke showed extreme confidence.
Without waiting for Sakura's further dissuasion, Sasuke charged at Lee. He's coming. Sorry, Gai-sensei. I might have to break the taboo and use that move. Noticing Sasuke's action, Lee showed a serious expression, thinking to himself. As Sasuke's punch was about to hit Lee, Lee vanished. Sasuke's attack missed. Feeling it miss, Sasuke was shocked, then became wary. Konoha Whirlwind.
Lee's figure swiftly appeared above Sasuke, performing a spinning kick aimed at his head.
Above. Seeing Lee suddenly appear, Sasuke quickly reacted, crouching to dodge.
Lee, missing the attack, quickly landed, kicking Sasuke's face with incredible speed.
Confident he could block the kick, Sasuke felt the pain and was stunned. Sasuke.
Seeing Sasuke sent flying, Sakura worriedly called out. Above, UI was slightly surprised by Lee's sudden speed increase. If that was Lee's limit, UI was confident she could beat him.
Ritsu stared in amazement.
Though her observation haki could track Lee's movements, she wasn't confident her body could react in time.
However, using armament haki would minimize damage. What's going on? He bypassed my defense. Is it a ninjutsu or genjutsu? Struggling up, Sasuke felt disbelief.
He had blocked with his arm, but Lee's attack passed through, accurately hitting his face.
Lee's burst of speed exceeded normal visual tracking, so without his Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't see Lee's true speed. He can still stand? Lee thought, watching Sasuke. Forget it. This is a good chance to practice that.
I'll play with you properly.
Feeling the pain, Sasuke smiled again. Sensing Sasuke's overflowing confidence, UI and Ritsu above became curious. Did that one called Sasuke have a secret weapon? Meanwhile, Takeru knew Sasuke's confidence came from his Tsutomu Sharingan. Sakura, hearing Sasuke, looked at his eyes, seeing them change from black to blood red, with Tsutomos within. His eyes changed. Is that his confidence? Seeing Sasuke's change, UI and Ritsu, using observation haki, quickly noticed. So that's the Sharingan? As Sasuke's opponent, Lee naturally noticed.
Whether genjutsu or ninjutsu, they're just trickery.
I can see through them all.
After activating his Sharingan, Sasuke's heart swelled with arrogance. Sakura, seeing this, was filled with confidence for Sasuke, believing he wouldn't lose to someone like Lee.
But the moment that thought formed, Sasuke was kicked into the air by Lee.
This sudden event stunned not only Sasuke but also Sakura, who was full of confidence in him.
Chapter 187, The Humbled Sasuke. 1,487 words. Even the Sharingan can't see through it. Could his technique be?
This kick made Sasuke react completely, his mind even more shaken.
That's right.
My technique is neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, Lee said calmly, seemingly seeing through Sasuke's thoughts. After a brief explanation, he closed in again, directly launching an attack at Sasuke. Several swift kicks rained down on Sasuke in rapid succession.
Sasuke could only manage a feeble defense.
Naruto, who had just groggily come to, saw the usually overwhelmingly dominant Sasuke appearing utterly helpless under Lee's assault. Lee's attacks were dealing significant damage to Sasuke. Then, Lee threw another punch at Sasuke's head. Sasuke hurriedly blocked the swing with his left arm. Seizing the moment his guard was wide open, Lee drove his other elbow into Sasuke's abdomen. A massive force transmitted from his abdomen, causing Sasuke's left eye to widen in shock as he staggered back several steps. His right eye, injured from Lee's earlier attack, couldn't open for the time being. My moves are purely taijutsu, Sasuke, Lee said, stopping his attack momentarily as Sasuke created some distance. It might be a bit hard to believe. They say the Sharingan can see through everything. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu. It's true that for ninjutsu and genjutsu, which follow set rules like hand seals and chakra flow, it can indeed see through them and respond appropriately. But taijutsu is somewhat different. Lee began his explanation. Up above, Ui and Ritsu listened intently to Lee's lecture. They were also quite curious about this Sharingan thing. Moreover, Takaru had just said that information was crucial here. Lee's explanation now allowed them to learn quite a bit. What do you mean? Hearing Lee say taijutsu was different, Sasuke was taken aback. Even if your Sharingan can see through my movements, your body doesn't have the speed to keep up with my taijutsu. In other words, your eyes can understand, but your body can't follow, Lee stated calmly, looking at Sasuke. Strong individuals are divided into genius types and hard-working types. If your Sharingan is the genius talent inherited from the Uchiha clan, then I am the hard-working type who has dedicated myself solely to pushing the limits of taijutsu. To put it bluntly, your Sharingan and my ultimate taijutsu are the worst match possible. Lee continued his speech even as he faced Sasuke's counterattacks. Only after finishing his words did Lee choose to attack again. Sensing something was off, Sasuke immediately chose to defend. But just like before, a fierce kick shot up from below, piercing through Sasuke's defense once more and accurately striking his chin, sending him flying into the air. Then Lee crouched down and leaped up, appearing behind Sasuke, who was now airborne. And now, I'll use this move to prove that hard work surpasses genius. Lee seemed to fall into some kind of trance, the bandages on his hands rapidly unwinding. What are you trying to do? Feeling Lee's determination, Sasuke felt a pang of panic in his heart. I win! Lee declared seriously. However, at the critical moment, a windmill shuriken flew out. The wooden shaft at one end struck Lee's flowing bandages and swiftly pinned them to the wall. That's enough, Lee! A giant red turtle suddenly appeared on the scene, speaking to Lee in human language. Seeing the familiar red turtle and hearing its words, Lee quickly halted the skill he was about to unleash, abandoning Sasuke and arriving in front of the turtle. On the other side, seeing Sasuke about to crash onto the ground, Sakura rushed forward, catching him in her arms and sliding to dissipate the momentum. Sasuke! What happened while I was knocked out? Naruto, looking at the final outcome, found it hard to accept. After all, even though Naruto often seemed to dislike Sasuke, he absolutely acknowledged Sasuke's strength. Seeing someone randomly appear and defeat Sasuke like this couldn't help but shock him. You saw everything, didn't you? Lee said, kneeling on one knee before the turtle. Lee, that's a forbidden technique. The red turtle said directly, looking at Lee. Seeing the turtle speak human language, Ui and Ritsu stared dumbfounded at it. Not just them, even Naruto, a native of this world, looked at the turtle in shock, as this was also the first time Naruto had seen a summoned creature. As for Takaru, he was more focused on how the turtle appeared, out of thin air. Normally, Takaru maintained his observation haki over a range of hundreds of meters. Just now, he had sensed a slight anomaly over there, and then the turtle appeared out of nowhere.
However, Takaru could understand.
After all, this world had quite a few space-related abilities, whether it was Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan or the Flying Thunder God technique. Summoning technique, which quickly summons a creature from one place to another, indeed fell under space-based abilities. But Guy's summoned creature appearing also signified the end of this fight. Subsequently, Takaru paid no more attention to Naruto, who was lost in his own thoughts, or Lee, who was flusteredly explaining things to the turtle.
Let's go, Ui, Ritsu. The fight's over. With that, Takaru led Ui and Ritsu toward the classroom. The fight between the two had used up time, leaving only about 20 minutes. Furthermore, Takara had a feeling that staying any longer might expose him to some eye-searing scenes. Leaving the scene of the fight, Takaru and the others headed straight for the real classroom 301. As for not knowing the way, with his extensive observation haki perception, Takaru had already located it. Moreover, many people were already inside. Casually pushing open the classroom door, Takaru led the two inside. Facing the gazes cast their way, Takaru remained expressionless, choosing to ignore them completely. He then took Ui and Ritsu to a corner. For Takaru, only a small portion of the people here were worth paying attention to. The rest were just extras, some of whom might not even pass the first stage. Still, among them, Takaru briefly assessed Niji, Tenten, Gaara, and others. These individuals were quite powerful during this period. Compared to the composed Takaru, Ui and Ritsu felt slightly uncomfortable at first. However, neither of them was the timid type, and they quickly adjusted their mindset. The others also gave Takaru's group a brief once-over before largely ignoring them. Only Ino and Tenten kept glancing at Takaru from time to time, looking very interested. But seeing that Takaru seemed to already have two beauties by his side, they had no choice but to withdraw their gazes. As for Ui and Ritsu, they were contemplating the duel between Sasuke and Lee. Although both had only used taijutsu in their fight, not employing the unfamiliar ninjutsu or genjutsu, it still held considerable reference value. Takaru and that guy named Rock Lee didn't seem to use his full strength just now, Ui said curiously, looking at Takaru. That's right. Aside from his special techniques, he's also wearing significant weights on his body. Of course, there's one point, his claim of being the strongest genin is also debatable, Takaru directly told the two. Hearing Takaru's words, Ui nodded seriously. As for Ritsu, she was somewhat shocked. Although the worlds were different, if a single genin in this world possessed such power, how strong must the so-called Chunin, Jonin, and even Kage-level ninja be? Probably, without considering the use of powerful thermal weapons, a single Kage-level ninja could massacre the entire Earth. And after all the hardship she had endured through so many rounds of the reincarnation space, she was still inferior to a mere genin in this world. This quickly sobered up Ritsu, who had been feeling somewhat inflated. Her strength was decent in Earth, but here, relying on herself alone, even survival would be difficult. Takaru also noticed the change in Ritsu's expression but didn't say anything. He could see that she seemed to have regained the caution she had when she first entered the reincarnation space. While Takaru, Ui, and Ritsu were deep in thought, Naruto and the others, having finally arrived, entered the classroom after Kakashi's final words of encouragement. How can there be so many people? Are they all examinees for the exam? Sakura exclaimed in shock, looking at the crowd in the examination hall. Moreover, what was most important was that they were clearly among the most inexperienced batch. The others seemed to have an average age around 20, with some even looking 30. Even Takaru's group, at 16, was among the slightly younger ones here. This was normal. After all, this wasn't a period of wars. The training of ninjas wouldn't be rushed to force them onto the battlefield quickly, and assessments and staying back a grade could proceed slowly. Figures like Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12, simply couldn't appear under these circumstances. Chapter 188, Chapter 188 The Kind. 1,356 words. Sasuke, you're so slow. I've been looking forward to seeing Sasuke again after so long, and I've been waiting eagerly. While Sakura and the others were curiously observing the examinees, Ino suddenly rushed out from behind and hugged Sasuke tightly. "Get away from Sasuke, you big fat pig, Ino." Seeing Ino's actions, Sakura instantly flew into a rage. "Oh my, isn't this Sakura? Your forehead is still as big as ever, you ugly monster, Sakura." Hearing Sakura's words, Ino retorted without backing down at all. "What did you say?" Hearing Ino's words, Sakura became even angrier. The commotion from their side attracted the attention of many examinees. Takuru watched the girls with amusement. One had to admit, the girls in the Naruto world matured really early, starting to think about love and romance from the age of 6, and now at 12, it was even more pronounced. And Takuru knew even better that Ino and Sakura were originally very close best friends, but because of Sasuke, they became rivals. "What's this troublesome exam, are you guys taking it too?" While Ino and Sakura were bickering, Shikamaru, with Choji who was munching on chips beside him, came over and said, "What's this, the idiot trio?" Seeing Shikamaru and the others, Naruto directly mocked them. "Don't say that, really, what a bother." Hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru said somewhat angrily, "Yahoo, found you. This is great, everyone's here so rarely." At that moment, Kiba with Akamaru on his head, along with Hinata and Shino, walked over. As the 9 rookies gathered, many people turned their gazes towards them. "You guys are here too? What a pain," Shikamaru complained again upon seeing Kiba and the others. "All 9 rookie genin this year are taking the exam. So, how far can we go, what do you think, Sasuke?" Kiba directly focused his gaze on Sasuke. After all, as the top of their class, someone as proud as Kiba paid the most attention to him, always thinking of surpassing him. "Humph, you seem quite composed, Kiba." Hearing Kiba's seemingly provocative words, Sasuke calmly replied, "We've been training hard. We won't lose to you," Kiba continued in response to Sasuke. "You guys are so annoying. Forget about Sasuke, how could I possibly lose to guys like you?" On Naruto's side, hearing Kiba's words, he spoke loudly. I am sorry, Kiba didn't mean it like that." Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata blushed and said to Naruto, "Ha?" Because the voice was a bit soft, Naruto curiously looked at Hinata. However, under Naruto's gaze, Hinata shyly lowered her head. "That's strange, Takuru and I. That guy with the sunglasses over there has a lot of strange auras coming from him. It's like many things are parasitizing on his body." Suddenly, Yui, using her observation haki to sense Shino, felt that Shino's body contained a vast number of auras. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a creeping sensation. There were simply too many auras, as if his whole body was composed of these small creatures. If not for Shino's own aura being slightly stronger. Those are some special little insects. Probably a kind of secret technique." Hearing Yui's words, Takuru nodded slightly and said. Ritsu, hearing Takuru and Yui's discussion, also tried to sense it and felt extremely frightened. If it were Mio, she probably would have fainted on the spot. "Hey, you guys, it's better to keep it down a bit." Just as the 9 rookie genin were chatting, Kabuto, playing the role of the good guy, the dream-fulfilling master, stepped forward. "You guys must be fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, right? Brand new rookies. You're so cute, yet making such a racket, really. This isn't a field trip. Who are you? Why do you talk like you're so great?" Hearing Kabuto's words, Ino spoke impatiently. "I'm Yakushi Kabuto. But more importantly, look around first," Kabuto kindly reminded them. Looking around, they realized that because of their earlier noise, almost everyone in the classroom had turned their attention to them, some with unfriendly stares. "Those guys behind you are from Amigakure. They're hot-tempered. Everyone's on edge before the exam, so I'm warning you before you cause any trouble," Kabuto spoke gently. Hearing Kabuto's words, the 9 realized that Kabuto was actually looking out for them. "It can't be helped. You guys are all rookies who can't tell left from right. It reminds me of my former self." Seeming to notice the confusion in their eyes, Kabuto softly explained. "Is it Kabuto-senpai? Are you taking the exam for the second time?" Sakura hesitantly asked. No, it's the 7th time.
Because this exam is held twice a year, this is already the 4th year, Kabuto replied calmly. Hearing Kabuto's words, Yui somehow thought of Tanpa from the Hunter exam and instantly suspected Kabuto might be that kind of rookie crusher. During the Hunter exam, Yui had naturally seen Tanpa, and he had even tried to strike up a conversation with them. However, with their observation haki, hearing others' conversations, they hadn't fallen for it at all. So, that means Kabuto-senpai knows a lot about the exam, right? Sakura said happily after hearing this. More or less, hearing Sakura's words, Kabuto smiled lightly. Wow, Kabuto-senpai is amazing, Naruto said with admiration. But, you've never passed. Shikamaru, however, looked skeptical. And that's how it is now. Hearing Shikamaru say that, Kabuto scratched his head sheepishly. The Chunin exam is really that hard? Really, this is getting more and more troublesome. Seeing Kabuto's demeanor, Shikamaru frowned deeply, feeling it was an immense hassle. Well then, for my cute juniors, I'll share a little information with you. Using this ninja info card. Simply put, it's a card that uses chakra to turn information into symbols, then imprints them. To prepare for the exam, over 4 years, I've collected information and prepared nearly 200 such cards. They look blank. To unfold the information on this card, you need to use my chakra. As Kabuto spoke, he demonstrated for everyone. Soon, they saw information and diagrams appear on the previously blank card. What's written on it? Sakura asked curiously. The total number of participants in this Chunin exams and the participating countries, then how many examinees are from each ninja village? Why do you think the Chunin exams is held jointly by all countries? After a brief explanation, Kabuto asked them another question. Faced with Kabuto's question, the 9 remained silent. First, to deepen friendship between nations. Second, it's said to be for the purpose of mutually improving ninjas' abilities, Kabuto stated directly. Said to be? Yes. The true purpose is to ascertain the level of ninjas from neighboring countries, balance the power of each country as much as possible, thereby achieving a state of equilibrium. Kabuto revealed one of the purposes of the Chunin exams. This was also to prevent weaker countries from being immediately conquered by stronger ones, or even unilaterally dominated. There was also an element of mutual deterrence. As for these matters, Naruto and Sasuke clearly weren't very interested. Do you have cards with detailed personal information? Sasuke directly interrupted Kabuto's speech and asked. Yes, there are. Is there someone you're particularly concerned about? Hearing Sasuke's words, Kabuto nodded calmly. Yes, Sasuke answered without hesitation. Is that so? Although the information on this year's examinees isn't complete, I've saved it all. Of course, that includes yours, Kabuto said frankly. Tell me about the person you're concerned with, whatever you know. I'll look it up for you, Kabuto continued. Gaara from Sunigakure, and from Konoha, Naratakuro and Rock Lee, Sasuke said directly. Shikamaru beside him, hearing there was a member of his own clan, was somewhat puzzled, but he had no impression of Takuru at all. In the corner, Yui and Ritsu, who had been watching all along, were taken aback when they heard Sasuke mention Takuru's name. Takuro signaled for the two not to worry. The reason was probably his single act of saving Konohamaru 7 days ago. From the side, Takuru was also very curious about what information about him Kabuto possessed. Chapter 189, Chapter 189 The Orogakure's Ninja Attack, Kabuto's Superb Acting. 1,327 words. Oh? You even know their names? Then this will be quick, Kabuto said with a light smile upon hearing this. He quickly searched and soon produced 3 cards, saying he had found them. Let me see, Sasuke said somewhat impatiently. First, Rock Lee. He's 1 year older than you. Mission experience, 20 D rank, 11 C rank. Jonin instructor is Might Guy. His taijutsu has shown abnormal improvement this year, but he's completely lacking in other areas. Last year, he gained attention as a highly capable genin, but he didn't participate in the Chunin exams. Like you, this is his first time taking the exam.
His team members are Tenten and Hyuga Niji, Kabuto said seriously. Next, Nara Takaru. Age 16. Mission experience, 10 D rank, 5 C rank. Jonin instructor is Mizushima Kanzuya. It's worth noting that although he's a ninja, he seems completely unable to use chakra. So even though he's from the Nara clan, he isn't very well regarded. This is also his first time taking the exam. His team companions are Tainaka Ritsu and Hirasawa Ui, Kabuto stated directly. Completely unable to use chakra? Hearing Kabuto's words, the group was instantly stunned. Then how could he possibly become a ninja? Sasuke and the others looked at Kabuto with disbelief. About that, I'm not sure either. I don't know why you noticed him. He shouldn't pose any threat, Kabuto replied indifferently. Hearing Kabuto's words, Sasuke frowned. Although he had only seen Takaru a few times briefly, he always felt Takaru wasn't simple. Last one is Gaara. Mission experience, D rank unknown, 8 C rank, 1 B rank. He's already completed a B rank mission as a genin? Since he's a ninja from another country and a rookie, there's no more information. But it seems he returned completely unharmed from all his missions, Kabuto said, his eyes shifting slightly. A genin completing a B rank mission, and unharmed at that? Hearing this, even Shikamaru was somewhat moved. Afterwards, Kabuto further revealed that those gathered here were elite genin dispatched by allied ninja villages, surprising Naruto and the others even more. Hinata even showed a trace of timidity. Hearing Kabuto's words, Naruto's whole body began to tremble. Just as Sakura thought Naruto was trembling nervously and was about to comfort him, Naruto's blood rushed to his head, and he shouted loudly. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I won't lose to any of you. Got it? Pointing at the numerous examinees, Naruto declared with high spirits. Naruto's actions made Ino and Sakura somewhat frantic. As for Sasuke and Kakashi at the door, they showed happy smiles. That guy is the one from that time, Kankuro recalled upon seeing Naruto. The weaker the dog, the louder it barks, Temari commented with a light sneer. Idiot, Tenten complained toward the hot-blooded Naruto. Quite imposing. It seems the lesson we gave them wasn't enough, Niji said calmly to Lee beside him. Naruto's actions undoubtedly made the vast majority of people remember him thoroughly, and they showed hostility. Regarding this situation, Takaru just shook his head lightly and watched the development calmly. Among them, the most impulsive were the Otogakure trio. As Orochimaru's pawns, they didn't recognize the high-level spy Kabuto by Orochimaru's side at all. Therefore, they were furious about Kabuto earlier saying Otogakure was a small ninja village. The three quickly moved through the crowd, heading straight for Kabuto and the others' location. Sakura and the others, who were scolding Naruto, were unaware of the approaching danger. Only Kabuto had noticed something was wrong long ago and was carefully observing the trio's every move with his peripheral vision. Finally, Zako stamped forcefully on a desk in front of him, and the shuriken in his hand shot accurately towards Kabuto. Kabuto reacted swiftly, quickly dodging the shuriken attack with a backward leap. Then, Dosa's attack quickly arrived in front of Kabuto's face, a heavy punch aimed directly at his face. But Kabuto was no pushover. He reacted quickly, leaning back to avoid the punch's range. Speed I can see through. On Sasuke's side, noticing Dosa's movements, he revealed a confident smile. And Kabuto also showed a faint smile. But the smile didn't last a few seconds before his glasses shattered. I see, it's that kind of attack, Kabuto said, momentarily stunned after his glasses broke, then quickly reacted and raised a confident smile again. What happened? He should have dodged it. Why did the glasses? Sasuke beside him looked at the scene in confusion. Maybe it brushed the tip of his nose? Shikamaru said suspiciously. No, that person's body didn't touch that guy. But there was an attack resembling sound waves that hit that guy, Ui in the distance whispered directly. With her observation haki activated, she naturally observed very carefully, able to precisely capture even attacks like sound waves. And the sound wave attack didn't just shatter Kabuto's glasses, it quickly passed through his ears, rapidly attacking his inner ear.
Afterwards, the previously composed Kabuto's consciousness seemed to blur for a moment. He suddenly knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Seeing Kabuto's action, Takaru narrowed his eyes.
Because through observation haki, Takaru could still clearly sense that Kabuto had indeed suffered some injury, but it wasn't enough to make him kneel and vomit blood.
Kabuto-senpai! Hey, Kabuto-senpai, are you okay?
Seeing Kabuto in pain, Naruto and Sakura hurried over to help him up. The people around also looked at the Otogakure trio in surprise, not expecting them to be not simple.
What's this?
Not so impressive. He's supposedly a veteran who's taken the exam for 4 years.
Dosu thought calmly, looking at Kabuto. Write clearly on your cards, 3 Otogakure's ninjas confirmed to become Chunin, Dosu declared confidently to Kabuto. Kabuto should have seen the attack clearly. Why is he still vomiting blood?
On Sasuke's side, he looked gravely at the scene before him.
Quiet down, you trash. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a large amount of smoke suddenly appeared at the front of the classroom.
When the smoke cleared, over 10 ninjas stood there. Takaru had very clearly sensed their rapid arrival and naturally showed no surprise, apart from the fact that the leader looked particularly fierce and menacing.
Sorry for the wait.
I am the proctor for the first stage of the Chunin exams, Marino Ibiki, the leader introduced himself calmly.
Ninjas from Otogakure, don't cause trouble before the exam. Do you want to be disqualified immediately? Ibiki then warned Dosu and the others. Sorry, because it's our first exam, we got a bit too excited and accidentally.
Hearing his words, Dosu, considering the mission Orochimaru assigned, calmly apologized.
Forget it. This is also a good opportunity. Let me make this clear first, no unauthorized combat without the proctor's permission. Even if permitted by the proctor, actions intending to take the opponent's life are prohibited. Any fools who dare defy me will be immediately disqualified. Ibiki stated bluntly, simultaneously unleashing his aura to intimidate everyone.
Unfortunately, his aura pressure was completely useless against some of the examinees present.
What's this? This exam feels really simple, Zaka showed a look of complete indifference. Now then, we will begin the first stage of the Chunin exams. Submit your application forms. At the same time, receive this number plate. Sit according to your number in order. Then, I will hand out the written test questionnaires, Ibiki quickly explained. Written test, questionnaire? Hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto didn't react for a moment.
After pondering for a while, his eyes widened.
A written test? Ui and Ritsu were also stunned.
They hadn't studied the knowledge of the ninja world at all.
How could they possibly know the answers to such a test? However, although they didn't know, they weren't worried.
If they didn't know, they just needed someone in the classroom who did.
Subsequently, Takaru and the others were quickly separated. Takaru was seated right in the front row, with 2 completely unknown extra ninja beside him.
Chapter 190, the written test begins, special rules.
1,362 words.
Once everyone was seated, Ibiki up front tapped the blackboard, drawing everyone's attention to him. In the first exam, there are several very important rules. Afterwards, I will not answer any of your questions, so listen carefully. First, rule number 1, all of you start the exam with 10 points. The written test has 10 questions total, each worth 1 point. The exam uses a deduction system. 1 point is deducted for each wrong answer. Rule number 2, whether you pass or fail is determined by the combined total scores of all 3 members of your team.
Ibiki stated seriously. Wait a minute. Combined total of the team? What does that mean? Hearing this, Sakura, who had just been mocking Naruto for not understanding the written test, was shocked. There is a reason for this. Shut up and listen.
If you understand, here's the next important rule. During the exam, any cheating or behavior resembling cheating, once discovered by the proctor, will result in a 2-point deduction each time it's spotted. That is to say, some may have to withdraw from the exam even before final grading.
Remember that clearly. Ibiki said with a sinister smile. Coupled with the over 10 shunin around the classroom, it indeed looked quite intimidating. You people are supposed to be aiming to become chunin. Since you are ninja, take the exam like competent ninja. Finally, Ibiki added meaningfully. Takaru was well aware of the meaning behind Ibiki's words. After all, everyone here was a ninja. The so-called cheating was actually testing everyone's information-gathering abilities. Cheating by peeking like ordinary people would undoubtedly be suicidal in real combat. On Sakura's side, she was constantly thinking. Since the score was calculated by team, she didn't need to consider Naruto. She and Sasuke just needed to work hard to make up for Naruto's score. And then, if one person in a team scores 0 points, the entire team is judged as failing. Just as Sakura and Sasuke were fantasizing about doing their utmost to compensate for the score, Ibiki's words instantly plunged both into a dilemma. And at that moment, Naruto felt 2 extremely malicious gazes focused on him, sending a momentary chill down his spine. Additionally, the final question will be given 45 minutes after the start. Total exam time is 1 hour. Begin! Ibiki announced seriously. As his voice fell, everyone quickly looked at their test papers. Takaru also glanced at his briefly before giving it no further thought, because Takaru knew very well that apart from theory masters like Sakura and Hinata, others, even Shunin, would probably be helpless if they didn't know the answers beforehand. As for Naruto, he thought he'd just do his best on the questions he knew. He looked at the test paper full of confidence, saw a densely packed cipher to solve, and immediately moved to the next question. The second question was a hypothetical scenario, asking to determine the characteristics of the enemy ninja and the maximum throwing range of shuriken based on a drawing. Looking through it, not just Naruto, even Sasuke was at a loss. As time passed, some people in the examination hall grew tense. The atmosphere became very heavy. Apart from a couple of planted stooges, everyone else nervously began to cheat. On Takaru's side, he closed his eyes and simply lay his head on the desk. His observation haki expanded, quickly finding 6 people writing furiously. 2 of them were Sakura and Hinata. After slightly comparing their answers and cross-referencing with 2 other extras' answers to confirm they were correct, Takaru casually began to write. Although Takaru knew the real focus of this exam was the final question, to avoid any surprises, he wouldn't deliberately submit a blank paper like Naruto might. As Takaru started writing, he noticed several gazes turn towards him. But upon a slight investigation, they found nothing unusual and soon shifted their attention away. Besides Takaru, Yui and Ritsu, seeing Takaru start writing, also used their observation haki to lock onto Takaru's test paper and began copying. On the other side, after thinking for a long time, Sasuke finally realized the true purpose of the first exam. It was a test of information-gathering warfare, using techniques like disguise and concealment. Not only Sasuke, but many others also noticed the clue and began their own actions one after another. Takaru, meanwhile, used his observation haki to watch everyone's cheating methods. Yui and Ritsu also quietly monitored everyone's every move while collecting information on the abilities they used. After all, this cheating activity could clearly reflect everyone's capabilities. No matter what, this world didn't have a silent ability like observation haki. Even the Byakugan would be noticed when used. Observation haki was more like a spiritual probe. Even Kage-level experts would have difficulty detecting it unless they themselves knew observation haki or possessed some special ability. As for Naruto, he couldn't see through the exam's true purpose at all and stubbornly suffered without cheating. Finally, watching Naruto's distress, Hinata couldn't bear it. She whispered a reminder to Naruto while discreetly sliding her test paper towards him. Just as Naruto was about to lean in to peek at the answers, a shuriken flew between them, piercing the test paper of the person sitting behind Hinata. The sudden incident made Naruto's heart leap into his throat. What's the meaning of this? Seeing he was almost hit, the person stood up angrily. 5 infractions. You are disqualified, one of the proctors said expressionlessly. How can this be? Hearing the proctor's words, the person's face changed. His 2 teammates, leave the classroom immediately. Hearing the proctor's words, the 2 stood up and left the area with lowered heads.
The named person, after a moment of shock, could only accept the fact and left the classroom dejectedly.
Numbers 23, 43, and 27 disqualified. Soon, another Chunin spoke. Those unwilling to leave were dragged out by 2 Chunin. Hey! Do you have proof we cheated 5 times? With so many people, can you really keep track of everyone?
Finally, a Sunagakir's ninja stood up, slamming the table to question them. Hearing his words, a Chunin suddenly slammed him against the wall.
Listen up. We are elite Chunin specially selected for this exam. We will never miss the moment of your infractions. If you want me to say it, this overwhelming power is the proof. The Chunin said sinisterly to the challenger. This incident completely shattered any complacency Naruto had. Faced with Hinata's urging, he ultimately chose to refuse, which temporarily saved him. This situation also completely made many genin dare not speak further. As time passed, more and more people were completely eliminated.
On Takeru's side, he had completely stopped writing because all the answers were already finished. Now he just needed to wait for time to run out. As time passed, 13 teams had already been eliminated.
Gaara and the others also began to act. Gaara used sand to form an eyeball, then used sand dust to get into someone's eyes, taking the opportunity to look at their test paper. As for Kankuro, he was even more brazen.
Using a puppet he had previously infiltrated among the proctors, he pretended to go to the bathroom and memorized the answers, even mocking the other proctors in the process. Naruto, watching time tick by, pinned his hopes on the final question.
The trash has been mostly cleared out. Let's get to the main event. It's been 45 minutes. I will now announce the 10th question. Soon, Ibiki spoke again.
Hearing his words, the remaining people in the room turned their attention to him. Before that, the 10th question comes with an additional small condition, Ibiki stated calmly. At that moment, Kankuro had just returned to the classroom. Seeing him return, Ibiki smiled faintly, remarking on his good luck and casually exposing his puppet trick.
Hearing his words, Kankuro broke out in a cold sweat. Alright, take your seat, Ibiki then said calmly to him. Hearing his words, Kankuro walked straight to his seat, but as he passed Temari, he discreetly placed the prepared answers he had brought. Chapter 191, Chapter 191. The written test ends, the boisterous Anko. 1568 words. Then let me explain. This is a rule of despair. First, you must choose, will you answer this 10th question or not?
Sensing that the atmosphere in the classroom had reached a peak of tension, Ibiki finally began.
What happens if we choose not to answer the 10th question? Hearing his words, Temari couldn't help but ask.
If you choose not to answer, then that examinee will be judged as scoring 0 points, in other words, failing. Of course, your 2 teammates will also be eliminated together, Ibiki said with a cold smile.
What's the meaning of this? Something like that? Then of course we have to choose to answer. A rule where everyone gets eliminated is just too outrageous. Hearing his words, some genin below couldn't help but shout out. And then, there's one more rule. Hearing their complaints, Ibiki paid no mind at all.
Instead, his tone grew even heavier, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive.
There's more? Give it a rest already. Hearing his words, Sakura thought to herself. Even Ui and Ritsu frowned as they looked at Ibiki. However, seeing Takeru's brimming confidence, the two could only suppress the unease in their hearts. If you choose to answer but do not answer correctly, then the person who answered will be permanently barred from ever participating in the Chunin exams again. Amidst everyone's anxiety, Ibiki finally announced the rather cruel rule. How can there be such a stupid rule? After all, there are people here who have taken the Chunin exams many times. Hearing his words, Kiba couldn't help but stand up and protest. Foo. You all have terrible luck. Today, I am the rules. And besides, didn't I give you a way out? Those without confidence should just obediently choose not to answer and come back to take the exam next year or the year after. Hearing Kiba's words, Ibiki smirked sinisterly. Hearing this, many people began to waver. After all, it was one thing for themselves, but this was a team-based format. That meant if one person answered wrong, not only they, but their teammates would also be implicated. It was truly too cruel. Well then, let's begin.
Those who choose not to answer, please raise your hands. After confirming your numbers, please leave from here. Seeing the atmosphere had been adequately built up, Ibiki spoke again. Among them, this psychological torture was the most agonizing for Naruto. If anyone was the least confident, Naruto definitely ranked high on the list, as the past 45 minutes of the exam had already put his heart through the ringer. Apart from him, it was those very familiar with Naruto, like Sakura and the others. Sakura, although extremely confident in herself, had zero confidence in Naruto when it came to this kind of theoretical knowledge. I choose not to answer. At that moment, a man next to Naruto raised his hand and spoke loudly. He had pondered this decision for a long time. In the end, he was truly afraid of being a genin for life and chose to try again next time.
Number 50 eliminated. Numbers 130 and 111, implicated and also eliminated. Kotetsu quickly announced the eliminated candidates. The man's action seemed to be a catalyst. Soon, people who lacked confidence in themselves or their teammates began raising their hands one after another, forfeiting. In an instant, a large number of people left the examination hall again. With these people's choices, the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. Seeing this, Sakura, for once, showed a gentle smile. Recalling Naruto's past actions, she didn't want Naruto to gamble on this slim chance. After all, if he made a mistake, it would affect him for a lifetime. Just as Sakura was about to urge Naruto to give up, she noticed Naruto's trembling left hand slowly raising high. Seeing this, Sakura stopped her own action. As for Naruto, after struggling internally for a long time, he was finally completely overtaken by the fire in his heart. His raised left hand slammed down heavily on the desk. Don't underestimate me. I won't run away. I'll take it. Even if I have to be a genin for life, with sheer willpower I'll become Hokage. It's fine. I'm not scared at all. As if speaking to others, yet also encouraging himself, Naruto finished speaking, then crossed his arms and sat back down on his chair to await the final question. Seemingly inspired by Naruto's encouragement, some who were originally ready to give up also solidified their resolve. I'll ask once more. This is a choice that stakes your future. If you want to give up, do it now. On Ibiki's side, seeing the carefully built atmosphere dissipate completely due to Naruto's words, he made one final effort. To live by the words I speak, that is my ninja way. Hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto spoke again. What an interesting kid. He dispelled everyone's anxiety in an instant. 78 people left? More than I expected. Pressing further would yield the same result. Looking at the resolute expressions of everyone in the examination hall, Ibiki thought to himself. Simultaneously, he glanced at the other proctors. After a brief exchange of glances, he also decided to end this stage of the exam early. Your determination is commendable. Then, all of you who remain here, I judge you as having passed the first exam. Looking at everyone, Ibiki finally revealed a gratified smile. Ha! Hearing his words, Naruto, who had done massive psychological preparation, almost lost his composure. Wait a minute. What's going on? We suddenly pass? Then what about the 10th question? Sakura stood up, finding it hard to believe. Ha ha ha, there never was such a thing from the beginning. If I had to say, the choice just now was the 10th question. Perhaps because everyone present had gained Ibiki's approval, he showed a gentle smile. Then what were the first 9 questions for? Weren't they completely useless? Temari also found it difficult to understand. They weren't completely useless. The first 9 questions had already fulfilled the exam's purpose, to test each of your information-gathering abilities, Ibiki explained calmly. He then pointed out that the questions were deliberately difficult, not something ordinary genin could answer, and that there were plants among the examinees from the start. Aha, that was way too obvious. It'd be weird not to notice, right?
Hearing Ibiki's words, the slow-to-realize Naruto laughed dryly. Afterwards, Ibiki further emphasized the importance of intelligence, even going so far as to reveal his gruesome bald head, covered with various scars from attacks. Clearly, he had undergone horrific torture. Everyone became even more aware of the importance of information. Even Yui and Ritsu looked gravely at Ibiki, having been thoroughly taught a lesson. He also explained the meaning of the final question. In a ninja's career, one will always encounter extremely dangerous missions with no prior information, yet someone must carry them out. It requires immense courage and the ability to break through difficult situations, qualities a Chunin, who acts as a squad leader, must possess.
The first stage of the Chunin exams is over. I wish you all success in the exams. After explaining everything clearly to everyone, Ibiki announced the end of the exam. That's great. Hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto finally cheered excitedly.
Suddenly, Ibiki seemed to sense something rapidly approaching and turned to look towards the window.
Immediately after, a black shadow came hurtling in, instantly shattering the window. As soon as it entered, it released several kunai shot towards the ceiling and the floor.
A banner was also unfurled. Only then did everyone notice the person who had suddenly burst in was a woman.
Takaru was well aware that this was the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Takaru watched Anko with interest.
He had sensed her outside earlier, so her sudden arrival came as no surprise.
Now's not the time to celebrate. I am the proctor for the second stage, Mitarashi Anko. Next up, let's go. For the next stage, follow me. Anko shouted excitedly, talking to herself. The banner also had her self-introduction on it.
Faced with the excited Anko, the crowd in the room remained completely silent, leaving Anko momentarily stunned.
Read the room. Ibiki prompted in a low, helpless voice. Hearing this, a slight blush appeared on Anko's face. 78 people, Ibiki? That means 26 teams are left?
Your exam this year was way too lenient.
Counting the remaining people in the classroom, Anko complained to Ibiki.
Takaru wasn't puzzled at all, as he had long been aware of the numbers. Although his team of 3 was added, the total number of people matched the original work exactly.
This year, there are many excellent candidates, Ibiki replied calmly to Anko's complaint. Fine then. For the second exam, I'll cut your numbers to less than half. How exciting. Hearing Ibiki's words, Anko showed a grin. The details will wait until tomorrow. After we change locations, ask your Jonin instructor about the assembly place and time. That's all for now, dismissed. Anko quickly announced the dismissal.
As she announced it, everyone slowly left the examination hall. Takaru also took Yui and Ritsu with him, heading towards their temporary lodgings. The Jonin instructor assigned by the reincarnation space also found Takaru's group, informed them of the location and time, and then hurriedly left again.
Chapter 192, The Forest of Death, the second exam. 1,423 words. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. After having breakfast, Takaru and the others headed straight to the assembly point. Many people were already waiting there early. What is this place?
Naruto looked at the destination, an area surrounded by a tall fence, and asked curiously.
This is the venue for the second exam, Training Ground 44. Also known as the Forest of Death, Anko said with a cold smile, seemingly answering Naruto's question. It feels kinda creepy here, Sakura said, somewhat scared.
Ha, it's called the Forest of Death.
You'll experience that soon enough, Anko added upon seeing Sakura's reaction. Hearing Anko's words, Naruto foolishly mimicked her and said he wasn't scared at all. Is that so? You seem quite energetic, Anko said with a smile.
Then she drew a kunai from her sleeve, instantly throwing it at Naruto's cheek, and appearing behind him just as quickly.
People like you usually die the fastest.
Spurting out my favorite, crimson blood, Anko said, touching the blood on Naruto's cheek.
Suddenly, Anko seemed to sense something.
Another kunai appeared in her hand as she warily looked behind her. A long tongue, coiling around the kunai she had just thrown, extended it towards her.
Your kunai.
Returning it, the woman with the straw hat said calmly.
Thank you for your trouble, Anko replied with a fake smile, looking at the woman.
She could sense the killing intent and a faint, elusive sense of danger emanating from the woman.
This shocked Anko. As a special jonin, she actually felt danger from a genin. Takaru also watched the scene.
Knowing the plot, Takaru was well aware that person was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, in disguise.
But don't stand behind me with killing intent. If you don't want to die early, Anko warned after her brief thanks, taking back the kunai.
Sorry, I'm the type who gets uncontrollably excited at the sight of blood.
And you cut off my precious hair, how thrilling, the disguised Orochimaru said with a light laugh. My apologies, Anko replied indifferently. This little incident also surprised Sakura and the others. It seems this exam has gathered many hot-blooded individuals.
How exciting, Anko said with a smile, watching Orochimaru leave.
You're the most hot-blooded one here. Hearing Anko's words, Naruto couldn't help but comment inwardly.
Now then, before the second exam begins, I'll hand these out, Anko said quickly, pulling out a stack of papers.
Seeing everyone's curious looks, Anko spoke again. Consent forms. Everyone participating must sign here first. Why? Because people might die later. We need prior consent on this matter. Otherwise, it becomes my responsibility, Anko said directly, laughing. The others didn't find it so funny.
Needing to sign a death waiver to enter also indicated how dangerous this exam was.
Only Takaru and Ui remained calm. Even Ritsu wasn't too alarmed.
After all, the possibility of death was something they had considered upon entering this world. Moreover, Takaru and Ui had experienced the Hunter exam. Compared to the death toll in the Trick Tower of the Hunter exam, the Chunin exams was almost child's play. As for people dying, aside from the zombie world they experienced, in his last world, Takaru had directly killed over 2,000 people. His hands were already stained with blood. However, thanks to his powerful mental strength and willpower, this killing didn't affect Takaru much. It didn't turn him into a murderous demon or give him psychological trauma like Zanku. As for Naruto and the others, although somewhat surprised, they had also seen death before.
Many had even personally killed people.
So, although surprised, no one raised any objections.
Now, let's begin the explanation for the second exam.
Simply put, it's another ultimate survival challenge for you, Anko said, passing the consent forms down for everyone to receive.
Another survival challenge?
What a troublesome exam, Naruto thought, holding the consent form and inwardly groaning.
First, an explanation according to this training ground's layout. This is training ground 44. It's a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances. There are rivers and forests, with a tower in the center. The distance from the tower to the gates is approximately 10 kilometers. Within this limited area, a certain survival exercise will take place.
Its content is a scroll battle where anything can happen, Anko explained seriously.
Scroll battle? That's right. A battle revolving around two scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Of the 26 teams that passed the first exam, half will receive the Heaven Scroll, and the other half will receive the Earth Scroll. I'll give one scroll to each team.
Simply put, it's about stealing each other's scrolls, Anko said, narrowing her eyes.
Then what are the conditions for passing?
Bringing both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, with all 3 team members together, to the central tower.
And the time limit is 120 hours, a full 5 days for you to fight over them, Anko continued. 5 days. What about food? Ino and Shoji exclaimed in surprise. Self-sufficient.
The wilderness is a natural treasure trove, Anko said calmly.
Takaru and Ui glanced at each other.
These rules were very similar to the setup of the number card battle on Zevel Island during the Hunter exam. In fact, they were slightly more lenient, as they only needed to collect both scrolls, which wasn't too difficult. After some analysis, everyone understood the challenges. Besides survival, they needed to make a long trek and deal with enemies that could appear at any time. Now, the corresponding conditions for elimination. First, teams unable to bring both Heaven and Earth scrolls to the tower with all 3 members within the time limit. Second, teams that lose a member or have a member incapacitated.
And then one more additional rule: the contents of the scrolls must absolutely not be viewed before reaching the tower. Anko announced the 3 elimination rules. What happens if we look at it halfway? Hearing Anko's words, Naruto became curious about why the scrolls couldn't be viewed midway.
When you see it, please use your imagination. Anko deliberately kept it vague. But then she added, if you become Chunin, you'll also have the chance to handle top-secret documents. This is to see if you are trustworthy.
That concludes the explanation.
Exchange 3 consent forms for a scroll at that hut over there.
Then decide which entrance you'll go to. Then everyone will start together.
One last piece of advice: don't die, Anko finally said loudly. Afterwards, everyone drew lines with their companions and those around them. After all, soon, they could all become enemies. The hut also had curtains hung up to prevent others from seeing what kind of scroll someone received or who was carrying it during the exchange. By the way, Takaru, should we just grab the scrolls we need and head straight to the tower?
UI asked curiously.
This scroll battle should allow us to witness many ninja battles.
Although most here are genin, they are among the more elite ones.
Their fights still have some reference value, Takaru said directly to the 2 after some thought. Actually, Takaru had considered earlier just grabbing the scrolls they needed and heading straight to the tower to complete the task. But in the subsequent individual matches, Ritsu might lose due to unfamiliarity with her opponent's fighting methods. While Takaru and the others waited, Sakura and Ino started butting heads again, making Takaru sigh. It's about time to exchange scrolls, a Chunin inside the hut called out to everyone. Then, everyone stood up. People proceeded to exchange their scrolls one after another. Very quickly, the scrolls everyone received were all observed by Takaru and UI using their observation haki. Takaru's group quickly completed their exchange, receiving a scroll stamped with Heaven. Takaru casually stored the scroll in his item storage. There, absolutely no one could steal it. Teams that have received their scrolls, follow the assigned personnel to your respective entrances. Then, in 30 minutes, everyone will start together, Anko announced loudly. Takaru's group followed a Chunin towards an entrance marked with the number 22. At the same time, others arrived at their designated locations. For example, Hinata's team went to entrance 16, and Shikamaru's group went to entrance 27. Naruto and his team waited at entrance 12, while entrance 20 housed the Otogekyu's team. The entrances where everyone was located were largely within Takaru's monitoring range. This meant Takaru could easily track everyone's positions later. Chapter 193 battle commences, Team 8 secures the first scroll. 1,290 words. When the time reached 2:30, the Chunin in charge of the gate quickly opened the doors for everyone. Amidst Anko's shouts, the second exam officially began. Some impatient individuals immediately charged into the forest. Let's go, UI, Ritsu, Takaru said, leading them into the forest with a leisurely demeanor. Of course, although he appeared relaxed, Takaru's observation haki was continuously maintained within a 500-meter radius. Within this range, 3 other teams were present in Takaru's perception. Naturally, UI and Ritsu's observation haki wasn't as strong. UI could usually maintain a best effective range of 10 meters continuously, which was already somewhat strenuous for her. As for Ritsu, her optimal range was even smaller, and her duration of maintenance was very short. A few minutes later, compared to Takaru's group who were still leisurely strolling, teams like Shikamaru's had already encountered a team of ninja from Takigakure. However, Shikamaru's perception was quite sharp. He had hidden Ino and Shoji when the enemies approached. The 3 Takigakure's ninjas checked the area in front of Shikamaru's group. However, finding nothing unusual, they quickly left. Thus, the 2 teams avoided a direct confrontation. Elsewhere, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino also encountered enemies, a team from Amagakure. The enemies stood on a tree not far from the 3, observing them. Hinata's team didn't seem to have noticed the enemy's arrival and were simply talking amongst themselves. Anyway, everyone's goal is to reach that tower, right? Then the best strategy would be to set traps as much as possible around the tower area, Kiba said directly. However, his eyes were scanning for the enemy's location.
In fact, when the enemies approached, he and Akamaru had already picked up their scent. Just kids. Standing in such an obvious place, are they afraid we won't find them? One of the Yamagakura's ninjas said with a sneer.
They seem to have noticed our presence, but they don't seem to have found our exact location yet. Your face looks terrible, another Amagakura's ninja said, also smiling, before suddenly noticing his companion's pale expression. Then, a large brown insect burrowed out from the back of the first speaker.
What is this?
The first speaker cried out in pain. As his words fell, a swarm of insects descended from higher up, instantly landing on the other two as well, attaching to their heads.
Arg!
Accompanied by the Yamagakura's ninjas' cries, they quickly attacked the insects, but the areas where they were attached began to bleed profusely.
The Konoha's blood-sucking leeches. They sense sweat and body temperature, then swarm onto their prey.
If they suck blood for even 5 minutes, you're off to the next world.
We use this habit to set traps along the path enemies might escape.
Looking at the fallen, groaning Amagakura's ninja, Kiba calmly explained.
Damn it! One Amagakura's ninja struggled to his feet, glaring angrily at Kiba.
But because of the leeches, the one who stood up failed to notice the trap ahead. He triggered a tripwire, and a large net bundled them up, hoisting them into the air.
One down.
Looking at the groaning Amagakura's ninja, Kiba showed a confident smile. They've already started this quickly? Anko outside also heard the cries from within, showing a cold smile.
On Takeru's side, after hearing the Amagakura's ninja's cries, he reacted.
He expanded his observation haki to its maximum range and quickly noticed that Orochimaru seemed to be heading towards Naruto's location.
Ritsu, there's a good fight ahead.
Let's go take a look, Takeru said calmly to the two.
All right.
Hearing Takeru's words, the two naturally didn't doubt him.
They nodded quickly and followed Takeru forward.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, being overly nervous, had gone to relieve himself.
But when he returned, Sasuke noticed something off and threw a hard punch at Naruto.
Naruto didn't react in time and was sent flying into a large tree behind him.
Sasuke, what's going on? You didn't have to hit him. Sakura was also taken aback by Sasuke's sudden attack. Even if Naruto had been a bit careless, he didn't deserve to be hurt like that. What's the big idea?
Naruto, on his part, wiped the spot where Sasuke had hit him, looking at Sasuke in disbelief. But Sasuke ignored him, kicking at Naruto again. This time, Naruto was on guard. He dodged several times, avoiding Sasuke's attack, and even jumped onto a tree.
However, Sasuke had no intention of stopping.
He kicked again at Naruto, who was now on the tree, sending him tumbling to the ground.
What are you suddenly doing?
Naruto, still unaware why Sasuke was attacking him, questioned directly.
You're asking me what? That's what I want to say. Sasuke said, even drawing a kunai. Fine, have it your way. Seeing Sasuke's move, Naruto quickly drew his own kunai. Then, Sasuke launched an attack at Naruto. Naruto skillfully blocked with his kunai. For the moment, neither seemed inclined to use ninjutsu, engaging only in taijutsu sparring.
The clashing sounds of kunai rang out continuously.
Sasuke's expression remained cold as he faced this Naruto.
Finally, after several exchanges, the two separated again.
Sasuke, please, stop. Sakura pleaded with Sasuke again. Take a good look at that guy. Hearing Sakura, Sasuke reminded her. Tell me, where's the real Naruto? Before Sakura could think further, Sasuke spoke again. What are you talking about?
I don't understand, the Naruto said, feigning surprise.
What happened to the wound on your face?
Seeing the imposter still trying to pretend, Sasuke directly exposed his poor disguise. After all, earlier, Naruto had a cut on his cheek from Anko's kunai, but it was gone when this Naruto returned. Besides the wound from the proctor, your shuriken pouch is tied to your left leg.
That guy is right-handed. Your transformation technique is even worse than Naruto's, you fake.
Sasuke mercilessly exposed his disguise. Being able to notice these details in an instant was enough to show how observant Sasuke was of his surroundings in daily life.
What bad luck! Exposed. It can't be helped, the impostor said upon hearing Sasuke. He stopped pretending, revealing his true appearance, a Amagekura's ninja wearing an eye patch and a mask resembling an oxygen tank. Who has the scroll?
Hand it over quietly, and I'll spare your lives, the Amagekura's ninja said seriously, looking at the two. Sasuke and Sakura didn't answer him, their determined eyes telling him they wouldn't just wait to be attacked.
Is that so?
Then I'll just take it by force. Seeing their attitude, the Amagekura's ninja charged straight at Sasuke, ignoring Sakura, who seemed to pose no threat at all. Seeing the Amagekura's ninja rapidly approaching, Sasuke performed a backward jump, simultaneously forming hand seals in midair.
Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Upon completing the seals, several scattered fireballs shot towards the Amagekura's ninja.
Noticing the fireballs, the Amagekura's ninja performed several leaps to dodge them. The fireball struck the ground, creating small craters, but didn't harm the Amagekura's ninja.
Then, their kunai clashed again. The Amagekura's ninja sensed Sasuke's strength was somewhat beyond expectation.
Using the force of the collision, he quickly retreated.
Hey, Sasuke!
The real Naruto, tied up not far away, wriggled and called out to Sasuke upon seeing him.
Honestly, that's super idiot. Seeing this, Sasuke felt annoyed. Nevertheless, he threw a shuriken towards Naruto. It accurately cut the ropes binding Naruto and landed beside him. An opening. Lucky.
The Amagekura's ninja, who had been fleeing, saw Sasuke momentarily distracted by saving Naruto.
He quickly threw 5 kunai towards Sasuke's position. Sasuke also noticed this.
He flipped down from the branch, switching to hanging from it with his arms, letting the branch block the kunai.
Chapter 194, Chapter 190. For the clever Sasuke, the snake appears. 1,387 words.
However, when Sasuke regained his composure slightly, he noticed the burning explosive tag and quickly released his grip, letting himself fall towards the ground. But he was half a beat too late.
As the explosion sounded, Sasuke was slightly affected.
The Amagekura's ninja seized this opportunity, appearing behind Sasuke with a shuriken in hand.
How lucky! One more move and I'll kill you.
Hand over the scroll quietly, the Amagekura's ninja said with an air of certain victory.
Ah, Sasuke! Sakura, not far away, could only call out worriedly. At that moment, the Amagekura's ninja heard a noise behind him and instinctively turned to look. Sasuke used this chance to create a bit of distance. Then, a kunai shot from above towards the Amagekura's ninja's position.
Seeing this, the Amagekura's ninja had no choice but to leap away, landing on a branch of an ancient tree.
I won't let you escape. Naruto quickly landed on the ground, looking at the Amagekura's ninja angrily.
Naruto, you're always too slow, Sasuke thought to himself, watching Naruto arrive. But he channeled a large amount of chakra into his feet, adhering the kunai Naruto had thrown to the soles of his shoes. Then he took the opportunity to activate his Sharingan, focused on the direction the Amagekura's ninja fled, and gave a powerful kick. The adhered kunai shot out with extreme speed and force towards the Amagekura's ninja. The Amagekura's ninja noticed the rapidly approaching kunai and managed to shift his body slightly in midair to dodge it. But when he regained his bearings, Sasuke was already charging up with a shuriken in hand, thrusting it fiercely towards his body. It turned out the earlier kunai was just a distraction Sasuke used.
Sasuke! The series of attacks from Sasuke left Sakura below momentarily stunned.
Now seeing Sasuke seem to have subdued the enemy, she let out a sigh of relief.
Don't let your guard down, Sakura. This guy might not be alone.
Listen, if you lose focus, you will really get killed.
With the Amagekura's ninja's blood splattered on his face, Sasuke shouted at Sakura. This is really unlucky.
It seems I was wrong to come alone to eliminate my presence, the Amagekyure's ninja said, enduring the pain and forcefully pushing Sasuke away. Using the momentum, he quickly disappeared into the forest.
Ran away? Seeing the Amagekyure's ninja completely vanish, Sasuke landed on the ground, somewhat exhausted. Is this ninja combat? It seems really dangerous. At a spot not far from the group, Ritsu, having witnessed the scene, exclaimed in surprise. Takeru's group had arrived only when Sasuke used the Phoenix Sageflower technique, so Ui and Ritsu only saw the second half of the fight. As for Takeru, with his vast observation haki range, he observed the entire process. No, that was just an appetizer. The real confrontation hasn't even begun yet, Takeru said directly to Ritsu upon hearing her words. What do you mean? Hearing Takeru, Ritsu was confused. Takeru and are you talking about that person hiding underground? His life energy seems really powerful, Ui said, using her observation haki to spot Orochimaru hidden beneath the ground. It seems that Guy's target is those three. Let's watch quietly from here. It'll give us a more direct understanding of this world, Takeru said with a light smile to Ui upon hearing her words. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were discussing their next move. Sasuke suggested using a password. He recited a long password to Naruto and Sakura, stating that if they got separated and reunited, they must confirm the password before trusting each other. Then Sasuke took the Heaven Scroll. Just as Naruto wanted to hear the password again, he suddenly seemed to be hit by something. Immediately after, a powerful gust of wind came from a distance, striking all three. Caught in this powerful wind current, the three quickly dodged. The massive explosion caused by the wind blast undoubtedly scattered them. Even Takeru's hiding spot was affected. It seemed Orochimaru not only wanted to separate Sasuke and the others but also intended to drive Takeru's group away in the process. However, facing this wind blast, Takeru directly activated the protective barrier from his star ring and calmly moved Ui and Ritsu to a different location with him. Accompanied by the explosion and billowing dust, a deep trench appeared where the wind blast had passed. You two go play over there. I'll handle things here alone, said the source of the wind attack, which is the disguised Orochimaru, as he dismissed his two companions. Sakura. Sasuke, who had been hiding in the grass, noticed movement behind him and turned to see a somewhat disheveled Sakura. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke, Sakura was overjoyed and tried to approach. Don't come closer. First, the password. The ninja poem, Ninjutsu Mechanism. Seeing Sakura's movement, Sasuke remained wary, holding a kunai as he looked at her. A ninja waits for the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard. When his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike, Sakura quickly recited upon hearing Sasuke. Only after hearing Sakura's words did Sasuke relax his guard and nod at her. Ow, that hurt. Hey, guys, are you okay? At that moment, a somewhat disheveled Naruto ran over. Naruto, wait. The password. Hearing Naruto, Sakura imitated Sasuke's earlier stance, looking at Naruto. I know. A ninja waits for the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his. Naruto quickly recited the password accurately with a smile. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke, however, showed a cold smile. Then, Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto. Naruto quickly dodged to the side, leaving both Sakura and Naruto staring blankly at Sasuke. Not just Sakura and Naruto, but Ritsu and Ui, hiding in the shadows, were also astonished by Sasuke's decisive attack. Although they had sensed something off about Naruto using observation haki, they didn't know how Sasuke had discovered it. After all, this time the transformation technique user was much more perfect than before. What are you doing? Naruto, having dodged the kunai, complained as he looked at Sasuke. Are you the kind of guy who could dodge an attack like that from me earlier? Sasuke said without hesitation upon hearing Naruto. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Naruto remembered the password perfectly. Sakura said excitedly to Sasuke upon hearing his words. That's precisely the problem. Do you think that guy could remember such a long password? If asked what the password is, what do you think that guy would normally say? Seeing Sakura still hadn't realized the imposter, Sasuke reminded her again.
Sorry, I forgot, Sakura said, now looking gravely at Naruto after hearing Sasuke. After entering this place, Sakura, due to nervousness, had overlooked many things. Normally, whether it was Naruto's sudden disappearance of the wound, becoming left-handed, or such a long password, Sakura would definitely have noticed something was off immediately. But here, having to translate all theory into practical experience, she had become clumsy. Only Sasuke maintained his usual caution and attentiveness.
Sasuke then pointed out that Naruto's dodging movements just now were completely different from the real Naruto's. It's about time you showed your true form, you imposter. Sasuke quickly said to Naruto.
I see, Naruto said upon hearing Sasuke, licking the corner of his mouth with his long tongue before revealing his true form. As smoke billowed and dissipated, the snake Sannin appeared before everyone.
But since you knew he would forget, why didn't you choose a shorter password? After dispelling the transformation, Orochimaru still looked at Sasuke with a puzzled expression. Because I knew you were lurking underground, eavesdropping on our conversation.
That's why I used that kind of password, Sasuke explained with a slight smile upon hearing the snake's words. You don't get tired or careless. More fun than I imagined, Orochimaru said, giving Sasuke approval. After speaking, he licked the straw hat with his long tongue. This guy is way too creepy.
So where is the real Naruto? Sakura frowned upon seeing this.
It's really terrifying, not just Sakura, but even Ritsu, hiding in the shadows, found the snake Sannin disgusting.
Chapter 195, Chapter 195 The Terrified Sasuke. Hunter and Prey. 1,384 words.
Meanwhile, at the end of the wind blast, Naruto finally regained consciousness on a large tree.
He looked around and realized Sakura and Sasuke weren't nearby.
As he wondered about this, he suddenly felt the sky darken above him. He then saw a massive snake flicking its forked tongue as it looked at him.
It's huge. I've never seen a snake this big before. Seeing the giant snake, Naruto showed a shocked expression. Then, the giant snake attacked Naruto. Naruto leaped away, avoiding the attack.
But before he could catch his breath, the snake coiled around him with its body and swallowed him whole in one bite. Thus, amidst Naruto's screams, he entered the snake's stomach. The giant snake then slowly left the area.
As for Naruto's plight, Sasuke and Sakura were unaware.
Only Takaru, with his extensive observation hockey range, saw the entire process. But Takaru knew that with Naruto's tenacious vitality, he would be fine, so Takaru had no intention of intervening. Back with Orochimaru, he took out an earth scroll.
Seeing this, Sasuke and Sakura showed a slight reaction. You want our earth scroll, right?
After all, you have the heaven scroll, Orochimaru said, seeing their reaction and stating it plainly.
Then, Orochimaru directly placed the earth scroll into his mouth and swallowed it. Well then, let's begin. The scroll battle, a fight to the death. After this preparation, Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Sasuke and Sakura.
As Orochimaru's words fell, terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Sasuke and Sakura, facing this killing intent directly, instantly saw visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as if foreseeing their own deaths. For a moment, both seemed to suffer a horrific fright, their bodies stiffening and appearing disoriented.
They gasped for breath uncontrollably. Not just them, even Takaru's group sensed a trace of the killing intent. However, since they weren't the primary targets, the sensation wasn't too clear.
Ritsu, for instance, just felt a slight chill. As for Takaru, he didn't feel much. After all, in terms of the number of people killed, Takaru might have killed more than Orochimaru. Combined with absolute confidence in his own strength, Takaru naturally wouldn't be affected by this level of killing intent.
Genjutsu?
This is pure killing intent.
What is this? Just looking into his eyes makes me think of death. Who is this guy? Realizing this, Sasuke, looking at the calm snake Sannin, felt deep shock and fear. Sakura!
Sasuke then looked at Sakura and saw her slumped on the ground, crying uncontrollably, her whole body trembling.
This scene stirred indescribably complex emotions in Sasuke. His first instinct was to flee. Yui and Ritsu, watching from a distance, also frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Sakura was just a young girl.
"Don't worry, they should be safe for now," Takaru said, noticing their emotional fluctuation. He simply placed his hands on their heads to comfort them. Hearing Takaru's words, the two looked at him and nodded gently. On Sasuke's side, facing the unfathomable snake Sannin and seeing the sobbing Sakura beside him, he calculated that not fleeing might only leave both of them dead.
He can't move anymore? Orochimaru looked calmly at the scene before him, not rushing to act. Instead, he seemed to enjoy the sight of prey unable to move. I need willpower. Move, move. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Sasuke kept encouraging himself internally. After a good while, he finally, with a trembling right hand, managed to grab the weapon pouch on his leg, a normally simple action that now seemed incredibly difficult. Just one move. Move. Internally screaming, Sasuke stood up shakily. So, what will you do now? Orochimaru asked with a light laugh, seeing Sasuke's unsteady stance, though inwardly he felt some disappointment. Don't worry, it'll be over in an instant. At least you won't have time to feel pain, Orochimaru said, taking out his kunai and slowly walking towards Sasuke. I wanted to play with you a bit more. What a shame, Orochimaru said upon reaching a certain distance. He raised two kunai and slowly threw them towards Sasuke and Sakura. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and crimson blood splattered in the air. However, it wasn't because Orochimaru's attack hit Sasuke or Sakura. At the critical moment, Sasuke had stabbed his own thigh with a kunai, using the pain to jolt himself back into action. Then, just as Orochimaru's kunai were about to hit them, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, rushed to Sakura, pulled her out of the attack's range, and quickly fled the area. I see, Orochimaru said, looking at the blood on the ground, the tree struck by his kunai, and the vanished Sasuke and Sakura, showing an expression of understanding. Indeed, not an ordinary prey. Seeing Sasuke escape his attack range, Orochimaru smiled. If Sasuke had been that weak, he would have been greatly disappointed. Orochimaru then looked towards Takaru's group's location, seemingly annoyed by their prying observation. He directed several large snakes to surround Takaru's group before paying them no further mind, quickly setting off to find Sasuke. Facing the snakes driven by Orochimaru, Takaru remained calm. Even Yui and Ritsu showed no sign of wavering. After all, although the giant snakes looked terrifying, they posed no real threat to Takaru's group. This proved true. Confronted by the three attacking giant pythons, Takaru simply released an electric discharge, silently obliterating all three. The snakes in the Forest of Death were naturally incomparable to those from Ryuchi Cave, so they're easily dealt with by Takaru. After handling them, Takaru continued with Yui and Ritsu, quickly catching up to Orochimaru's location. They then chose another spot to continue observing. As for Naruto, after struggling inside the snake's stomach, he finally thought of a way out. He used the multiple shadow clone technique inside the snake, creating so many clones that they burst the giant snake open. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. How could I possibly end up as snake dung here? Holding his forehead, Naruto declared seriously, looking at the dead giant snake. Back with Sasuke, although he had temporarily escaped Orochimaru's sight, he still felt immense unease. Add to that his current injury, Naruto's unknown whereabouts, and Sakura being utterly useless at the moment. Need to run faster. How to escape? How? Worried that Sakura might make a sound and reveal their location, Sasuke covered her mouth while frantically thinking. Sasuke, is this shaken? I've never seen him like this before. Sakura was shocked, seeing Sasuke so deeply rattled. Suddenly, Sakura noticed a huge shadow around them. Glancing sideways, she saw an enormous snake head approaching them. Her pupils contracted, and she tried to warn Sasuke, but with her mouth covered, she could only make muffled sounds. Sasuke, snake.
Finally, Sakura used her hands to break free from Sasuke's grip and quickly warned him.
Sasuke turned and saw the giant snake head less than a meter away from them.
The moment the snake bit down, both leaped away from the spot.
I was so shaken I didn't even notice the snake. Sasuke muttered in disbelief mid-air. The giant snake seemed fixated on Sasuke.
After missing its first strike, it coiled several times around a thick branch before lunging at Sasuke again. The moment Sasuke saw the snake attack, with his Sharingan activated, he even saw the giant python transform into Orochimaru's likeness, complete with a vicious glare.
Stay away.
Seeing this, Sasuke let out a cry of terror. Several shuriken shot rapidly towards the snake's mouth. Under his attack, the giant python's mouth splattered with blood. With a final groan, it collapsed on the branch, seemingly dead. Just as Sasuke landed on another branch, panting, he saw cracks appear on the back of the supposedly dead python.
Then, Orochimaru emerged directly from the cracks. A moment's distraction is not allowed.
Prey must remain highly tense at all times, constantly fleeing, especially in front of the predator. Emerging from within, Orochimaru flicked his long tongue, appearing even more terror. At the very least, Yui and Ritsu were disgusted once more. Then, his body seemed to merge with the snake, becoming elongated, his movements eerily similar to a serpent's. He began coiling around the surrounding branches.
Chapter 196, Chapter 196 Naruto's Rampage. 1238 words.
However, just as Orochimaru prepared his next attack on Sasuke, four shuriken and one kunai flew in, intercepting his path and causing his movements to pause slightly.
Sorry I'm late, Sasuke.
Naruto stood on a branch, arms crossed, looking at Sasuke with a confident smile.
Naruto. For some reason, seeing Naruto appear suddenly gave Sakura a sense of relief. The password? I forgot it.
Hearing her words, Naruto replied with his same confident smile.
Good, Naruto. Well done. Hearing his words, Sakura looked at Naruto with a smile. Naruto, I don't care if you're trying to act cool by saving me, but stop showing off. This guy is way out of our league. Sasuke shouted at Naruto.
It seems you defeated that big snake quite nicely, Naruto, Orochimaru said. Seeing Naruto appear unscathed made it clear the giant snake he controlled had been taken down.
This guy looks exactly like a snake. So he's the one behind all this.
Looking at Orochimaru and hearing his words, Naruto realized the one who nearly turned him into snakedom was right before him.
On Sasuke's side, Naruto's arrival didn't bring much joy. From their brief encounter, Sasuke knew Orochimaru's power far surpassed theirs. One Naruto couldn't bridge that gap. Tisk, TSK. You, bullying the weak. Now that I, the great Uzumaki Naruto, am here, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, Naruto, unaware of Orochimaru's terrifyingness, continued his taunts. This is bad. If this goes on, all three of us will be killed. What do we do? Sasuke was frantic, unable to think of a solution. Finally, an idea struck him. He deactivated his Sharingan. The scroll. Please, just take it and go. After some thought, Sasuke ultimately chose to forfeit the fight against Orochimaru. After all, whether from Orochimaru's initial words or the exam's content, the conflict stemmed from the scrolls. If they gave up the scrolls, there would be no reason to fight. It must be said, Sasuke's reasoning wasn't without merit. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Orochimaru didn't care about the Chunin exam. His goal was to gauge Sasuke's potential, and what he truly wanted was Sasuke's body. Hey, Sasuke. What are you doing? Giving the scroll to the enemy? What are you thinking? Hearing Sasuke, Naruto exploded. Shut up. Seeing Naruto's impulsive behavior, Sasuke felt angry. In his mind, Naruto, having just arrived, had no idea how terrifying the man before them was. Quite the idea, Orochimaru instantly understood Sasuke's intent. It was like prey offering other prey, hoping the predator would spare them. Take it. Sasuke quickly threw the scroll towards Orochimaru.
But Naruto launched himself, intercepting and snatching the scroll mid-air. Stop doing unnecessary things.
Do you understand the situation? Seeing Naruto's action, Sasuke was furious.
Faced with Sasuke's rebuke, Naruto, his face dark, threw a powerful punch at the unprepared Sasuke.
What was that for? Feeling the merciless attack, Sasuke glared angrily at Naruto. Witnessing this, Orochimaru watched calmly, not intervening. Huff, huff. I just forgot the password, so I couldn't confirm. You're a fake Sasuke, right? Naruto said, breathing heavily. Naruto, what are you saying? What nonsense! Sakura exclaimed angrily upon hearing Naruto. You super idiot! I'm the real one. Sasuke glared at Naruto angrily.
Hidden in the shadows, Yui and Ritsu were also puzzled by Naruto. Putting themselves in his shoes, they wouldn't think Sasuke's choice was wrong at all. The gap in power was too vast, and the only point of contention was the scroll. Handing it over to save their lives seemed the most rational approach. As for the scrolls, they could find others later.
If unsuccessful, they could withdraw from the exam and try again next time.
But if they died here, there would be no second chance. This weakling idiot definitely isn't the Sasuke I know. I don't know how strong this guy is, but giving him the scroll guarantees he'll let us go?
Since when?
You're the one who's lost his nerve and can't see the situation clearly.
Naruto retorted angrily.
While his words sounded reasonable, even hitting a nerve, Takeru didn't think Sasuke's approach was entirely wrong. Against overwhelming power and a ruthless opponent, while there was no guarantee, trying wasn't a shameful act.
Naruto, correct answer. The scrolls? I can just kill you and take them, Orochimaru smirked.
He quickly bit his thumb and drew a straight line on his arm with the blood.
You've got to be kidding. Seeing Orochimaru's action, Naruto felt an ominous premonition.
He charged at him with a kunai.
Stop, Naruto! Run! Seeing Naruto charge recklessly, Sasuke shouted in concern.
I misjudged you, Sasuke.
Naruto, hearing Sasuke, took it as cowardice. Summoning technique.
After completing the seal, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand signs. A massive surge of chakra fluctuation appeared around him, and a gigantic python materialized beneath Orochimaru. The python immediately swung its body, crashing hard towards Naruto. At the critical moment, Naruto managed to leap out of its attack range. Landing on a thick branch nearby, Naruto panted heavily, looking at the giant snake in Orochimaru.
So cute.
Such adorable prey, Orochimaru felt a surge of pleasure looking at Naruto's eyes. He then directed the giant snake to whip its tail towards Naruto's position. The tremendous force shattered the branch beneath Naruto, sending him flying through the air. After crashing through several branches, Naruto finally stopped his momentum when a branch blocked his path. He then fell freely towards the ground. Well then, let's eat him first, Orochimaru said lightly to the giant snake below, looking at Naruto, who seemed to have lost his ability to resist. Take this. However, when Naruto's falling body was less than 2 meters from the giant snake, his eyes snapped open again. His pupils had turned red, and his gaze was completely different from usual, more like a wild beast's. He quickly adjusted his posture and delivered a powerful punch to the giant snake's body, surprising even Orochimaru. Using the reaction force from the punch, Naruto put distance between himself and the giant snake and Orochimaru. This kid, could it be? Seeing the look in Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru quickly reacted, forming a certain guess. That's strange. His life force suddenly increased. Yui in the distance also sensed Naruto's change, looking towards him in shock. Naruto attacked again, leaping in front of the giant snake's massive head and relentlessly pummeling it with his fists. With each of Naruto's strikes, the branches around the snake shattered from the impact of the force. Naruto's gone berserk. But why is that Naruto so strong? Sakura stared blankly at the scene. However, even after Naruto went berserk, aside from a slight red mark from his initial punch, the giant snake showed no visible damage. It simply flicked its massive forked tongue, pushing Naruto away.
Naruto, undeterred, used a giant tree behind him as a springboard and shot back towards the giant snake. Orochimaru, atop the snake, smirked coldly and spewed a stream of fire, blasting Naruto away again. Those eyes, without a doubt. This just got interesting. Now, Sasuke, it's your turn. What will you do? After blasting Naruto away, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Sasuke, who had been standing frozen. Watching Orochimaru and the giant snake charge towards him rapidly, Sasuke stared in terror. His body, as before, was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Chapter 197, Chapter 197 Sasuke vs Orochimaru. 1181 words. Outside the Forest of Death, the sudden discovery of 3 corpses from Kyuzugakur, their faces grotesquely dissolved, filled Anko with a sense of foreboding. After some investigation, she confirmed it was Orochimaru who had infiltrated the exam grounds. She immediately ordered a Chunin to report to the Hokage and request 2 Umbu teams to be dispatched to the Forest of Death. Anko herself rushed into the forest first. I need to hurry. I have a bad feeling about this, Anko muttered, sprinting through the forest with a growing sense of dread. Back with Sasuke, Orochimaru's attack hadn't hit him. At the last possible moment, Naruto had erupted with power, interposing himself between Sasuke and the giant snake, even managing to wound the snake with a kunai. Are you hurt, Mr. Coward? After catching his breath, Naruto repeated the words Sasuke had earlier said to him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke felt a jolt. He stared blankly at Naruto. A cowardly idiot like you definitely isn't the Sasuke I know. Naruto said, looking at Sasuke seriously. As the two exchanged words, Naruto was ensnared by Orochimaru's long tongue from atop the giant snake. Let me go, you snake monster. Naruto struggled and cursed as he was bound by the tongue. That nine-tails brat. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Orochimaru felt the chakra leaking from Naruto, internally remarking that he hadn't expected Naruto to survive persecution. When his emotions run high, a portion of the nine-tails power leaks out. To have grown like this is quite interesting. While thinking this, Orochimaru pulled up Naruto's shirt, revealing the seal. 5 Elements Seal. Targeting the area around the visible seal, Orochimaru performed another seal on Naruto, or more accurately, a reinforcement of the nine-tails seal. After the 5 Elements seal was applied, Naruto cried out in pain, his expression returning to normal. Deprived of the nine-tails chakra supply, he fell unconscious. Orochimaru then retrieved the Heaven Scroll from Naruto's backpack and tossed the now obstructive Naruto aside. Sakura, seeing this, threw a kunai, pinning Naruto's clothes to a large tree, preventing him from falling and suffering further injury. What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto is different from you, Sasuke. He might be clumsy and a nuisance, but at least he's not a coward. Isn't that right? Seeing Sasuke unmoved, Sakura could only shout at him again. Sakura knew her own strength was minimal. And with Orochimaru seemingly fixated on Sasuke, this was the only way she could try to snap him out of it. Hearing Sakura's words, images of his brother's eyes flashed in Sasuke's mind, that look of utter contempt and the deep-seated hatred. It jolted him awake. With this, he reactivated his Sharingan. His eyes turned fierce, and thoughts of escape vanished. Noticing Sasuke's change, Orochimaru smiled slightly, prepared to personally test Sasuke's strength. He dismissed the giant snake beneath him. To defeat that man, I must survive. I've always believed that. But it seems the real fool was me. Naruto, Sakura, someone who can't risk their life here could never defeat that man. Having resolved himself, Sasuke charged at Orochimaru with a kunai clenched in his teeth. When he was close enough, he leaped into the air, throwing several kunai at Orochimaru. Orochimaru simply tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging all the projectiles. Sasuke, unfazed, used a nearby tree to launch himself at Orochimaru again. With relentless momentum, Sasuke delivered 2 kicks, but Orochimaru blocked them easily with his arms. Sasuke used the force to flip back, creating some distance and dodging Orochimaru's counter-kick. The moment he landed on a branch, Sasuke rolled again, widening the gap further.
Seeing this, Orochimaru, swaying like a serpent, charged at Sasuke.
Sasuke met him head-on, unleashing another series of kicks. Orochimaru blocked them all. Then, the two engaged in rapid taijutsu. Orochimaru, seemingly testing Sasuke, didn't use his full speed or strength. For a moment, they fought intensely, blow for blow. As the fight progressed, Sasuke realized he could clearly see his opponent's attacks and his body could react accordingly.
Gradually, his confidence grew during the exchange. Watching the duel from their hiding spot, Takeru, Ui, and Ritsu used their observation haki to precisely capture and memorize every move. After their initial exchange, Orochimaru began utilizing his extraordinary speed, moving with serpentine flexibility through the complex forest, maximizing his agility. Though Orochimaru was fast, Sasuke, with his Tsutomu Sharingan activated, could clearly track his movements. He leaped away from his original position the moment Orochimaru launched his real attack, narrowly avoiding it. After dodging, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Scattered fireballs shot from his mouth towards Orochimaru's location. Instantly, explosions and flames lit up the area. Sasuke didn't stop there, forming another seal. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A straight line, high-speed torrent of fire shot from his mouth, engulfing Orochimaru's previous position in a sea of flames, a spectacular sight. Unfortunately, despite the dazzling display, Orochimaru remained unharmed. As the flames subsided, he burrowed into a large branch and lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke jumped back, avoiding the grab. Both paused momentarily. Passable. He predicted my movement and attacked precisely. He can see it now. Orochimaru felt a flicker of approval seeing Sasuke's eyes. After allowing Sasuke a brief rest, Orochimaru attacked again. He generated a powerful air blast directed at Sasuke. Sensing danger, Sasuke leaped out of range. Seizing the moment when Orochimaru seemed momentarily off guard, Sasuke used a branch to launch himself behind Orochimaru, wrapped his arms around him, and slammed him down onto a thick branch below. The impact left Orochimaru's body momentarily rigid, and the branch beneath them cracked. Just as Sasuke thought he had won, the limp Orochimaru turned into a pile of mud, showing it's just a mud clone. During the sound wave-like attack earlier, Orochimaru had already used the substitution technique. While Sasuke was shocked, dozens of kunai flew at him. He could only evade again. As he landed, he pulled out a special wire hidden on his person, looped it around a branch, and swung to the side. Before Sasuke could recover, Orochimaru appeared again, throwing a punch at his face. Caught off guard, Sasuke was hit squarely. Orochimaru followed with a rapid combo, ending with a knee strike that sent Sasuke crashing to the ground. The Uchiha name is weeping. Well, let's slowly torture him, then kill him. Like squashing a bug, Orochimaru said haughtily, looking down at the seemingly unconscious Sasuke. However, as Orochimaru monologued, 3 specialized explosive tags Sasuke had secretly placed on his back detonated. The unexpected blast staggered Orochimaru. Seizing this chance, the feigning Sasuke sprang up and swiftly threw wire-bound shuriken around Orochimaru. Sasuke then manipulated the wires with a special method, manipulating windmill triple blades. Using the wires attached to the initially thrown kunai and shuriken as bait, the true attack was concealed in the third blade pulled back, requiring the Sharingan to anticipate the enemy's movements. Thus, Orochimaru found himself bound by numerous wires to a large tree. Chapter 198 Clash with Orochimaru, the shocked Orochimaru. 1159 words. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Clenching the wire between his teeth, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. A powerful, straight-line torrent of high-speed flames surged towards the immobilized Orochimaru. The immense force even pierced through the tree trunk behind Orochimaru, and his agonized screams echoed through the area. He won. Sakura, who had been on the sidelines, showed a relieved smile. Sasuke, seemingly convinced the battle was decided and with his chakra nearly depleted, deactivated his Sharingan, panting heavily. You did it! Are you okay? Hang in there. Sakura rushed to Sasuke's side, looking at him with concern.
At that moment, the bound Orochimaru twitched slightly and effortlessly broke free from the special wires Sasuke had used.
He then stepped forward, forming a peculiar hand seal. A surge of overwhelming chakra pressure immobilized both Sakura and Sasuke where they stood. To wield the Sharingan with such skill at such a young age. Worthy of inheriting the Uchiha name.
I want you even more now.
Due to Sasuke's fire release, Orochimaru's disguise had partially melted.
You are indeed brothers. Your eyes hold even greater potential than Itachi's, Orochimaru said with a light laugh. Who are you? Hearing Orochimaru mention Itachi, Sasuke felt his composure crack.
In response, Orochimaru simply retrieved the heaven scroll he had taken from Naruto.
I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, strive to stand out in this exam. Defeat the 3 Otogekyu's ninja under my command. As he spoke, Orochimaru used a special flame to burn the heaven scroll. What are you saying? We never want to see you again. Sakura glared at Orochimaru angrily.
That won't do, Orochimaru replied, forming another seal. His neck elongated grotesquely, shooting towards the immobilized Sasuke's neck and biting down hard.
Ugh, that's disgusting. Is that guy even human?
Seeing this, Ritsu nearby felt her stomach churn. Even Yui instinctively moved closer to Takaru, finding comfort in his presence.
Orochimaru left not only 2 fang marks but also transmitted a peculiar energy into Sasuke's body, forming 3 seal-like marks on his back. Arg! Feeling the formation of the cursed seal, Sasuke cried out in pain. What did you do to him? Sakura could only rage helplessly. I gave him a parting gift. Sasuke will need me.
Because he craves power. I am pleased to have seen your strength in various aspects, Orochimaru said before merging into the tree trunk and vanishing. Having observed the entire battle, Takaru nodded in satisfaction. Overall, while not overly informative in terms of techniques, it was quite entertaining.
After leaving the scene, Orochimaru sought out Takaru, Yui, and Ritsu. Planning to attack us, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Is that the correct title?
Sensing Orochimaru stop at a certain distance before slowly rising, Takaru spoke calmly.
Knowing my name, yet you had the audacity to follow me all this time?
Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. No, I only learned your name when you announced it earlier. Takaru shook his head slightly. Regardless, your constant probing earlier was quite irritating, Orochimaru stated directly.
Is that so? And what concern is that of mine? Takaru retorted bluntly.
Hearing Takaru's words, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, unleashing a wave of killing intent towards the 3. Sensing Orochimaru's move, Takaru responded in kind, releasing a torrent of malevolent aura infused with none. Malevolence was far more terrifying than mere killing intent.
Orochimaru's killing intent was swiftly overwhelmed by Takaru's malevolent aura, causing him a moment of discomfort.
However, Orochimaru was no ordinary man.
Chakra offered some resistance to Nin, so the malevolent aura wasn't overly threatening to someone like him. But sensing Takaru's solidified killing intent, Orochimaru licked his lips.
He keenly noticed Takaru was using a unique ability he had never seen before. How interesting, Orochimaru thought, his interest piqued, along with the desire to capture Takaru for experimentation. Well, it seems I'm being taken for a pushover, Takaru remarked lightly, noticing Orochimaru's gaze.
Poison dragon,
Takaru said softly. Instantly, a 3-headed purple poison dragon materialized behind him.
Seeing the dragon, Orochimaru sensed a hint of danger.
Under Takaru's control, the dragon lunged menacingly towards Orochimaru. Amidst the sound of shattering wood, the poison dragon obliterated the tree where Orochimaru had stood. The terrifying poison corroded the remnants of the tree, even the soil where the poison splashed showing signs of erosion.
Orochimaru, having dodged the attack, narrowed his eyes. The dragon's venom was more potent than he'd anticipated. Wind release, great breakthrough. However, Orochimaru wasn't one to sit idle.
He quickly formed hand seals, unleashing an air blast even more ferocious than the one used against Sasuke, aimed at Takaru's group.
Gluttony.
Facing the air attack, Takaru placed his hands before him, palms glowing. He directly absorbed the highly destructive airflow. Witnessing this, Orochimaru grew even more intrigued. He hadn't sensed any chakra usage from Takaru. His interest in Takaru deepened. Seeing the clash between Takaru and Orochimaru, Ui and Ritsu prepared to join the fight. Water release, wild water wave. Ui aimed at Orochimaru and used a ninjutsu learned in the reincarnation space. A torrent of water spewed from her mouth, rushing towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru leaped nimbly onto a large tree. Fireball. Before he could steady himself, a fireball appeared, striking Orochimaru where he stood and exploding upon impact. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru had turned into a puddle of mud, another mud clone. The real Orochimaru had already used a substitution technique, hiding within a different tree. Just as he prepared to launch a sneak attack, Takaru's gaze shifted directly to his concealed location. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. As Takaru spoke, a beam of lightning shot forth with unstoppable force towards Orochimaru. The powerful blast pierced through two large trees before heading straight for Orochimaru, hidden within the trunk. Sensing the danger, Orochimaru, knowing evasion was difficult, employed his current strongest physical defense. Triple Rashomon. Pressing his hand to the ground, he summoned three massive, demonic-looking gates to block Takaru's attack. The lightning beam collided with the first gate, shattering it after a brief struggle. It then strained against the second before breaking through, and finally dissipated after piercing the third gate. Observing the damage from his Roar of the Thunder Dragon, Takaru was satisfied. He hadn't even used his full power. A full-force attack could seriously injure Orochimaru. Moreover, Takaru could use such a technique over a dozen times without significant strain. Combined with his rapid recovery ability, Takaru was confident in prolonged battles. On Orochimaru's side, seeing his triple Rashomon completely pierced left him staring at Takaru in shock. Crucially, he realized Takaru hadn't expended much energy for such a powerful attack. In contrast, summoning the triple Rashomon had drained a considerable amount of his own chakra. The commotion they were causing also made Orochimaru consider retreat. As Orochimaru contemplated, Takaru vanished from his spot, reappearing right beside him. Chapter 199, Chapter 199 A Threat to Orochimaru. 1123 words. Unable to fully track Takaru's movement, Orochimaru was startled, raising his guard against Takaru to the highest level. His hands swiftly formed hand seals. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. The moment the seals were complete, his arm transformed into numerous large snakes lunging at Takaru. Seeing the attack, Takaru didn't even bother dodging. The moment the snakes touched Takaru, they seemed to hit an intensely frigid air current. Instantly, they froze solid, and the freezing spread rapidly back towards Orochimaru. Sensing danger, Orochimaru quickly cancelled the technique, detaching the frozen snakes from his body to avoid being frozen himself. Takaru paid no mind to his actions. He simply activated the power of his demon's extract. Instantly, thick, massive ice walls erupted from the ground, encircling Takaru and Orochimaru within a 10-meter radius, sealing even the sky above. Seeing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. He could sense the ice's thickness wouldn't be easily broken in a short time, yet Takaru had summoned it instantly. Moreover, Takaru's methods were bizarre. He couldn't even identify the ability Takaru used, and Takaru himself was like a porcupine. Thinking this and seeing Takaru's gaze, Orochimaru took a deep breath, calming himself slightly. "Who are you, really?" Orochimaru asked directly. "Nara Takaru," Takaru replied, somewhat impressed by Orochimaru's composure. "And your goal?" "You don't seem intent on killing me," Orochimaru observed. "You started it." "I'm merely retaliating," Takaru said lightly. "Is that so?" "Then I apologize for my actions, Takaru-kun," Orochimaru said after a moment of silence. "I accept. But a mere verbal apology from one of the legendary Sannin seems insufficient, don't you think?" Takaru nodded with a slight smile. "What do you want?" Orochimaru understood, vaguely guessing Takaru's intent.
Talking to a clever person saves effort. I want ninjutsu. All the ninjutsu you've collected. And sealing techniques.
Including the Edo Tensei you're researching from the second Hokage, Takaru said, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. I had never used Edo Tensei publicly, how did he know? Had someone leaked it? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Very few knew, and they wouldn't dare betray him. I don't care about your other affairs. The Otogekyure you founded, your research, even killing the fourth Kazekage, or your plan to destroy Konoha, Takaru added, watching Orochimaru's indecisiveness. Hearing this, Orochimaru grew even more unsettled. He couldn't fathom how Takaru knew so much. Had this guy read my mind? Enough. Someone's coming. For now, hand over any ninjutsu scrolls you're carrying. Prepare the rest quickly. Don't try anything tricky, or I will kill you. With a hint of threat, Takaru lightly stomped his foot. The ground beneath them erupted as if struck by a terrifying bombardment, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. Inside the sealed space, Orochimaru felt intense discomfort. Seeing Takaru casually unleash destructive power surpassing Tsunade's monstrous strength, coupled with the ice, lightning, poison dragon, and more, Orochimaru fell silent. He then retrieved a scroll from his robes. With a brief summoning, 6 scrolls appeared before him, which he then tossed to Takaru. Takaru caught them and summoned an alloy box from his item storage. After storing the scrolls, he returned the box to storage. Oh, and give me your earth scroll too. Saves me the trouble of collecting one, Takaru added after storing the scrolls. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded lightly and obediently regurgitated the earth scroll. Finding it somewhat disgusting, Takaru used telekinesis to retrieve it, controlled some water to wash it briefly, and then stored it away. Then the deal is struck. I've marked you. Please gather what I want swiftly. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Giving Orochimaru a final reminder, Takaru snapped his fingers. The thick ice walls instantly shattered into powder and vanished. Takaru then returned to a worried-looking Ui and Ritsu, picked them up, and swiftly vanished from the spot. Though he had revealed much power before Orochimaru, Takaru didn't want Konoha aware of his full strength, or the exam might be disrupted. Orochimaru, left behind, watched the direction Takaru departed with a complex expression. If not for the water from the melted ice and the massive crater, he might have thought he'd been under a genjutsu. But the vivid experience, and his discreet use of the release confirmed it was all real. As for Takaru, his reasons were simple. Asking for scrolls was purely for potential benefit. Though unsure if he'd ever learn chakra, collecting ninjutsu seemed useful. As for not controlling Orochimaru to hand over the scrolls, Takaru had tried. But his nun needles seemed disrupted by Orochimaru's powerful chakra, preventing control. When developing this ability, Takaru considered this possibility. Nun needles were near inescapable for ordinary people but ineffective against the powerful. Thus, they were suited for those in high positions but with weak personal power, whether in the main world or mission worlds. There were several reasons not to kill Orochimaru. Primarily, while disgusting, Takaru didn't particularly dislike him. As an early major antagonist, Orochimaru was a compelling character. And since Takaru could gain benefits from him now, there was even less reason to kill him. Long time no see, Anko, Orochimaru said, not leaving immediately after Takaru's departure, noticing the rapidly approaching Anko. You're a wanted S-rank, ultra-dangerous criminal. Even if it costs my life, I'll defeat you here. Anko said, looking at Orochimaru and the battle-scarred surroundings with a frown. She was deeply puzzled, wondering who had forced Orochimaru to use such power. She naturally attributed the massive destruction to Orochimaru. The potent venom, scorching lightning, water traces, all pointed to powerful ninjutsu. Naturally, only Orochimaru here could have caused it. This is also part of my duty, taught by you, my former superior. My mission, Orochimaru, Anko said, despite her shock at his power, her hatred left no room for fear. Useless, Orochimaru remarked, noticing Anko's subtle movements and expression. His long tongue shot towards Anko, who leaped away, dodging. Under cover of smoke, Orochimaru's tongue pursued, quickly ensnaring Anko's right hand, which held Sunban, pulling her closer.
Hidden shadow snake hands. With her right hand trapped, Anko attacked with her left.
5 snakes extended from her left arm, striking the stationary Orochimaru. The snake heads bit down firmly, and Anko yanked, slamming Orochimaru against a large tree behind him. Retracting her snakes, Anko rushed forward, pinning Orochimaru and driving a kunai through her own left hand, holding him, nailing both their hands to the tree.
Got you, Orochimaru. I'll borrow your left hand.
Anko then forcibly intertwined her right hand with Orochimaru's left, forming a seal.
This seal is... Recognizing the seal, the previously indifferent Orochimaru showed surprise. You and I will both die here, Anko declared, looking seriously at Orochimaru. Chapter 200 Uzumaki Karen. 1104 words.
Twin Snakes Mutual Death Technique. Anko closed her eyes, mentally reciting the incantation for a certain forbidden technique, preparing to unleash it.
You intend to commit suicide here?
Just as her chakra was about to erupt, Orochimaru's voice came from behind her.
That was just a substitution. Orochimaru's true form appeared before Anko, speaking calmly.
Hearing Orochimaru, Anko turned her head to see the person she had pinned transform into a pile of mud. A sense of failure and despair washed over her. All her plans vanished in the face of the overwhelming power gap. You're a special jonin of the village, after all. You can't rely solely on my forbidden techniques, Orochimaru said, walking slowly towards Anko.
Anko tried to resist, but Orochimaru merely raised his arm, effortlessly catching the kunai she threw.
Then, with a paralysis technique, he instantly rendered Anko's body immobile.
Why have you come now? Anko struggled to speak. Long time no see.
You're so cold, Orochimaru replied lightly.
Have you come to assassinate the Hokage? Anko glared angrily.
For that goal, my subordinates are still insufficient, Orochimaru denied, not refuting his desire to kill the Hokage, but stating his forces weren't ready yet. He then explained his purpose, to place a cursed seal, like Anko's, on promising young ninja in the village. Despite his cold exterior, Orochimaru held some regard for his former student. Otherwise, he had many chances to kill Anko earlier. If he hadn't warned her when she used the forbidden technique on the substitution, she would have died. After their conversation, Orochimaru issued a final threat before departing. Takaru, having already left, noted their exchange briefly but paid it no further mind. He headed towards his destination. However, night had fallen, and Takaru didn't plan to reach the tower in one go. Though 10 kilometers was nothing to them, he chose a spot by a river, hunted a large brown bear, and began roasting it.
As for danger? With observation haki in his strength, Takaru felt no fear.
His brief clash with Orochimaru confirmed his standing in the ninja world.
While perhaps not invincible, he was certainly among the top tiers, especially in defense, likely rivaling even the Susanoo of Itachi or Madara. With armament haki and nin reinforcement, his defense would be even higher.
Takaru also realized that while most ninja had physical attributes far surpassing ordinary people, they weren't extraordinarily high. It was chakra that brought about qualitative change. This confirmed that possessing special energy placed one on an entirely different level. Chakra wasn't as weak as he initially thought. While Ui roasted the bear, Takaru retrieved the scrolls from Orochimaru for inspection. Aside from 4 standard C or B rank fire and wind release ninjutsu, there was a scroll for the 5 elements seal and another for the mystical palm technique.
Takaru wasn't surprised. Orochimaru wouldn't carry his most advanced techniques casually.
After a brief look, Takaru set them aside, unable to comprehend them fully for now.
Takaru, what are these? Ritsu asked curiously, eyeing the scrolls. Some ninjutsu I got from Orochimaru earlier, Takaru replied, handing her one. She took it curiously.
While she understood the basic concepts, the specifics eluded her.
This was normal.
Handing someone a martial arts manual didn't guarantee they could master it, and more likely, they wouldn't understand it at all. Even Ui, who had learned one ninjutsu, could only look on puzzledly. She might understand more than Takaru or Ritsu, but without chakra, she couldn't use them.
Takaru, what's the point of collecting these? Ritsu asked after a while.
Of course.
Even if we can't use them now, that doesn't mean we never will.
Besides, others might need them, or we can trade them later, Takaru explained gently.
Hearing this, Ritsu nodded in understanding.
She hadn't considered future use or exchange. As night deepened, the roasted bear meat was served on a makeshift table in the trees. The three enjoyed their meal heartily. Suddenly, Takaru sensed a girl with fiery red hair in his observation hockey range. Her forehead protector identified her as a Kuzugakure's ninja.
Takaru was momentarily surprised by the coincidence.
She seemed abandoned by her teammates, trudging through the forest, clutching her stomach, looking dirty and disheveled.
Ritsu, keep eating.
I'll be right back, Takaru said before vanishing.
In about 10 seconds, Takaru appeared beside Karen. Hey, you don't look so good. Need some help? Karen, enduring hunger and exhaustion, was startled by the sudden voice.
She turned warily towards Takaru. Upon seeing him, she froze. Though the moonlight wasn't as clear as sunlight, Karen could still see his handsome features and the bright, warm smile on his face. Sensing no hostility from Takaru, Karen was momentarily at a loss. It had been so long since she'd felt genuine concern that his sudden kindness left her flustered.
Noticing her dazed state, Takaru walked over without hesitation.
He took her arm, seeing the numerous bite marks covering it, some old, some fresh.
Seeing Takaru examining her arm, Karen instinctively tried to pull away, not wanting him to see the unpleasant sight.
Don't move, Takaru said calmly.
Hearing his command, Karen instinctively obeyed, remaining still.
Takaru's hands began glowing with a soft green light. Under its influence, Karen felt the pain in her arm fading, and the injuries healing rapidly. Then, not just her arm, but all the injuries on her body recovered under the green glow.
I'm Nara Takaru. And your name? Though he already knew, Takaru asked.
Uzumaki Karen, Karen replied excitedly, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks as she looked at Takaru.
The Uzumaki clan?
To think Kuzugakure used you as a tool, Takaru remarked with a light sigh.
You know about our clan? Karen was taken aback.
The Uzumaki clan are distant relatives of the Senju.
Clan members excel in sealing techniques.
Those with pure bloodline have red hair. When chakra is overused, their hair turns white. Most importantly, the Uzumaki clan once signed a treaty of friendship with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. They were allies with Konoha. The wives of the first and fourth Hokage were both from the Uzumaki clan, Takaru explained gently.
Hearing this, Karen was stunned. If we were Konoha's allies, why had my clan suffered so terribly? Do you have any other family in Kuzugakure? Takaru asked. My mother, she. Karen's expression turned sad.
Despite meeting Takaru for the first time, she felt she could rely on him.
I see, Takaru said softly.
He gently placed his hand on her fiery red hair, offering comfort.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.